And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. We will call this meeting to order. Before we get started, I have a few items I'd just like to mention and speak to. The first one is a couple of very important municipal events happening in October. Firstly, I'd like to recognize that October 8th to 14th, 2023 is Fire Prevention Week. The town applauds our first responders for all the dedication and hard work that they do each and every day to keep our community safe and our people looked after in their most desperate times of need. So to all our first responders, we truly appreciate you and we ask that you stay safe out there and keep doing what you do. And secondly, October 15th to 21st is Local Government Week, where municipalities, as you know, are the level of government that is closest to the people. We are the level of government that affects people's lives the most each and every day, and I can assure you that this council is doing our utmost to make sure that your life is as pleasant as it can be within the municipality of Wasaga Beach. But more importantly, we'd like to thank our administration, our staff, for all your dedication and hard work, because it really is the folks in front of us here that make the wheels go round on this bus each and every day and do what they do to make Wasaga Beach the great place that it is to live. So to staff, thank you so much. I'll now turn it over to Councillor DeLeo for the land acknowledgement. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We begin our meeting by recognizing the First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples of Canada as traditional stewards and caretakers of the land. We acknowledge that the town of Wasaga Beach is located within the boundaries of Treaty 18, the traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, Teotnantadi, Wendat, and is the home of many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples as part of an intricate nationhood that reaches across Turtle Island. At this time of truth and reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity to work together towards new understandings and new relationships and ask for guidance in all we do.
Make wish, Councillor. Thank you so much. The last thing I'd like to speak to before we start, of course, is to our residents here of the Jewish community. Our hearts, our souls, our thoughts and our prayers go out to the people of Israel, to the folks in this community and the Jewish community. What is happening here is an absolute atrocity. It is not war. It is flat-out terrorism. There will never, ever be, nor has there ever been a time where the killing and injuring of innocent people, the beheading of small children, raping of women, killing innocent seniors will ever be acceptable in this world. And we can only hope and pray that federal governments throughout the free world will bind together to continue to condemn organizations like Hamas and will do everything in their power to rid the world of that evil. Again, I say to our Jewish community here in Wasaga Beach, and any community here in Wasaga Beach, any nationality, any color, any creed, any race, you are welcome in our community. We are happy and proud to have you here, and you will always be welcome. So, again, important to condemn these war crimes, this terrorism. It is completely unacceptable, and we can only hope and pray to God that this stops as quickly as possible, and that we're able, as I say, to rid the world of the evil of organizations like Hamas. And on that note, we will now move on in the agenda. Item number 1.2 is new staff introductions, and I'll look to our clerk, who has a new staff member to introduce. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Barbara, if you want to set up. I'm pleased to introduce Barbara Kane, who has joined the Clerks Division as the Records and Information Management Specialist. Barb joined the department in August and has over 20 years of municipal experience. The experience and knowledge that Barb has brought to the table has allowed her to hit the ground running, and the Deputy Clerk and I are more than thrilled to have her join our team. So we welcome Barb.
Well, welcome, Barb, and we're all thrilled to have you on the team, so glad you're here. All right, item number 2, disclosure of pecuniary interest. I have none before me at this time. If at some point throughout the meeting a member of council feels they have a pecuniary interest, please let us know. Item number 3 is public meetings, and we have none today. Item number 4 is approval of the agenda. I do have a recommended motion. Resolved that the contents of the agenda of October 12th, 2023 be approved as circulated. Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Belanger, Councillor White, any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 5, proclamations. We have none today. And 6, open forum. And I'll look to Madam Clerk or Madam Deputy Clerk. Do we have anyone for open forum here today?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do not have anybody registered to speak today.
All right, I'll look to the audience. If there's anyone here that wishes to come forward during open forum and speak to any items on the agenda. I see only staff and one reporter in the audience today, so I'm assuming no one is here to come forward. We'll move along in the agenda. Item number 7, presentations. Today is 7.1, 2024 Draft 1 Budget Report and Presentation, and I'll turn the floor over to our CAO, Mr. McNeil. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of council, good morning. And on behalf of the team sitting before you, we're proud to be in front of you today presenting Draft 1 of the 2024 budget. As is no surprise to many of you, and is the presentation up, by the way?
Yep, sorry.
There we go. As is no surprise to anyone on council or anyone in the community, this is a tough budget year, not only for Wasaga Beach, but for virtually every municipality across North America and around the world. Macroeconomic factors are still negatively impacting Wasaga Beach. This includes inflation, supply chain issues, rising interest rates, and this will likely be the case for a couple more years when we are hopeful that these things start to settle down a little bit. This is impacting many of the things that we do. A lot of our large capital projects, such as River Road West, were dramatically impacted by the macroeconomic factors. So what we put out as what we believe to be a realistic budget to undertake the project, tenders came back significantly higher, and virtually every municipality is experiencing this and coping with this. 2024 is also going to be the first full year that we will be operating the new Twin Pad Arena and Library. That will bring with it cost. I know council has asked in the past what that cost potentially looks like. So our treasurer has taken a best crack at estimating and projecting what costs will look like over 2024. Just to give council a sense of the magnitude of the change, bigger building, heat, hydro, insurance rates, janitorial services, et cetera, all of that is 2 to 3 times the magnitude of Wasaga Stars. Again, that should be no surprise to anybody. The delta, the number between Wasaga Stars and the operational impact of the new TPAL, we estimate is approximately $1.3 million, so that's a hit to the 2024 budget. To give you a sense of what that looks like to the overall tax budget, we're projecting a 5.6% tax increase this year. 1.77% of that is directly attributable to the new TPAL Arena. That's a fact. That's something, we own it now. We have to operate it. And that's something that we'll be dealing with for many years to come. And a lot of the capital costs will be spread over many, many years. Additionally, we're growing. We're growing rapidly. With growth comes costs. Every new road that is built, every new park that is built, the roads need to be plowed in the winter, the parks need to have grass cut in the summer. So there's an element of that that's been added into this budget. It's prudent to do so that we can keep all of our assets in a state of good repair. As in previous years, and I anticipate in future years to come, it's important to provide a sustainable financial budget to support initiatives, growth, and legislative requirements. We need to prioritize partnership funding opportunities, and there's a number of those that you will see roll out over 2024. We need to address asset management requirements of the corporation, and top of mind to all of us is minimizing the impact to residential property owners. To give council a sense of what has gone up until this stage, when all of our department heads initially submitted their budget requests for 2024, the number was significantly higher than what you're seeing in front of you today. It was a double digit that we were talking about. We quickly realized that we cannot bring that forward to the community, we cannot bring that forward to council. So we have already gone through line by line with every department head and all key staff that are responsible for submitting the 2024 budget, and we're proud to say that we've brought that number down to what we believe is a responsible number given what's going on across the county, across the province, across the country. As previously we talked about in 2023, this is intended to be a strategic budget. The difference that we have right now in 2024 is we already know council's priorities. So as we were developing the budget, we had an eye to that, ensuring that we can deliver on the things that you've told us you would like this town to deliver. We will be bringing forward a report fairly soon to give you an update on how well we're doing. And I will tell you as an aside, we're doing exceptionally well. Took a quick glance, and I think we're already underway or have completed almost 60% of council's key strategic priorities. So that is quite amazing. We will be focusing energy around a few key catalytic projects. The idea behind everything we do, we want to try and leverage dollars. So every dollar we spend, we want to try and get back 2 to 3 times over through partnerships or economic spin-off. And as I previously mentioned, we want to focus on growing the non-residential portion of our tax base. That is incredibly important for this town as we mature and age, that we do that to ease the tax burden on all of the residential property owners. With that, I'll turn it over to our Treasurer, Jocelyn Lee.
Thank you, Andrew. Jocelyn?
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, members of council and staff. I'm going to begin the presentation. I'll start with the agenda. So we're going to look at our budget process and our high-level operating and capital budgets. I'll talk a bit about the 24 budget increases over 23. We'll look at some of the new staffing positions for 24. We'll look at the impact on residential tax dollars and our projected reserve balances, and then we'll move into our department presentations. So starting with our budget process, we did have some changes this year as compared to prior years, and we opened our budget process with education session on August the 28th, and we reviewed the opening 24 forecasted budget and the tax rate and how it's calculated, and specifically what are some of the factors within the control of council and those that are not, such as OPP costs and other external agencies like MBCA, our Conservation Authority. So following the education session, staff prepared the draft 1 budget, and we, as our CAO mentioned, we did a line-by-line review, and each budget was then is what we're bringing forward here today for draft 1. Our meeting provides the opportunity today for interaction between council members and staff regarding their budgets. And then the next step in our process will be on October the 16th in the evening, where we have the public meeting and an opportunity for the public to ask questions or make comments with regards to draft 1 of the budget. Then on November 16th, we'll have a public meeting to bring forward the proposed rates and fees for 2024. And on November the 30th, we'll provide the final proposed budget, which will be draft 2. And at that time, we will request from council the approval to move forward with a bylaw on December the 14th, and that will complete our budget process for 24. So the chart on this slide shows the total 24 budgeted expenditures for both operating and capital, which is 93.8.
I found this on the web.
93.8 million. And the larger portion of the pie chart shows the operating costs at 55.7 million, as compared to the 23 operating budget that was 51.6. For the capital budget, it is 38 million versus in 23 that was 59.6 million, and I'll talk more about that on the upcoming slides. So now if we look at our budget, the 93 million expenditures and how they are allocated to each of the divisions that we have, you'll see Office of the CAO is 15 million, Corporate Services is 12.9 million, Community Services is 60.5, and Development Services 5.1. And that gives us our total of the 93.8 million. And so each of these divisions will have their budgets that explain what is driving those costs. So the following 9 major cost drivers provide an understanding of what increases and decreases have been included in the 24 budget above the 23 budget level. So related to staffing, there are annual step and COLA adjustments, along with annualization of prior year new staffing positions, which approximately is 1.4 million. We will look at the changes and new staffing in 24 on the next slide. So moving down, the debenture costs relate to the new debt costs for the TPAL building, and that's 570,000. It is also the completion of the TPAL building that lowers the capital budget in 24. So you can see here, we don't have the capital costs associated with building the new building in 24's budget, so there is a reduction on the capital budget of 22 million when you compare it with the 23 budget. Each year, the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, which we call the UMF grant, is reduced by 15%. And as we use some of this grant money to help support our operations, that has a taxation impact that we have to pick up each year. So that 15% reduction increases taxation by 41,000 in 24. The police and fire operations are larger program costs, and the increase in these budgets is 743,000. And then the remaining operational costs for insurance, wastewater, and other general operating costs reflect the balance of increases, the 584,000. So overall, the total budget decreases by 17.7 million when you compare the costs in 24 to the 23 total expenditures. Again, driven by the reduced TPAL construction cost is the main driver. So looking at the new staffing positions, the total increased cost associated with new or changing staff positions for 24 is 239,000. And the approved staffing budget costs were reallocated in some departments to others that required new positions, as we had not filled some of the previous positions. There are several part-time positions in various departments, with the Fire, Building, and Parks Department receiving new full-time positions. The Building Department increases do not affect taxation. This slide provides an overview of the changing capital budgets over a few years. In 2023, you can see the capital budget was 60 million, and the new Twin Pad Arena and Library project was the main capital cost. When the completion of the building expected in 23, there is no capital cost for the new facility in 24, and as a result, you see a large decrease in the capital program down to 38 million. The projection for 2025 is closer to the program level of 24 with a cost of 33 million. And at that time, this is a preliminary projection. So we'll now talk about the impact of the 24 budget on the taxes for the average household. So we use the average assessed value of 333,000. And based on that, the taxes that will be paid are $3,825. And of the total tax bill, 40 cents of every dollar goes to other levels of government, which is the county and education taxes. And the remaining 60 cents on every dollar remains in the town for the town's budget. The overall tax increase is 5.6%. This means the $3,825 tax bill is 5.6% higher than the 23 tax bill for the same assessment value. This chart below shows the town's taxation levy for 2024, which is $35 million, the proposed budget levy. As compared in '23, the taxation level was $31.8 million. The town has increased growth in the assessment by 3.51%. And this table on the slide helps to show for every $100 of taxes paid, where is it spent? The top 3 tax-supported expenditures are starting with policing, it's almost 16%, and these costs are not under the town's control. Public Works is at 15%, and fire and health and safety are 15%. So those make up the largest portion of our taxation. Then the next largest expenditure is on the group of administrative supportive services, which includes admin, council, treasury, IT, clerk, and HR. And in total, these represent 10.5% or $10.50 on every $100 of taxes paid. Next, we have recreation and facilities, followed by debentures, parks, and library, with the remaining costs below the 4% range. So that just gives you a sense of how the tax dollars are spent in the areas and programs and services that are being delivered. So now looking at our draft 1 projections for reserves, and again, this will get updated in draft 2. There is an approximate indication of the level of reserves that are projected based on the '24 draft 1 budget, and the general reserves, which are maintained at the discretion of council through the budget process and our year-end results, is projected to have an opening balance in '24 of $35 million. There are contributions budgeted in the amount of $5.7 million and draws of 13.7. So the result is a projected balance of $27 million at the end of 2024, and that's for the general reserves. Now looking at the reserve funds that are obligatory reserves, but they do not include the development charges. This includes an opening balance of $10.7 million. We have additions of $2.5 million. We're going to use $3 million, and at the end, we'll have a balance of $10.2 million. Our next reserve fund line is the development charge, and these are the deferred revenues. And these are funds collected from developers, and the use of the funding is deferred until there are relevant projects that qualify for the use of this funding. Development charges are used to help pay for growth-related capital needs as service levels change in the community. The table below will be updated for the next draft to include projected DCs to be collected in 2024. The draw on the DC funds are $14.6 million. Much of this draw is related to the River Road West project and the Public Works West End Depot project. The overall projection for the reserves in total is a change from $59.4 million as an opening balance to a $36 million plus whatever the DC collections are in the ending balance. And DC collections generally run about $5.5 million. So if you add 36 million plus the 5.5, roughly 41 million is where we'll land in our reserves in our projection. So that concludes the first opening overview of the '24 budget. We're ready to move at this time into department presentations unless there are any questions at this time.
Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Any questions or comments from council so far? I just have one, Jocelyn, with respect to the reserves in the end. So at the end of the year, reserves will have been depleted by $23 million. Can you just give us, we're starting at 59, going down to 36. Can you just give us a brief description as to where the majority or where that funding is going? Or those reserves are going, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. A large majority of the reserves is going from the development charges. So that you can see there the $14 million. So that's a major portion of the reserve funding. The general reserves is the other area where we're drawing on them, and just at the moment, I'm not recalling what the major drivers are of that number, but I will get back to you with that number, and perhaps before the meeting is out, I'll have that for you.
Great, thank you. I think it'll be interesting for the general public to hear and know that, what that $23 million is being used for and spent on, and what's driving that. Thank you very much. All right, carry on.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to move now to our presentation slides for the departments, and we'll begin with the Office of the CAO. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jocelyn. So the areas that are within the Office of the CAO include administration, communications, the new after-hours medical clinic, beachfront properties, council, economic development, special events, and police services. A couple things that are important to note. Within this budget, there's a 1% capital levy, amounts to about $350,000, and federal gas tax grant of just shy of $700,000 that have been factored into the budget. We have a small line item budget of about $25,000. The reason for this is we have a current library that is going to be vacated fairly soon. We will be coming to council shortly with recommendations on what that space could be used for your consideration for 2024. But once the books are out, once the stacks are removed, we, myself, the Deputy CAO went over and took a look, and we think there's going to be some flooring upgrades required. There's some holes in the floor, some paint required. So basic, very frugal attempt to just repurpose the space so that it can be used for other uses. So that's what that small fee is for. In terms of operational highlights, as I mentioned earlier, we are moving quickly to implement council's priorities, and we'll be bringing a report forward quite soon to give you an update on where we're at with all of those. One of the key things that we've been focusing on is building a culture of excellence, both within the corporation and between the corporation and the community. A number of things that we've been doing to implement that change. There will be some service upgrades that the community will start to see fairly soon as we automate ourselves and make ourselves more efficient for payment, et cetera. As well as some great initiatives with staff. We're going to be having another staff session in a couple of weeks just to make sure that we see the culture continue to improve. In terms of advancing some of the key strategic priorities, beachfront redevelopment is clearly one of the ones that's top of the list. You'll be hearing very shortly about our community engagement that we'll be undertaking. November 13th and 14th will be advertised shortly as the days we'll be out with the community. We're going to be hosting a series of events at the Recplex and a community workshop that will involve the town, Fram Building Group, and their consulting team. We want to make sure that we get this right and that the community has a voice in the redevelopment of the beachfront. And the best way that we know how to do that is engage the community in the process and let them have a say in the shape of the plan. So that's the approach that we're going to be taking. Medical clinic. A year ago now, we thought that this would be one of the more challenging ones to reinitiate. The stars aligned, and we are very proud, and kudos to Deputy CAO Jerry Marshall, our Economic Development Officer, and Carly Murdoch for pulling this together so quickly. And the grand opening is tomorrow, where OLG will be in attendance for the ribbon cutting. So that is a phenomenal success story that I think we're all very proud to see come to life. High school, we are laser focused on delivering this for our community. We were very pleased to see this make the public board's priority list. I wish it was a little higher on their priority list, but rest assured that everything we can do to bring a high school to our community, we are absolutely doing. Economic development, intergovernmental partnerships, these go hand in hand. We have very aggressively been reaching out and building bridges with the province. Some of those bridges had been severed over the last little while, and I'm happy to report that we have reestablished those connections. Myself and the Economic Development Officer were down in the city last week attending a session put on by the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport to help us with attraction, investment, et cetera. So we're working those angles every day and working all of our relationships for the betterment of this community. And then an important milestone to 2024 is obviously the 50th anniversary of this community. So we have a number of things that we'll be rolling out over the next little while, and we're going to try and make this a very special year, not just an event, but an entire year. This will include the official grand opening of TPAL and a number of events that we're working on over the course of the summer. In terms of the administration operating budget, the overall budget is about $4.3 million. Just shy of $2 million of that is subject to taxation. Within that, Treasurer mentioned the OMP grant that is transferred to the town. Staffing costs are obviously one of the key drivers of that budget, but then there are also corporate initiatives. And within that corporate initiatives budget, that is where we look for the majority of things where we can implement council's key priorities. So that's where we fund a lot of those key priorities from council. Next slide talks about the medical clinic. As council previously has directed, the majority of funding will come from casino reserve, casino funds. Hence the reason for the opening tomorrow, where OLG will be in attendance. There is a small amount of this that will come from taxation. The majority of the budget here is for staffing. Deputy CAO has been out working with HR to bring on some nurse practitioners to the payroll, as well as the administrators who will actually manage the building, keep it going daily, and then obviously building overhead, heat, hydro, as well as the lease payment costs. Next slide talks about the beachfront operating budget, just shy of $800,000. Within that budget is a component that will help fund beachfront redevelopment. This can include studies that are required, legal fees required to advance redevelopment, as well as all of the operational components to keep the beachfront going. You will notice zero taxation support, as there are significant revenues generated from the beachfront that help offset all of these costs. Within the council budget, the biggest line item is staffing and council remuneration. We've taken a line-by-line item review here to ensure that we're tracking expenses this year and that everything is as prudent and as fiscally responsible as possible. I will note we are very pleased that the expenses to the Integrity Commissioner have dropped significantly over the past year. With respect to the economic development operating budget, excuse me, approximately $543,000. One of the biggest chunks there, obviously staffing. In addition to staffing, are partnership fundings, and this is something that the town has invested in for many, many years. These are dollars that the municipality looks to leverage partnerships with RTO7, Simcoe County, and other tourism groups throughout the province and throughout the country. Typically, every dollar that the town spends brings back $2 to $3 in return, and we leverage that with provincial dollars. So this is a good news story. Wayfinding signage, we've got money in the 2024 budget to continue the rollout of all the wayfinding signs throughout town, which will include some new gateway entry features that are desperately needed within our community. They're looking a little rugged. Excuse me. Special events is very important to our community. It helps us bring life and draw people to our town, which ultimately helps all of our businesses. Operating budget of about $1 million, taxable support of about $740,000. So that's a bucket of money that helps put on all of the events that many of us enjoy throughout the year. As I mentioned earlier, for 2024, because of the 50th anniversary, we have added some additional money. We are hopeful that council will be in agreement that some of that could come from the casino revenues to put on some significant events throughout 2024 for our community, and very small capital expenditures from some equipment that our team needs. Policing budget, as the treasurer mentioned earlier, this is somewhat out of our control. The police budget has increased year over year by 5.1%. Embedded within that are, you see, our overtime costs. So things like car rallies and the additional police force that comes here to protect our residents. and ensure peace and order and everyone is safe, that lands in the overtime budget. So we will be working with the OPP to try and get a line-by-line breakdown so that we can pinpoint exactly what that event has been costing this municipality over the years. There is a couple-year lag, so the numbers you're seeing here in 2024 are actually a couple years old. So the fees for this year's policing services for the H2OI event, we won't see that for a couple years. And I'll pass it over to Corporate Services.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. CAO, and we are moving out now to the corporate services budget, but just before we do, I would like to come back to your question, Mayor, and respond to that. So the general reserves, what we have that we're drawing on in the budget, we have for wastewater, water and wastewater projects, we have 4.4 million, and so our water sewer user fees, they always contribute to the reserve, and then we pull from those reserves for big projects. So we have some large projects there that you'll hear about in the later presentations. We also have the Sunnydale School Gymnasium project. We were partnering with the education government for that project, and there's 2.5 million coming from reserves for that project. There are about 3.5 million approximately of draws from reserve for both in-year replacement vehicles, but also we are still carrying over large amounts from prior years' budgets for vehicles that have been ordered but not yet delivered, and they'll be delivered in '24. So that's a carryover, and carryovers flow through the reserve year after year. We have some small storm drainage costs of about 200,000, and then we have our draws from our casino revenues of about 370, 400,000 and around there. So those are the major factors that are in the general reserves that we'll be drawing on. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Before we move on to the next section, I'll just ask if there's any questions or comments from members of council. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, thank you, through the mayor. That was my first comment, was were we going to have an opportunity after each department presentation to ask questions. But going back to policing for a moment, which is the highest percentage of our tax base, and I know you indicated that the last car rally at least has not yet gone into effect, but my understanding was, I think it was last year, that every 4 years they accumulate that overtime or those additional costs, and then it's spread over the next 4 years. So at what point in the 4 years? My original understanding is that we reset last year for the next 4 years, which means the 2 previous rallies would have been in that amount. And that this last rally, which was a considerable expense to the taxpayer, that will be approximately 3 years taken into account and then spread over the 4 years after that. Is that correct?
Through Mayor Smith, it's difficult to give you an exact answer because when we receive the bill from the police, we do not get a line-by-line breakdown. So there's no line item that says this is for car rallies. We are interpolating some of the data and assuming that those costs are embedded in overtime. But we will be asking the OPP to provide a line-by-line breakdown so that we can understand the true cost of those events. With the contract that Council has supported and that is now in the hands of the OPP, it does say that we have the ability to request that kind of line-by-line data reporting, so we will be doing that, and we'll have to circle back with you because we just don't have the answer to that question today.
All right, anyone else? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking through, are we able to ask deep dive questions in terms of line-by-line items? Is that okay? Okay.
Our staff are prepared to answer anything you have.
Awesome. Okay, so you have a huge portfolio, obviously, in the CAO's office. So just to sort of go to the first one, the advertising revenue which is, oh, they're not numbered. On the administration and communications page, the budget is 0. Last year was $501. What is that item, the advertising revenue? If you could answer, please.
So sorry, we're trying to get you the answer. We have a line item of $25,000 for advertisements. Is that the line item you're referring to?
Sorry, just looking at the first page is council in your section.
Yes.
First page is council. The second page is administration and communications.
Yes.
And then there's an item there in the first section, advertising revenue.
Advertising revenue,
Oh, okay.
$500, and not 0.
I'm going to let the treasurer see if she can answer that one.
Do you want to turn your speaker?
Thank you, through your worship. That would have just been some miscellaneous revenue that we received in '23 that we normally don't budget for year over year. So it's probably a one-time revenue. I'm not specifically sure what the $500 is in relation to for '23, but it's not a regular revenue that we have year over year.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you for that. And the reason why that sort of popped for me is I think that there's, money available to really be looked at in terms of advertising and promotion and cross-promotion and signage. And I just sort of flagged a few different ones throughout your portfolio, whether it's the beachfront. Councillor Timms and I were speaking of this earlier. There's some signage down there right now that's advertising a corporation that currently we're not generating any revenue from. And I think we've got opportunities there to increase revenue to sort of help to offset some of these costs. I did like to see in there, that same page, further down to the bottom is portable signs with an investment of $10,000. Is that some of the non-digital print signs that we see throughout the community to help advertise and promote our events?
Yeah, through Mayor Smith, and I'll just circle back on your first question. So we are absolutely looking for opportunities to raise sponsorship dollars. That can include special events. I know our team with Candace and Lisa are actively trying to raise money to offset the capital cost of these events for our community. Something that many communities do, and we're going to be pushing hard on that. And you're absolutely right. On signage, we've previously looked at potentially for gateway features, the opportunity to have companies come up and they'll actually pay for signs and give you a certain amount of time on the signs. Easier said than done in Wasaga Beach. That's something that is very common in the GTA. Market's a little more challenging up here to do that kind of thing, but we are actively looking into it. And then the comment about the portable signs. So the idea there is to look at investing in a few portable signs that the town would control to help us advertise and communicate the great things that are going on at key gateways to town. So I've been actually looking into what some other municipalities are doing. You don't necessarily have to buy these signs. There are companies that will lease these at a nominal rate to a municipality, and they'll help you with the artwork and pull the messaging together. So we're looking at those opportunities, again, so that we can communicate what's going on in our community, because that's always a challenge that we hear.
Thank you. I just have a couple more. Thank you for that information. Looking at the beachfront rental properties page, there is a decrease in the rental of commercial properties over what was the actual of 2023 being $580,000 to this year being $524,000. Can you explain what the difference is because of?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. That's a difficult one to predict, and there were a number of leases coming due. So Giuliano, who is the person who's out there trying to get tenants in buildings, he's been working hard. Our hope is that the projection will actually far exceed what you're seeing in this budget. We err on the conservative side. We did discuss the potential opportunities that we have and the potential to actually increase the dollar amounts that we're receiving. So We've gone extremely conservative with our assumptions, but our hope is that we'll actually far exceed that once we renegotiate new leases and get new tenants in buildings. I hope that answers your question.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. And that's great to hear that that's a cautionary number. I know, obviously with renting the former Dome space to the Beach Bar brought in significant revenue, and but we also lost those buildings where Funnel Tunnel was, right? So unfortunately, as we go up, we also go down. So I can appreciate that. And I just wanted to comment as well about the food truck rental income. Not only did Giuliano do a phenomenal job in pulling in that revenue to be able to offset the investment costs of activating that space, it's nice to see that you're projecting an increase with that. Are you thinking that the rental increase will increase per unit, or are you thinking to add more units?
Yeah, through the mayor, the space is limited, so we'll likely keep the same amount of trucks, but the capital cost to actually enable that to occur is paid for. So 2024, the revenue that we generate from the food trucks, it's all positive cash flow. So those can remain there up until the point where we're ready to redevelop that land. So I do think that is a really good news story, and kudos to Giuliano. He did an amazing job at delivering that for the community. Every time I went by there this summer, it was full of life and activation. So given it was a blank spot, I think we've done well to bring some life there.
I think it's important to note that although we had those blue buildings were there, and we were getting some revenue from the old McDonald's building, if you will, I think that when we look at the capital expenditure for those old buildings versus the income versus having that blank slate today in the food trucks, I think we're well ahead of the game. So again, kudos to Giuliano and to staff in general for doing that, but it's a great point, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Looking at that same page still, the part-time wages, we see quite a boost, $27,550. What do you attribute that to specifically? I see that there's obviously the increase in the maintenance and the janitorial services of the beachfront properties, which is a well-qualified expense. We want our residents and visitors to have a great experience. But what do you see that part-time wages being a part of? If I could, please.
If I may, through your worship, I believe this is the annualization, the position, the part-time wages. We've extended some of them, I think, into the 24, the dollars. There's more time in the 24 budget than there was, I think, in the 23. So I expect that that's what it is. We did do some reallocation of part-time wages, but and so you can see there under the new employees line, the 75,000 reduction number. And that's where we're reallocating some of those part-time positions that were part of this budget in 23 have now been reallocated to be used in other departments because they weren't activated in 23. You can see the actuals are only 72,000 versus a budget of 150. We didn't end up hiring all of those positions in 23, so we can use them differently in 24, and that's why you see that reallocation number there of 75,000. Does that help answer your question?
And if I could just add to that comment, we heard loud and clear from council, and it's one of your priorities actually is to create a beachfront ambassador program. So our thought was to take some of those seasonal positions and move them under special events so that not only can they give some desperately needed help to our team that's working their fingers to the bone during the summer, but they can also play a part of that role when they're not working on special events. So we thought that made sense to reallocate those to fill the ambassador role, but also support special events.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just one last question. Moving to special events specifically, it's amazing how many events we do in this town, and I think sometimes we lose sight of how many are there, and obviously the significant investment that we make. Just two one question and then a comment. I see under Stonebridge, the Wasaga Beach Blues event, we typically as a community contribute, and it's been decreasing as the years go by and they become more financially independent. I see an allocation of $0 this year. Is it decided that the town is no longer sponsoring that event?
No, through you, Mr. Mayor. What we've done in previous years, the special events budget had carried a few line items related to sponsorship. That included sponsorship of the Stonebridge Blues Festival. So what we've done is we've taken that out of the events budget and we've consolidated all of our sponsorship dollars into one area under the treasurer. We thought that made a lot of sense so that the treasurer can keep an eye on how these dollars are being spent. We're also looking at improving the way that we allocate funding and better track the way dollars are being spent. So the dollars have not been taken out of the budget, they've just been moved to a different department.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that because we do also give out a lot of sponsorship dollars, and as Councillor Timms has mentioned several times, when it comes to the grant funding, to sort of, help to redefine that process to make sure that not only are the funds going where they should be going, but also that the results are being achieved as a result of the taxpayers' investment. Just one last thing, when it comes to the special events budget, I know that we have a priority of doing a strategic plan in regards to special events and really diving deep to make sure that we're doing the right events at the right time with the right allocation of funds. That being said, if that's in the process of being done, does it make sense from a budget perspective to instead of, when it comes time to approve the final budget, rather than doing line by line by line, itemized and broken out for events, to rather instead just approve a dollar amount so that then you can work with your team to then define that based on the strategic plan results?
Absolutely, and I'm glad you raised that. That's exactly what we were thinking to do, is create a bucket for special events. At an upcoming meeting of the Committee of Council, the Tourism and Economic Development Committee, I believe there will be a motion put on the floor to strike a working committee to look at special events and come up with a revised special event strategy for the town. And you're absolutely right in your comments. We need to look at every event and decide which are the ones that we really want to invest in and grow, and which ones can bring the best economic return to our community. So that's a process that will start fairly soon. I don't know if all of those events will stay on the ultimate list by the time we get through that or not. They're all wonderful events, but a lot of, when you look at provincial funding through Celebrate Ontario as an example, a condition of getting that funding is that you're showing that you're actually growing something. It's not just to keep the status quo. So that will be a lens that we look at and really focus hard on what we can grow and realize the best economic return on. So glad you raised that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. And I think to add to that comment that you just made about Celebrate Ontario and the province in general, that isn't a new rule. That is a rule that's been in place for a long time, that if we're going to continue to give you money, you need to show that you're improving upon this. And we have later on in the agenda some events that have come this morning, and that we will, I think there may be some comments or have been pulled, but these are, some events have been here a long time, and we're still continuing to fund these. And so to the Deputy Mayor's point, I've been saying this for many years, that we need to find ways to generate revenues outside of tax dollars. And special events in Wasaga Beach, although it is vitally important to our community and our tourism industry, we absolutely need to find ways to do that. We're looking at $1 million this year of cost, 750 roughly, that is taxation. I think it's important that the public know that we are working hard to be able to find ways to reduce that to their benefit. So, Councillor White, did you have something?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Thanks for allowing this deep dive. This is awesome. I do have a question for the CAO with regards to the beachfront development and just an understanding of the terminology. Under the beachfront development, there is one that's called redevelopment costs. So in 2022, Council of the Day spent $280,000. We approved a budget for 23 for 130,000, but only 4,600 was spent. So what's classified? Because the beachfront does seem to get continuous improvement, but yet I'm not seeing it here in that line. So what does that line represent?
Thank you. Through the mayor. So that funding was intended for design costs for Festival Square. Again, we're going to know more over the coming weeks and months how the beachfront will shape up. We do envision that there will be some form of public square down there. So that's what those dollars are for.
Carry on, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if the $130,000 budget was designed for Event Square planning, what was the, and this is kind of crazy, you might not know this, but what was the $280,000 spent on in 2022? Because we weren't designing Festival Square then.
I'm going to let the treasurer take that because that predates me being in this chair.
Thank you, through your worship, to Councillor White. In the 280,000, we had to demolish some of the buildings, so there's about $80,000 in there for that. I can't honestly recall the remaining 200,000, but it was related to activities that we did down on the beachfront, and I can come back with an answer for you on that at a later date. Thank you.
Anything else, Councillor? All right, Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, through your worship. Back to events for a moment, and certainly this year it was pretty exciting on a couple of events that we held and saw the potential of the kind of draw that we should really expect, given you know, the unique property that the events are conducted on. But to your point about qualifying for funds, whether it's from the town or province, I do think we really need to look at not just that we approve an event and the operational aspect of an event, but that there has to be some kind of measurement or identification of growth or contribution to the community. And I'm not going to mention specific events, but I will tell you that our investment dollars, even given the number of participants in an event, in some cases make no sense. And I can't say, you know, exactly why some of those decisions were made or ongoing, but to that point is, you know, the economic impact or benefit to our community should be, for the most part, directly related to what we would fund. But, you know, with the 50th anniversary, you know, there may be exceptions to that rule. But in general, what I've seen is that we do a great job to ensure that they're meeting the operational requirement, but the actual contribution or participation is a little nilly-willy, and I think we're depending on the organizer to provide us information that may not be statistically correct. So I think there's an opportunity.
Agree wholeheartedly.
All right, anyone else? All right, well now, oh, sorry, Councillor Timms?
I probably just want to add something to what Councillor Belanger said, Your Worship. I feel that when we work on the event strategy, that one of the strategies will be to have an events report and review of the effectiveness of the event. Some events need time to grow, and others we've been doing a long time, and we're getting the same results. So I'm hoping that during the strategy that we can come up with that extra piece, that each event is reviewed carefully, and we do look at the benefits. And sometimes the benefit is really just bringing the community together and not necessarily of great economic impact, and that's very important to us as well, and not to lose sight of that. But I can't wait to get started on that event strategy, because I think it's things have changed over the last decade, and certainly in this town as well. So more of a comment, I'm sorry, rather than a question.
Great comment, Councillor. Don't be sorry. Anyone else? All right, we'll now move on to our fire chief in his new role as manager of corporate services. So this is a different year for you, Chief.
Absolutely.
Carry on.
Good morning, Your Worship, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce the 2024 corporate services budget, as well as the team that's worked very hard to put this together for you. I'm going to begin the presentation with the fire department section, which also includes health and safety and the emergency management program. I'll then pass the microphone over to Director Denise Ellen to cover human resources. Following that presentation, we'll hear from Acting Manager Chris Hodgson with the information technology budget, and then the microphone will be returned to our CFO and Treasurer Jocelyn Lee for Treasury, and we'll wrap up with the Clerk's Department. Director and Clerk Nicole Rubley will cover the Clerk's Department, and her section also includes elections, archives, the Accessibility Advisory Committee, the Historical Advisory Committee, and we will finally wrap up with our Deputy Clerk Laura Borland giving us a presentation on the cemetery budget. If I could have the next slide, please. So to start with the 2024 fire department budget, 2024 will look quite similar to 2023. We'll maintain our core service areas of oversight with administration of the fire department. We continue with our contracted service with the Barrie Fire Department to offer our fire department dispatch services. Our fire code enforcement will include approximately 300 fire safety inspections in the year, as well as we'll deliver about 150 hours of community outreach programming through our public education programs. I anticipate we will respond to about 2,300 emergency responses in 2024, and we will continue to offer our firefighter training and certification programs. Our budget also includes the station and fleet maintenance requirements, as well as the corporate health and safety program, and finally our emergency management program, which includes the municipal emergency response plan and emergency operations center. So on the bottom left-hand side of this slide, you'll see there's a section there for our capital expenditures. There are a few notable ones. The first is a $459,000 transfer to reserve. So this is part of a long-term strategy that we use to help smooth the taxation burden on our residents. So each year we put away money to go towards future purchases that are specifically our large fleet and some of our more expensive capital items, including our self-contained breathing apparatus that the firefighters would wear on their back when they enter a burning structure. We also have the scheduled replacement of a number of personal protective equipment items and our extrication equipment. So the PPE is, there's requirements we have to follow that are industry standards, as well as manufactured recommendations for expiry dates on things like bunker gear, helmets, boots, gloves, and other rescue items. So these items are coming to the end of their expiry date, and there's about $47,000 that are allocated to help with these purchases, and replacement of our older set of auto extrication equipment for $56,000. This is going to replace a set of equipment that was purchased in 2002, so it's 23 years old, and it's no longer serviceable or repairable. Next slide, please. The fire department operating budget will be $4.7 million for next year. This will allow us to maintain our 24/7, 365 service coverage for the town, which includes 2 firefighters on each of our 2 of the fire trucks. So each station will continue to be staffed. We do have scheduled replacement of our what's called the Firehouse RMS. So that's our records management system. It has an interface between our dispatchers and our fire department, and that's where all of the 911 records are kept. It was initially introduced in 2001. So this is a 24-year-old software program that we're using, and it's reached the end of its lifespan as well. It's no longer supported by under the software developers in Canada, and under contract, we're obligated to switch over our RMS system with the City of Barrie Dispatch program, so that's a $75,000 cost. We then have 2 items, our community risk assessment and our master fire plan. They're slightly different. A community risk assessment looks at the current risk today in our community and is intended to educate council on what our risks are. A master fire plan is forward-looking. It looks on the future growth of the town and helps the fire department prepare equipment, staffing, stations as what we're going to need. So we are required under provincial legislation to complete our community risk assessment by July 1st of 2024. So we have a dollar amount stipulated for that assignment. And then our master fire plan, we've split it into two parts. We're going to do a transfer to the reserve in 2024 so that we can complete the master fire plan at the beginning of 2025 and provide that to council for consideration. And as previously mentioned, we do have a staffing request. It is for one full-time probationary firefighter, and it's intended to offset our overtime costs, and it very much is a cost avoidance strategy. We've looked at the last 5 years of our overtime costs related to shift coverage and callbacks, and our average overtime is 3,200 hours across those 5 years. Our maximum year was 6,700. It's very difficult to avoid these hours. So what is being proposed is one full-time equivalent which would act as a float, meaning that they would be able to move between the different platoons with short notice in order to cover approved leaves of absences as well as absences due to training. And I'm quite confident that we can bring down at least a large portion of those overtime costs next year. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you have or pass it on to the next section.
No, this is a big one, Chief, so I think before we pass it on, we're going to open the floor questions or comments from council. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Excuse me, just a couple more of comments. For your 75th anniversary celebration, that was such a tremendous event, and to see that the Deputy Chief was able to pull that significant event and very successfully attended event for such an affordable price, under budget and under $2,000 is tremendous. So please pass along my appreciation of that. And also, too, to speak to the point of the Treasurer's comment of the insurance costs, right? Look at your insurance alone has gone up $16,610. So, you know, some of these things that are impacting the increases are completely out of our control, unfortunately, for our taxpayers. But other than that, I have no questions, just the two comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Timms?
Also, just a comment, I really applaud looking at that cost saving with the overtime and bringing on full-time staff. There's other benefits as well, obviously, with not overtaxing people that already put in a lot of hours under great stress at times. So I think all of our departments could probably benefit by having that kind of a look. Thank you.
Great comment, Councillor. Thank you. Anyone else have anything to say or comment or question? Councillor Belanger? Really? All right. I do have a couple of comments and a question. Chief, the fire master plan. I recall from 2014 to 18 we were working on that, and my understanding is we were very close to completing that. And I'm hearing now that we're still not done. What's been the holdup, and when do you anticipate that being done? Because my understanding has always been that that's a very important part and very important information and a telling tale that's going to help you and your department as we go forward to make sure we're prepared for what's going to be needed.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe we're talking about two different assignments here. I believe you're speaking about the community wellness plan, which I thought was a collaboration between multiple municipalities and led by the OPP.
No, I was speaking specifically of the fire master plan for the town of Wasaga Beach. So is this an upgrade to what we already have?
No, so the town has never had a master fire plan, so unfortunately I'm not sure what you're referring to, although I'll go back and have another look. I know that the request for a master fire plan initially got brought up in budget talks way back in I believe it was 2012. However, we haven't been able to move forward with it to this point. So that's what we're trying to get our first master fire plan put in place.
So then my comment to council is, I think that this really does require support. I think it's a very important document, if you will, that we require in the municipality. So I think that's important, so thank you. I'll also note that in 2014 to 18, when I was mayor, we hired, I believe, 5 new firefighters because of the situation that firefighters were faced with in working alone in some stations. So we made that happen very quickly, and I'm very proud and happy that we did, because we see a whole new attitude, if you will, a much better morale within that department, which is great and deserved. We had discussions back then, and I'm hearing it again today, that the amount of dollars that taxpayers are now having to spend in overtime because, again, there's a shortage, and so we're constantly calling someone else in. Having another firefighter that can fill that role is a brilliant idea, so I thank you for thinking about that as well. And if there's no other questions or comments from council, we'll move along. You can quit sweating.
So I think we
Chief.
can turn to the next slide, and I'll pass it over to Denise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I forgot there is one more slide here. Not a great one, but it does show that about 97% of our budget is reliant on the tax base. But as you can see, the vast majority of the fire department's budget is related to staffing. I can end on that note.
I would have just skipped right over that if I was you, Chief.
Thank you. Good luck, Denise.
Denise.
Well, now that he's warmed you up, good morning, Your Worship and Council. I'm pleased to present the Human Resources budget for 2024. I'll start with a quick overview of what we're responsible for, and that is recruitment, compensation, which also includes job evaluation and market reviews, labor relations and employee relations, which would include collective bargaining and investigations, payroll and benefits. The payroll function actually just recently transferred from the Treasury Department to Human Resources. We also are responsible for staff policies and procedures development, employee engagement, which would include wellness, and we also have a new health and safety officer that's joined the team, staff training, and also performance management. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the total operating budget requested is $956,000, and this would be to support our existing level of service. It also would support legal fees relating to employee and labor relations, in addition to negotiations. Our collective agreements expire for the Wasaga Beach Professional Firefighters Association. It expires on December 31st of this year, and our QP contract with the town expires on December 31st of next year. Including extra support would be provided for the market compensation review, which is driven by policy, and any sort of pay equity adjustments that result from the market review, which is driven by is a legislative requirement. And also, we're trying to establish a better corporate leadership training program. And as far as capital requests for the budget, it would be $13,000, and that is for the 2 new staff that have floated under Human Resources, just office and computer costs. And the final slide, thank you, demonstrates that the budget variance from the HR budget request to what's supported through taxation is $60,000, and this is primarily driven from the staffing cost and also the job evaluation, the compensation review, contract negotiations, and pay equity adjustments. I do have a staff request for a student, which I've had in the past, and this is to support records management and digitalizing our files for 2024. That's my overview. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions or comments, Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through you, the mayor. A few things with human resource, and certainly we have talked about a culture of excellence and, wanting to treat our staff extremely well. We've implemented quite a few new things this year. But how do we measure productivity and not that it's a concern. I will tell you, I believe we're a very lean organization and we need to shore up some areas, but we've introduced a lot of technology. We've introduced some new initiatives with flexible work and all that. And how are we measuring that? And one of the things I've had dialogue with before in previous life, where we did both random and ongoing attitude surveys as well, because what gets measured gets done. And I think we've done a lot of things that are going to generate a very positive story and result, but I'm not sure if we have the mechanisms in place to effectively measure it. So I don't know if you can speak to that or not.
Thank you. Through your worship, absolutely. We should be measuring, and we have started a process through the CAO with engagement with staff. We've had some town hall meetings. There's another one scheduled very shortly. In addition, we will be engaging some surveys as well thereafter, so that there is a marked measurement of morale and those sorts of things. We have been tracking, so we have made some major changes. We've amended our work week and also implemented a flexible work arrangement, which has been resoundingly appreciated by staff. And so we will be working towards monitoring things like overtime and how that's been impacted. And so far, I'm pleased to say I don't believe there's been a marked change. So, management has been coming back, and we've had lots of dialogue as well about productivity.
Ed, Councillor?
Just to follow up, and I can't speak for other councillors, but a shout out to our leadership team, because I can't tell you how many residents have come to me and indicated that there's a difference when they come in and deal with our town hall team. And it's a positive difference. It seems to be that some of the things we have initiated have generated, a positive result, and I think it's being recognized within our community. So, congratulations.
Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Noting in here just two items, there's the legal has gone up significantly in your projections. Is that related to the collective bargaining?
Through your worship, yes, it is directly related to that.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow up, can you explain the salary adjustment compensation review? Significant investment of the $100,000. Could you just sort of give a little bit of context around that, please?
Happily. Through your worship, we have allocated money so that once the review has been completed, typically there's some positions that might move up into a different grade. So that's to provide for that ability to move those positions accordingly, so that we can establish a ladder chart that will be very market competitive. In the past, we haven't been able to allocate the sufficient funds, and it took a couple of years to actually phase it in, and so we're trying to get ahead of that. I think with our change of the work week, we are in a more competitive position, so we think the impact to implement any sort of additional changes will be within that mark.
Thank you. And that makes me so excited to hear that, right? Because as we've talked about at this table before, competitiveness in the labor market is so critical, because we hear this also at county. Every council, each municipality are struggling in trying to secure quality talent, because it's actually imperative for the health and the function of a community and a municipality. So I'm really glad to see that we're making that investment in order to stay competitive and ahead of everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I'm really happy to hear this report, Denise, and just now that, we're allocating that $100,000 so as that we can be prepared when those changes come to make them happen. I've been in business for almost 40 years, and I can tell you that any organization or corporation is only as good as its people. And it's why this council is focused, laser focused on creating, along with the leadership team, a culture of excellence. It's needed, it's deserved by our residents. I think it's expected by our residents. And it's not an easy task, because in this day and age, attracting quality people is difficult. And I'm happy to say and proud to say that I've been hearing whispers out there that Wasaga Beach may be the place to work now. because we have made positive changes, and we do listen to our people. You know, what folks have to understand is that when we look at this budget, a lot of this budget is in place because it is legislatively required. It's not a choice of council, it's not a choice of the leadership team, or the taxpayer for that matter. These are many things that we have to do and we're required to do under law. And we've got a great leadership team that we've developed. We've got amazing staff. I can tell you, walking through the halls of this building, it brings joy to my heart to hear laughter and to see people who are happy and doing the best they can do. To hear, as Councillor Belanger has from residents, that they see a change, and it is a positive change. That tells me that we're on the right track, and that starts with these folks at the table, and it goes down from there. Change starts at the top, and I'm happy to see that. So although we're hearing some big numbers, and we're hearing numbers that aren't always favorable, I think it's important to point out that they're an absolute must if we're going to continue to accomplish good things and make Wasaga Beach the best place we possibly can to live, work, learn, and play. All right. Oh, Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to refer to a comment we had recently where we have had a number of positions where we've been recruiting, and because of the cost of housing, candidates have ultimately not accepted the positions. And when we look at the challenges with doctor recruitment and some of the creative things that we're trying to do to get doctors, I would just say some of the positions within our municipality are probably just as critical as having a doctor, sometimes very specialized requirements. So not necessarily for this budget, but going forward, we may have to look at some creative ways to make sure that we're recruiting the absolute best people, and that we're able to do whatever is required if it is a very specialized need. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, who's next?
Thank you, Your Worship. Next, we have our Manager of IT, Chris Hodgson, with the IT budget.
Chris, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Council. The Information Technology budget, or the IT budget, provides internal and external services. The main focus is on internal customer services to support users, maintain the network infrastructure, and ensure security is achieved through work with an external service provider and in-house staff. Maintenance of the town website provides information to external customers. And the main cost driver for the IT department are staffing, external service providers, web maintenance, and capital equipment. The capital programs for the 2024 budget include increasing the town's CCTV security cameras. We want to add some additional digital displays. So circling back on what the Deputy Mayor was saying, this could be some potential for some advertising revenue. We're hoping to put some televisions, Town Hall, Public Works, and the Recplex, where we can easily display information for the public about events. If there's a message, say, that the mayor or the council want to get out, we can play videos, as well as potential advertising revenue. Increasing public access to information through the availability of on-site computers. So there's the talk of putting a public computer in the building and planning area, so that when the public come in, they're able to access CityView and other applications if they don't have a home computer, as well as a tablet down in the bylaw if they want to come in and do a bylaw ticket or do a bylaw complaint in-house, and they can have assistance from staff while they're there. Excuse me. Staff continue to maintain the asset disposals and life cycle requirements for computers, network servers, and cell phones. The capital budget reflects $84,000 for equipment. Each year, the budget includes a contribution to the IT reserves to prepare for years ahead when major life cycle costs are necessary. This helps to smooth out the tax impact in a specific year and maintain an even more distributions of costs. And the IT operation budget total is $755,000. $602,000 of the budget is tax supported. There's a smaller amount of external revenues from tower leases in the amount of $13,000. The remaining revenues are internal transfers from other departments with external revenues that use the IT services. The main cost for the operating budget is staffing, which represents 64% of the total cost. The managed computer service is the next largest, which is 22% of the total budget. 7% of the budget is spent on software and license maintenance, with the remaining 7% covering general operating costs. And that concludes the IT presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chris. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Belanger. I know you didn't put your hand up, but I'm sure you have a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. Obviously, we've gone through a period of time where we had some real concerns about the security of our networks and data, and we haven't heard a lot of updates lately. I'm assuming that we're in pretty good shape, but what wasn't mentioned was the training of our IT staff, and this is a very dynamic industry where technologies are changing and threats are changing. So if it is reflected in the budget, maybe you could just elaborate a little on what investment we make at keeping both our security and our IT team up to speed.
Yep, there is money in the budget for training, whether that's taking online courses, going to seminars, going to events. There's two big events that happen every year. There's a MISA conference that we attend, and then there's actually a security conference that we attend where we can speak with vendors, talk with other municipalities. I do actually attend a bi-monthly, like twice, a couple times a year, meeting with other managers within the County of Simcoe where we talk and discuss whatever trends people are seeing and other things. And then we also have our third-party service provider that's providing our external security. So we work with them, and they keep us afoot of things and changes in that. And then we have our regular blogs and other items that we follow just to stay attuned. We're always reading and always investigating and looking at new technology and new threats.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Under the item of equipment, computer, and office equipment, council is listed as a $14,500 increase. Could you sort of explain what that investment is in particular? Thank you.
So those were two line items. We wanted to purchase a portable streaming system that we can set up, whether it's if we need to do meetings in the back room. And then the remaining money was going to be for acoustic panels for the council chambers, just to help with the audio in here. I wasn't aware if that was still in a line item. I thought I was told it was removed, but maybe Jocelyn can correct me if I'm wrong, but.
It's through your worship, it's possible that we still have some adjustments to make in draft 2 with regards to the specific details for the council budget.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm happy to hear that we're making investment in the quality of sound in this room, because you do get a fair bit of feedback from residents that are trying to engage and watch online when they're hearing muffly mics or hard Ps in speaking. So already the investments that we've made in changing the software, you can see how much the experience has changed on the website, just in viewing the agenda and being able to also see the streaming video encased with that as well. So I'm all in support of anything that helps our community to stay in touch with what's going on within this room. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other questions or comments? All right. Seeing none, I will just comment that I think it is important that we are keeping our IT staff up to speed and that they are being trained well, and happy to hear that that has been built into to these costs, and it will continue. I lived through a ransomware issue here at the town, and I fully understand how we got there. We simply didn't do the basics we should have been doing. And so I want to ensure that our IT department today is on top of this and making sure that that doesn't happen again. Now, never 100%. And of course, now that I've said that, tomorrow we'll have a problem. But I'm confident today that they are on top of that, and we are making sure that things are done and done well. So I appreciate the work you and your team do, Chris. Thank you. Madam Treasurer?
Thank you, Your Worship, and perhaps I could just add, we do have later in the fall a meeting scheduled for closed session with the managed service provider. They'll be coming forward and providing some update reports to council to give you some insight. So that will be coming, I believe it is either late October or November. Thank you.
That's very good to hear. That should be very interesting, and again, I appreciate that because it'll put council's mind at ease, I am sure. All right, we'll move on to the next victim. Who is it? Oh, it's the CFO, all right. No pressure.
Okay, so the Treasury budget. Well, first we'll talk about some of the services that we provide. We provide our services both to the internal staff and to the public. Within Treasury Administration, we have the customer service counter, where we assist our taxpayers and with their tax and water accounts, and we also process financial transactions for other departments as well. The year-end financial statements are prepared by the department staff in preparation for the annual audit. We have quarterly financial information brought forward to council, and we have monthly internal statements that are distributed to budget holders to help them with their financial management responsibilities. Some of the major cost drivers for the Treasury budget are the staffing, financial software, and interest expense costs. And the Treasury Department is focused on a couple of efficiency improvement projects. The first one is the new virtual town hall portal site that will launch in the fall of 2023, and we will see the first real benefits in 2024 of that new site. The portal site will provide taxpayers the opportunity to register an account, and that account will allow them to see their water and tax accounts, make a payment, see transactions and statements, and we'll have links to other town services such as the building, planning, and recreation. So it's like a one-stop portal access for residents to access electronically. The second project is one of moving the accounts payable process to an electronic process. This project has launched with 2 departments participating so far, and we're still tweaking some of the efficiency gains to this new system. And as we do, we will advance the project out to other departments in the future. So the revenues that are net of reserves and internal transfers, we have our main, some of our main investments include interest and dividend payments that are related to the note receivable with WDI, which is our hydro company. We have penalties and interests that we collect. We also have investment interests that we earn on our GICs and investments that we hold, as well as interest earned on our bank accounts. We have user fees that come from tax certificate requests and tax statements, and sometimes, occasionally, we have grant revenues. For 2024, the total revenues that are net of reserves and internal transfers is $2.3 million. The expenditures for Treasury in total are $1.8 million. The major cost is related to staffing, and that represents 76% of the budget. There is one new permanent part-time position, which is 3 days per week, for an accounts payable assistant, and this is due to the large volume of processing, which was previously assigned to one individual, and we needed assistance to help maintain not only the accounts payable, but as well the accounts receivable. The next 2 highest costs for our budget, which is 14% of the budget, that includes postage and interest expense. Our postage costs are high because we mail out our tax bills and our water bills, so that is what drives that cost. And the interest expense relates to the cost of having online payment services, so all the different online payment options we have. We have third-party service providers that we have to pay for, and as well, we have credit card payment fees that we are at this time absorbing. We do have a small amount of revenue included in the Treasury budget for the 2% credit card fee. However, we haven't put a full amount into that yet for 2024, as we're still trying to work out the technology of being able to actually charge that 2%. So that's still a work in process. And then the remaining costs for the admin, audit, and financial software, they make up the balance of the budget, which is about 10% of the budget. And so as a result of the investment revenues and the department budget, it produces a surplus of about $500,000, and this surplus is used to help offset the total taxation for the town. So that concludes, oh, sorry, no, I got one more slide. I have to talk about the debt. So the town's debt carrying costs for both principal and interest reflects costs for these 5 requirements. We still have beachfront properties debt, and that is $822,000 annually. There is a debenture for streetlights that were purchased a few years ago, and that costs $265,000 per year. Prior year fire truck purchase has a cost of $110,000, and the Main Street Bridge rehabilitation project that carries at a cost of $642,000. And then the debt carrying cost expected for 2024 for the TPAL building is $985,000. So our total annual carrying cost for all requirements is $2.8 million, and the total annual repayment limit that we are permitted to carry as per the province's allocation to the town, which is $9.7 million. So we are using about 29% of our total available debt borrowing capacity. And that concludes the Treasury budget. If there's any questions.
Questions or comments from members of council? Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the CFO. Yeah, so just back to the credit card 2% fee thing. So if I recall, we were spending about $200,000 a year on this in the previous, when we discussed this last time, and we discussed about reclaiming those fees. But I'm looking here in the budget, you're projecting to maybe only collect somewhere around $10,000 in this. Is that because people are migrating away from credit card fees, or is it because we just lack the ability to get that revenue?
Through your worship, it's a combination of reasons. Number one, as you start to charge for the fee, you have the question of, will people use it less? So you're not sure what you're going to earn. Not sure at what point in time during the year we're going to be able to actually start charging the fee. So if it's only the last quarter of 2024, well, we're not going to collect a lot of fee revenue. Having so many unknowns and not having a full understanding of the impact of how much it would change people's habits, we haven't put a lot of revenue into the budget. Could that number be higher? Yes, it probably could. I've gone very conservative.
Thank you, Justin. Go ahead, Councillor.
You, Councillor? No, I'm just curious. Thank you, Your Worship. So I do see that I'm assuming that the interest and service charges line in the expenditures of your budget represents mostly these credit card and dealing with these fees?
Through your worship, yes, it's both the credit card fee as well as the cost to have online payment providers, which is a fairly significant cost as well.
So that is going down year over year in your projections. So is that likely due to the trends, or is that normal to see that come down after the pandemic?
Through your worship, I'm just looking at the number now on the table.
Well, actually, your budget was for $130,000, and year-to-date August 31st was $141,000, so I'm assuming maybe it's not coming down.
Yeah, so it hasn't come down in the current year. And I went back and I looked at the year-to-date 2023 number with there were some adjustments in there that I pulled out. And when I looked at that, I felt the 133,000 for 2024 was a reasonable estimate. So I did look at the actuals and some of the detail of the actual, and there was some costs in there, I think, that were not specific related to that. They were one time. So I've adjusted it for 2024 to a level that I think is reasonable. So that's the 132,000.
Thank you.
All right, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, love hearing about the online portal because we have so many seasonal residents, right? We need to make it as easy as possible to get their funds for their taxes or for their billing. Have you considered in that online portal to also provide opportunity when we do things like the Mayor's Golf Tournament or special events, if we're increasing sponsorship, where people are able to go online and make their payment? And the reason why I ask that is because I worked with a couple of businesses, some folks, some investors in town, and they contributed a significant sponsorship to the Mayor's Golf Tournament. And one lived in the GTA, and he physically had to travel to Town Hall in order to make his payment. He wasn't able to do it over the phone with a credit card. So just to make it an ease for sponsorships, as well as also event tickets, right? When we're doing concerts like April Wine, to almost be able to have my digital portal as a resident, be able to go on, pick my tickets I want to buy, pay my taxes, pay my water. Are you thinking to do that?
Thank you, through your worship. So we are looking at some improved payment opportunities, and we've done the basic payments for taxes and water as the starting point, but we are looking at expanding that. With regards to tickets, generally you use another site to actually handle the ticket, so we use ShowPass, but the link to that site, which would make it seem the same to the user, they would just log into their portal, click on the link for purchasing tickets, and they would be transferred automatically to the ShowPass site. So it would seem streamlined to the user. However, the actual portal itself isn't the one that's transacting for that particular type of activity. So we will be able to do those things. I think by the end of the year, we'll have been able to expand the services and make that full site able to handle many, many different types of activities. But we're starting with the basics as we launch it out, and then we'll improve upon it as we go.
Thank you. I'm so happy to hear that. I think any way that we can automate makes it so much easier. The other question I had is, you're investing about $110,000 annually between postage and shipping. So is there any thought around incentivizing residents to move to an online notification? You know, just much as we do with WDI, they really pushed moving on to an online billing system. Are we looking to do anything like that as well, to just get that cost down?
Through your worship, so we do have online billing systems in place right now. And we have a number of our residents who do receive their bills through the online system. We do promote that through our water bill flyer that goes out. We promote it there, and I believe they are promoting it on this new portal site as well. I think the portal site makes it easier to sign up for some of these types of things, whether it be PAP payments or online billing. So the portal site will help encourage that as well. So we do try to promote it as much as we can, but out of the 14,000 households that receive water and tax bills, probably I'm estimating 1.5, probably 1,500 or so are on online billing. I don't think there's a lot more past that yet. So we've got a long ways to go. And certainly, all the residents who move to online billing, that helps bring that cost down for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I've got a lot to say today, being a little annoying. I think it's...
For the record, Deputy Mayor, you said that. Not
I
me.
did.
Okay,
I'm
good,
putting it out
thank you.
there. But I just think, like, not only just from an economic position, but also environmentally, right? This council and this leadership team has said that we're trying to be as green as possible, and so another tree falls in the forest every time we're sending out this plethora of paperwork and mailing. So I think if we could put our creative juices around some sort of, really active communicated program to try to get as many residents as possible onto the online. Maybe we offer a contest or some kind of thing, but really push that message, I think will save us both environmentally and financially. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none. I just have one item, and it was again to the credit cards. Can you just give me a better understanding as to why we're not there yet? What is the issue? And so currently people can still use their credit card, correct?
Yes, Your Worship. Payments can be made by credit card, and the town is currently absorbing the fee. When you do the 2% charge, there is a requirement to show the 2% charge that right on the receipt that comes out of the PIN pad machine, the payment machine. Our TD is our who we have our front counter PIN pad machines with. Their software has not yet been upgraded to be able to print that right on that receipt. And so until you're able to print it, you're not able to charge it. And so there are certain compliance requirements if you're going to charge the 2% fee. We will be able to, the new portal that we're launching has the ability to charge the fee, but you don't want to have it being charged if you pay through the website, but if you come into our front counter, we can't charge you the 2% fee. It's got to be every payment of credit card has to be the same. So until we get the TD machines brought up to date, which we have been following up with them regularly, and we're not getting a response other than it's coming, and they are working on it. So that is our delay.
So perhaps call them and tell them it's a bank charge, and I bet you they'll have that fixed tomorrow. All right, thank you very much, Jocelyn. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, does anyone here need a bio break? No? Staff? We're good? All right, then we'll carry on.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. Well, now I'm pleased to present to Council the 2024 Legislative Services Budget. As we see on the screen, some of the responsibilities within this department, records management, of course, being a big one, and the privacy of records, council meeting management, including agendas, minutes, preparation, policy advice, we provide that within all departments within the corporation, vital statistics, including marriage ceremonies, death registration. We provide the cemetery operation management, and we provide claim management for the insurance program. For committee oversight, we provide committee assistance for all committees within the organization, and we have Laura that acts as our staff liaison for the Accessibility Advisory Committee as well. Next slide. So the operational cost of this division includes administrative cost, records, staffing, archive services, and of course the committees, as I discussed. And the capital costs include costs for mobility mats, which you've seen on the beachfront, and technology upgrades, which is just a minor cost. The electronic software project has been initiated in a phased approach. So we have a project scope for records management that we provided to the senior leadership team on Friday. The first phase is updating all policies and bylaws with regards to records. And then in 2024, we want to purchase the electronic management software program. So we're excited to be able to get that out as an RFP and get that up and running for 2024. 2025 will be an evaluation of the records management system, how it's operating, and any tweaks that need to be made will be made at that time. The other notable impact for the 2024 budget is an increase in the transfer to reserves for the election. So with inflation, we're seeing all costs go up, and that includes the administration of the election. We will be looking for shared service opportunities with other municipalities when we're looking at procurement of tabulators, And a report will come to council in the next year or two on what the methods will be for the 2026 election. And of course, we're continuing efforts in modernizing efficiencies and creating the new policies and processes. A few that will be coming to you in November will be the sale of surplus property and our notice policy as well. And the next slide. So the operations budget for the Clerks Division and Archive Services is $773,000. It's illustrated by that blue line. And then the orange bar demonstrates the cost that's supported by taxation. And of course, our mighty division of 4 staff is the cost driver for the operational budget. And I will now turn it over to our Deputy Clerk, who will go over the cemetery budget.
Thank you, Nicole. Good morning, members of council. So the cemetery operations cost approximately $82,000, with $13,000 being supported through taxation. Within the capital budget, there is a budget ask of $72,000 for the installation of 2 new columbariums, with some of the cost being covered from the cemetery reserve. This request is due to the increase of cremations over traditional full burial funerals. In May of this year, the town installed its 6th columbarium, and it is anticipated that it will be sold out by the end of 2023 or early 2024. So of the 48 units that come in those columbariums, we have about 10 left already, and that's only been in the last 6 months. So it is a higher trend, and so we're looking to add those 2 for next year, and that's our cemetery update.
All right, that's it. All right, that was rather painless. Questions from members of council? Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just a question on the capacity of our current cemetery. I know a couple of years ago we talked about potentially, expansion or looking at that. So is there a reserve, or how do we plan for that going forward? And is any of it in this budget, or how do we look?
So through your worship, the cemetery phase 2 was carried out a couple of years ago and is now actually recently been resurveyed with the pins for the lots there. So apart from a small section of the phase 3, which is accounted for, it would just need to be surveyed. The cemetery is at full capacity in terms of its lot designation and spacing. So once what we have is sold out, that will be it.
Councillor?
So in follow-up, so obviously there will be a cost if we have to acquire another site, or so do we plan in advance for that? Is there a reserve allocated to that, or do we just deal with it at the time?
So through your worship, pending council looking to expand to another site within town that could accompany a cemetery, the funds that are kept from certain fees that we charge right now, such as care and maintenance, are held in perpetuity for things like cemetery land expansion. So we would have some funds for that are already in that account. I don't know if Jocelyn can touch on that, probably not. Cindy's more works on that with me, but those funds do be held if we do a cemetery expansion. Right now, I'm not aware of the need or the ask to go look for land, but we do have money that would be coming out of that fund.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to the columbarium, I'm probably not pronouncing that correctly, the $72,000 investment, where do you list that on your revenue? Like, we would obviously charge rental or purchase of the space for the urn?
So I think the list we on revenues is niche interment or niche purchase. So that's per unit that goes in there. I think that's what it's called. Nicole, correct me if I'm wrong. Yes. So it doesn't say columbarium, it will say the word niche, and that's because we sell per door.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because you've got a $22,000 revenue there. And the other question I had in regards to marriage licenses, or marriage ceremonies, thinking again about revenue, we have the world's longest freshwater beach. When I got married in my past, I went down to the beachfront and took photos and looked like we were literally in Jamaica. It was a gorgeous day. Is there any plan to add an opportunity there, maybe at Beach 2 where we own it, to build a nice arbor, to really promote the opportunity to come and get married on the world's longest freshwater beach and bump that revenue up from 13,000 to whatever we have as an opportunity.
Through you, Your Worship, we can absolutely look at all those opportunities. Typically, the people that are coming in to get married have a site in mind, but if it's something that we can promote and look at, getting approval from the province to have a gazebo, and then we would have to look at, putting it up, setting it down, and who's going to be able to maintain that within the facility staff, and ensuring that the costs are recovered for those type of services, but it's something we'll definitely look at.
If I could just add as well, we have the benefit of the TPAL coming online in 2024 as well. There is, as part of that building, the ability to host weddings. There is a convention facility with a full kitchen, so it's something that we can absolutely look at for 2024 to put together some wedding packages. So we'll definitely take that back and look at that.
Excellent, because I think so many people would love that opportunity to be able to get married with their toes in the sand and with beautiful Georgian Bay behind them in the background. So thank you for taking that into consideration.
I didn't know you were such a romantic, Deputy Mayor. All right, any other questions or comments? Just with respect to the cemetery, so we have purchased all the land around it that's been available, I realize that. So how many plots would we say we still have available? Because to Councillor Belanger's point, if we're getting to a point where we're going to see plots, we're going to run out, we probably should start that process as to where else we may have an opportunity.
Thank you, Worship, through you. So obviously, we're seeing the trends go towards the walls, which is what we're trying to accommodate, and we might take some of Phase 3 to put more in there. In terms of in-ground lots, I believe there's about 1,800, and we've probably are at about 50 to 55% sold out of the in-ground lots.
Okay, so lots left.
So lots for sure, but for sure, if that's something that council is thinking about, then a review process for land expansion would need to be under.
Okay, no, I think, Madam CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in response to what amount is in the trust funds for the cemetery, we had $239,000 in the cemetery account and $28,000 in the pre-need memorial trust account.
Thank you very much. So I think we've got, based on the trends today, I think we've got a lot of land where we're good there for in-ground plots. But I also want to comment on the columbariums. I mean, where are we at on the cost for a columbarium today? And I don't expect an exact number versus a year, 2 years, 5 years ago. And I'm asking this question because we're asking for one more columbarium. And I'm wondering if these costs continue to go where every other cost is going, and that's up. And we know that we're going through a columbarium in a half a year to 3/4 of a year. Perhaps we should be buying now 2 or 3 columbariums, biting the bullet, because we'll save certainly down the road. Thoughts on that?
So through you, we are looking to purchase 2 actually this year, and that's because we are potentially able to get a little bit of cost savings through the supplier. So when we bought the last one, I think it sat in at around $26,000. They are about $36,000 now, and we've been told from suppliers that is because of the increase in people choosing that direction, but also the cost of granite has gone up due to COVID and all the people purchasing for home and business renovations during that time. So granite is a lot harder to get right now. So prices have gone up quite a bit, and that's part of our reason for doing the 2 now, so we can kind of get that set before any other costs go up.
So 14 units in a columbarium, did I hear that correctly?
48.
48?
Yes.
And so in about 9 months, we will, perhaps 9 months roughly, we'll have sold 48.
So from May till, yes, by the end of this year, we will have likely sold all 48 in that new one that just got placed.
And we've ordered then now 96 more?
Pending budget approval, there would be 96 more coming next year in May.
Okay. Madam Clerk?
And if I may, the Deputy Clerk and I did look at a capital forecast to ensure that in 2025, we'll come before Council with a request to put cement pads in to get prepared, and then 2026 for a purchase of another columbarium, so that we're staying ahead of the need if it comes.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that. I just think it's important to look at those costs, and clearly to the columbarium people who build them, supply and demand is not a factor of cost, because more people need them, yet the cost continues to rise. Mr. CAO?
Yeah, if I could, having had the not so nice experience of visiting the Elmville Cemetery fairly recently, I did notice that a number of their columbariums are actually privately funded, and they have a plaque that says this columbarium was donated by such and such a family. So when we think about sponsorship opportunity, that could be an angle we could look at as well, right?
So we could have a columbarium that says donated by Patty's Pub. Don't drink and drive. Okay. Madam Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just had a question about the archives. Obviously, that's a good budget, $100,000 that's invested there. With looking at the TPAL and looking creatively at that space, if we were to proceed with integrating the archives in with the library or in with the TPAL space, we would obviously get all of those savings, or at least see some of those savings. How much do you think we would actually save that if we did that strategy? Whoever wants to take that one.
Yeah, through Mayor Smith, I'll start, and then Nicole, if there's anything you want to add. We've actively been talking about the transition towards an online archive. So I think part of the effort over 2024 will be to digitize the entire collection. A lot of municipalities have the ability to go online and check out online their archives. So that will be part of what we do. We'll also look at opportunities within TPAL and potentially other town-owned buildings to get displays out and circulate them in and out in the building. But there's definitely direction towards going more digital with the collection. The intention, the building that the archives is currently in, is to develop that land. So we think we've got a couple years, but we want to get moving on that right now. Anything, Nicole?
Thank you, Andrew. Nicole?
No, I feel you captured it wonderfully. We are planning for the future, absolutely, with the digitization for 2024. We have discussed opportunity to move some of the archives in maybe a monthly display in the TPAL. So that service delivery will be brought back to council in a report for 2024. In importance, the archive services will be able to support the 50th anniversary as well for the town. So there'll be more to come in 2024.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Snell, carry on.
Sorry, just a follow-up comment. I'm really happy to hear about the digitization because our history is obviously super important to the community. You know, we have a very colorful history in this community, and any way that we can sort of put it front and center and be able to make it as accessible as possible, I think is definitely the way to go. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is about the Historical Advisory Committee. I know that there was a call for membership and we didn't get a big turnout, but then if you recall, we had people come and present to council their disappointment in not pursuing the committee further. Even some commitment, you know, if you do it, I will join. I think this is such an important year, and it's sad not to have a historical advisory committee for our 50th anniversary. I just wonder if there's an update on what's happened with that, because there's no money in their budget. And historically, I think they had a budget.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So that was one of the first reports that came when I started with the town. So I've been able now to look at the service that we provide through the archives building and what the function of the Historical Advisory Committee was. So what I will say is that the archive services is supported by an amazing group of volunteers. Our archives coordinator has volunteers that are coming in to assist with events that are being put on. We had the little airplane models that we did on the one Saturday afternoon, and we had about 6 volunteers come in. So I feel that that service is being supported well with the volunteers, and I feel that they will be a big part, of our 50th anniversary and supporting the archives and any events that we want to do with that celebration.
All right, thank you. If there's no other questions, moving along. Oh, sorry, Madam Deputy Clerk?
I apologize, Your Worship. Just one thing I wanted to note that I didn't get an opportunity to say earlier. I just do want to acknowledge and thank our staff that are on the scene at the cemetery every day, that deal with the families during their times of need and keep the cemetery looking amazing, and all the compliments we get. So thank you to our parks staff, so Steve Weir, Jack McCarl, and Chris Greer. They've been the guys at the face there, so I just wanted to say thank you to them.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. It's a very, very important point, and you know, we do thank all of our staff on a regular basis, but this is three gentlemen that kind of just, they're just out there quietly performing a really important and major service and are dealing with the family. So kudos to them, and we thank them. And I will tell you that I have a family member in that cemetery, and anytime I'm through there, it always looks great. Maybe we should get the three of them to look after the rest as well. All right, moving along to Kevin. On that note.
I may just skip right to staffing needs then, Your Worship, on that. Thank you, Your Worship. I am pleased to present the community services budget for the corporation. As you know, this includes not only public works, but also recreation and facilities, as well as Wasaga Beach Public Library. I will commence with Public Works myself and then pass the microphone over to Chris with facilities. Certainly, as everyone is aware, the Public Works Department is responsible for right-of-way maintenance activities, including roads and drainage, traffic control systems, water distribution, wastewater collection and treatment, parks and open space, trails and beautification efforts. Our engineering services division is responsible for capital planning and design, which includes development review and site inspection. And we also have individuals who are qualified through the province as risk management officials and risk management inspectors to manage our source water protection program. The transit division also falls within the department, which includes the conventional system as well as the recently deployed specialized transit system last November. And fleet services as well for all departments, and we also deliver the capital program for each of those divisions. Generally speaking, the Public Works overall operating budget remains relatively status quo. From a staffing perspective and to ensure that we continue to maintain service levels, particularly in the winter, we have identified 2 additional 5-month contracts for winter maintenance operations. And these individuals span from November to March, and that's to help support our route coverage and split shift during the season as a result from increased road lengths and sidewalk lengths. In keeping with winter control, and I suspect there will be a question later, I do have a report to follow for council at the end of the month as it relates to the windrow removal program, and so at the end of October I will be presenting for council consideration a program to address windrows and driveway clearing for seniors, and we're also considering those with physical disabilities in that program. Or the Nottawasaga River Maintenance, and further to committee in August, we do have increased budget related to signage and buoys, as well as a campaign program for announcements and community engagement around wake and the results of that discussion. We've increased our hazardous waste costs simply due to the fact that the clean out of our quality structures throughout the town, we rely on these oil grit separators. And what we found over the years is our disposal costs have increased considerably, so that has been addressed within the budget. And these are typically at the end of our storm sewers before we discharge into a receiving body of water. It collects the oils and the trash, and we do need to get that sludge pumped out annually. From a carry-over perspective, we're continuing with the Drainage Master Plan, and we will have a public meeting in the near future. I'm hopeful within the next few weeks to present some of the outcomes from that meeting, and further notice will come forward on that. I'm just reviewing that preliminary report with the Manager of Engineering Services. And finally, under studies, we also have the closed circuit TV inspection for the sewer systems, and this helps us just to identify any any issues with the sewer, any leaks or cracks that require rehabilitation and repairs, because we certainly do not want to be treating clean water at our sewage plant. As for transit, we will be launching, as you know, the on-demand transit service this coming November, and to help address transit demands in the East End. Costs have been included to reflect that. Also, we're continuing with the specialized transit, so you'll find operating costs have been adjusted based on our contract with Landmark. And we also will be continuing with our transit shelter improvement program, so we will be installing 2 new transit shelters in 2024, and the majority of that is funded through the ICIP transit stream funding that we received several years ago. A quick financial, snapshot of the operations budget is shown in this slide, and the operations budget is $9.2 million, and 70% of which is supported through taxation. And as with most departments, the majority of which is staffing focused and related, and that is represented on the bottom line. Moving into capital works, we have a number of carryover projects, which were multi-year projects that have started over the last couple of years. The continuation of River Road West, certainly the largest roads project I think I've been involved with in the community at 19 million. So that will get underway over the next 2 years. We also have the carryover of the West End Water Reservoir and depot lands, and that's the site preparation works and the stormwater management works in the West End to help facilitate the future construction of the elevated water tower. We recently discussed the details around Beach Drive and reopening the EA, as well as completion of that detailed design, and that will continue into 2024. And we're hoping to finalize the Moseley Street urban design. So that's the Moseley Street from 45th to Beechwood Road, and that's the urbanization, storm sewer, curb and gutter, bike lanes for that section, and really just prepare us to be shovel ready for future projects that funding becomes available for, both through provincial or federal funding. Water and wastewater, a large component to our year again in 2024, and the majority of these are, in fact, all carryover projects, including the biosolids complex upgrades, which we will be constructing what they call a rotary drum thickener building, and it's just really to help improve the efficiency of our sludge processing. We also have the UV disinfection building upgrades, which was recently awarded at Council on September 14th. And we're hoping to complete the detailed design, which is well underway for the inlet building and the bar screen retrofits. Yeah, you will note that we have 2 local improvement projects that will close out next year. And although these are financed by the town, these are driven through petition and paid for by benefiting landowners over a period of time. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Moving into drainage, number of carryover projects. We're revisiting the EA for the West End drainage, and particularly the rechannelization of a water course in partnership with Sunray Development. So that there is a public meeting forthcoming on that over the next couple of weeks, and that will help guide many of the drainage improvements in the West End. There's a greater, as committee is aware, or council is aware, there's a large flooding concerns in the West End, and we're confident if we can advance this rechannelization that it'll address the majority of these issues for the community. Of specific advancement, we do have the phase 1 of the West End localized improvements, and this we're working through the MTO on, and this is really looking at Maryland Avenue South, specifically at Beechwood Road. There is some localized drainage issues that we hope to address, and there was a petition that was brought forward, it was last year or the year before, and some of those photos actually demonstrate some of the local issues that the residents have experienced historically, and we hope to move that forward with the support of the MTO. And the MTO have acknowledged this being a historical issue, and we certainly continue to pursue funding partnerships with the MTO on this one as well. In terms of transit, we do have, as I mentioned, we do have two of the specialized, we have one specialized van now for service, and right now we see upwards of 350 trips per month, and it's actually working quite well, and the trend has been increasing month over month in terms of ridership throughout the community, so it's been a good news story. And we will be supporting our fleet through the acquisition of another specialized transit van. And again, these vans were included under our ICIP Transit Stream funding application a few years ago, so we do have funds available to offset the majority of the acquisition of this vehicle. And you will recall this service is in partnership with the town of Collingwood and Clearview Township. From the financial perspective, the tax-supported capital program for Public Works is approximately 1.6 million, sorry, I have 1.7. The largest expenditure for next year being roads, and we spoke to that previously with the River Road West urbanization, followed by water and wastewater, which includes the majority of carryover projects specific to the water pollution control plant. And then under the Public Works Administration, those costs reflect a lot of the fleet carryover needs, as well as the West End Depot and elevated tower efforts that are needed to prepare the site for the new water tower that's forthcoming to address commercial fire flow demands in the west. If it's okay, Your Worship, I will just continue through with fleet and parks, and then we'll have hopefully a few questions to answer.
You're on, Kevin.
Okay, moving into fleet, we have the feasibility study, which, as you will recall, we applied for funding for the Green Fleet Strategy, and we've received a number of proposals, and those are currently under review with the town. And an award will come to council hopefully within the next month or so following review. And this study will continue certainly into next year, and this will just identify a bit of a roadmap for the town in terms of helping us transition to a more greener fleet and reduce our carbon footprint. And now that includes vehicles, equipment, but also the small tools. We're having our consultants look at that and establish not only a benchmark or a baseline to where we are today, but where we need to go in the future, and how we manage that plan both through vehicle and equipment acquisitions, but also through infrastructure, charging stations, et cetera. So there is a component to the program that requires physical inspection of hydro capacity within our facilities to expand our charging infrastructure. We also have a nominal tools budget to replace the diagnostic tool for the mechanics to help them with troubleshooting issues with essentially all the electronics within the vehicles today. This slide represents the carryovers, and I think that was commented on earlier. We continue to be challenged with supply chain issues and delivery specific to cabin chassis. You'll note on this slide, we're still awaiting for vehicles that were ordered in 2021. So we anxiously await those as we are challenged with keeping our existing aging fleet on the road, but we're optimistic to see some of those vehicles roll in early 2024. And again, this just represents the carryovers of the equipment that we've procured over the last couple of years and have yet to receive. As for new fleet needs identified in the upcoming budget, we have a number of vehicles slated for replacement, as well as new additions to reflect increased staff and related levels of service. Vehicle condition assessments have been completed by our licensed mechanics to confirm whether or not we can further extend the life of our assets, or whether we need to acquire them this year. So you will note there's a number of deferrals, although the life cycle slated for replacement this year. Through the condition assessments by our mechanics, we have been able to defer a number of those priorities in subsequent years. And last but certainly not least, the parks budget. Parks, as you are aware, are responsible for operation and maintenance for our playground facilities, parks and open space, our trails, our sports fields, soccer fields, baseball diamonds, horseshoe pits. We also are responsible for the maintenance of the sports courts, whether it's pickleball or tennis courts. And the park staff also perform the maintenance and the administration of the outdoor rink at Oakview Woods in the wintertime. Beautification efforts and horticulture is administered through the division, as well as the kind comments from Laura earlier with respect to cemetery maintenance. And certainly the capital program related to parks is administered through the Parks Division. Generally speaking, the budget for the Parks Division, again, status quo with the exception of staffing needs. Of notable highlights, the key staffing needs include in the proposed budget are being recommended to ensure that we continue to maintain service levels, both from an operations and maintenance perspective, but also help improve our overall image and address our focus towards beautification within the community, and also address some of the workload challenges that we currently experience. The hiring of a dedicated manager of parks will be instrumental, in my opinion, from the planning, development, and maintenance of our parks, trails, and open spaces and beautification efforts. This position will help provide oversight, streamline operational efficiencies and processes, help allocate resources more effectively, and start to foster collaboration with local stakeholders and service clubs, the gardening community, et cetera. It will bring experience to optimize park designs and layouts, implement innovative landscape practices, and coordinate community engagement initiatives, not to mention lead the capital program, which that is currently led by myself, as well as the implementation of the recommendations from our Parks and Trails Master Plan. Under tree maintenance, you will note an increased budget to address the ever-increasing removals that we still address as a result from the emerald ash borer, and start to prepare ourselves for the next oak wilt fungus, which was starting to creep into the area. And finally, we also have our legislative requirements associated with Ontario Regulation 104, which requires municipalities to perform structural bridge inspections. This includes not only vehicular bridges, but also pedestrian bridges with a span of greater than 3 meters. And we have costs reflected in this year's budget, as the last inspection was done in 2022. Finally, as we move into the capital budget highlights, we have, as council is aware, we continue to pursue addressing the gaps in our playground infrastructure throughout the community. This past year, we're advancing a playground construction within the East End. We also have a new playground slated for 2024 in the West End along Ramblewood Drive between 45th and 58th Street. And we're just planning right now for the public meeting to gain input from the community on the design efforts related to this park. And there's been notice put through our social media channels to that regard just this past week. And I believe that is next week when that public consultation period will move forward. Following that, design will be prepared and will be ready to go for construction in next year. We also have a carry forward for the BMX pump track rehabilitation at Oakview Woods. We simply do not have the time to undertake that this year, recognizing some of the site prep work we've done for both the River Road East Park as well as the most recently Oakview Woods Park rehabilitation. It's taken away from our ability to get underway with this project, so that will continue into next year. And finally, we have the replacement of the William Arnell Memorial Park, which is at the end of its useful life and quite aged and certainly slated for replacement in 2024. And finally, Your Worship and members of Council, the above slide represents not only the divisional activities and business units relevant to where tax support is necessary, and the majority, as you can see, for the park's operating budget is supported through taxation. And that, Your Worship, generally summarizes my notable highlights.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Questions or comments? Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Kevin. I'm anxiously awaiting your report on the snow windrow removal. You said in October, because I'm getting many, many calls from residents regarding this service. I have a question, though. In your first slide there, it said Windsor Snow Clearing, and then in brackets, you've got grant program. Is that the provincial grant where seniors have to apply on their own for that? Am I assuming that's correct?
Sorry, no, it's what I'm looking at this point is more of a financial assistance program, so the details of that will come forward. The program itself would be administered through the town's grant process, so it was more geared towards that than anything. But no, it'll be a municipally driven program.
Good, thank you, thank you.
All right, other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, thank you for having the opportunity to participate in the Public Works event yesterday. That was so much fun, getting to drive a snowplow. I have a newfound respect on how big those machines are and how difficult it must be to navigate them through, especially some of our narrow streets like Shore Lane. But that was a ton of fun. I just had a couple of comments and then a couple of questions. Again, speaking to why the budget increase, again, your vehicle fuel is going up $86,000 and change. Your insurance is going up $48,000 and change. So those two things alone are significant impacts to our overall budget. We've spoken about this before. I think, for myself anyways, I can speak for myself, I think it would be really beneficial to have a presentation from our fleet manager to just understand fleet, because obviously it's a significant investment in our community operation and impactful to the budget. So I would love to sort of understand a little bit more about that, if I could just sort of plant that seed. The other thing I wanted to mention as well around, again, looking for revenue opportunities, playground sponsorship. I think there are a lot of families that would love to do an endowment. There are a plethora of real estate brokerages that would love to have a plaque there as the residents in that neighborhood come on a daily basis to that playground. I think if we can look at some creative options of how to be able to fund these to be able to move forward faster with our playground expansion plan, I think would be fantastic. And I believe that was it for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. I do have a voice today. And thank you, Kevin, for that in-depth report. And I, too, with Deputy Mayor, we had a great afternoon out there yesterday. Yes, I have a great respect. And we didn't knock down or take out many pylons or any, I don't believe. So we did okay, but your jobs are all safe. So, Kevin, yes, I've had the opportunity to meet some of that younger staff. Thank you for that barbecue in the summertime and then yesterday. But I noticed one day in particular, I think it was after the barbecue actually, it was a really hot day. And this crew are doing a great job out on the gardens and the beautification. And I noticed, I got chatting with them, it was really hot and they're all in short sleeves, but the sun is beating down on them. And I thought, so I chatted with them, I said, would you be up to, I don't even know if this happens, but what I see in the clothing budget here, perhaps having their sleeves that can be put on, I believe, just to protect you from the sun, or the lightweight sun protection shirts when you're looking at clothing for them. That's what I was thinking on. The one young woman I spoke to, she said she'd be certainly appreciative of something to protect their arms, and maybe something to discuss with them. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through you, the mayor. I was also at the rodeo yesterday, and although Councillor Ego didn't knock anything down, my street would get done in July.
Not at all.
But in wanting to maintain a safe work environment, I did not get behind the wheel myself, so congrats. But I think this is a good time at budget time. You indicated 2 new part-time winter maintenance positions. But clearly every year we're needing to plow additional miles of road. We have new subdivisions going in on a regular basis. I don't know if you have that number, but I mean, I just want it to be very clear to the public that when we're having 2 new maintenance people, that it's because we are expanding what needs to be maintained, and quite significantly, I believe. The other thing, I think it's a good time to remind when we see everybody out there on the rodeo, is that the size of the plows and the visibility of the driver to see the wing of that plow, that, you know, every year, especially before the ground is fully frozen, there is sometimes damage to the edge of properties, and that's cleaned up in the spring. And certainly, we always get a few calls on that, but I just hope the public can really appreciate the challenges and difficulty in maneuvering those vehicles in many of the conditions that they're driving in, and that to be understanding and know that Public Works does do a good job of, in the spring, of trying to get to those properties and getting things fixed up. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to make one other comment and a question, Kevin, around the beautification. Obviously, we know that that's a big priority of this council, and you and I have spoken in the past in regards to, you know, some of the residents' feedback in regards to some of the garden maintenance and the foliage this year, and the size of the foliage, and some feedback that wasn't necessarily very positive. You mentioned about a change in what are those things called? A greenhouse. Can you sort of elaborate on that? Because I'm not seeing anything in terms of correcting that challenge that you faced this year. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor Snell. Historically, we have used a greenhouse to prepare plants through the winter months in advance of the spring planting. However, that greenhouse was in fact on an adjacent private property for many years across the street from the sports park. We've recently acquired a new greenhouse, which was delivered not too long ago, and staff will be constructing that over the next few weeks. And there is a plot for that adjacent to our Parks barn, to which we will resume those planting activities in the wintertime. So we are ahead of our particularly the hanging baskets and some of the baskets we put along the bridge structures. So we have a more fulsome display early on in the season, and to which we'll continue to maintain thereafter.
Thank you. Just a comment to follow up. I think that's fantastic, because when we can control from a seed, when you think of a cost, right, to a seed to germination, rather than having to buy from, you know, a third-party manufacturer, that's going to be a significant savings for the community, and also, you know, much fuller display. So I'm excited to hear about the greenhouse. I look forward to seeing it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Deputy Mayor Snell, any other questions, comments? I just have a couple then. The drainage outlets, Kevin, can you just speak to those? We've received a few calls and emails of late from residents with concern over these drainage outlets onto the beach in particular, and a couple on the river. Can you just explain what that is for the public's, I know we're a little out of the realm here, but so the public understands what's coming out of those drainage outlets, and it's not wastewater?
Certainly. So in terms of the outlets to the beachfront, we do have an inventory, and it probably exceeds 50 in terms of the number of storm sewer outlets that are outletted. Those that are tied to an urban cross-section, Molesley Street, for instance, they do, before it gets to the beach and before it gets to the outlet, passes through essentially a vortex. It's a very large and quite a costly quality control structure. Which then basically separates out the debris, the grit, and some of the garbage. But it also has a unique design where the floatables and the oils are basically diverted into another cell. So prior to discharge along the beachfront or into the river or any receiving body of water, we have provided what they call quality control. And this is a provincial requirement, and this is something that we also apply certainly for our urbanization efforts historically. These structures are $500,000 each, and in terms of when you look at the one structure at Schoonertown Bridge for the recent urbanization of River Road West. So they are quite costly, and it's an investment that certainly we support, given we are right at the bottom end of these storm sewer systems. So yeah, that is something that every site is required to manage stormwater from a quality perspective and quantity perspective. Sometimes we use stormwater management ponds, wet ponds or dry ponds or infiltration type techniques. When a pond isn't an appropriate strategy, we look to rely on these stormwater quality structures, and that provides the same quality as the forebay of a wet pond per se that you might typically see throughout the community.
And it's safe to say they're monitored on a regular basis to ensure that they're performing properly. So we're not getting pollutants into the bay.
Yeah, everything is done in accordance with provincial requirements to satisfy those quality control initiatives, for sure.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And then with respect to parks, it's great to see that we're building more parks and we're doing our best to maintain the parks we have. And I've had a few calls on a specific park on Glen Eaton Road. What is the plan there? Do you know anything? Is anything in the near future?
Is that Glen Eaton and Riverdale? We just recently replaced that playground structure over the last couple of years. So that playground was replaced, and with phase one, which was the playground, and it's the style of playground structure is more built of logs, and Councillor Ego and I have had this discussion in terms of its unique characteristics. But that playground structure has been replaced, Your Worship, and really there was some site restoration efforts to be done. Through the course of that public engagement and design process, we did gain feedback from the community about what they'd like to see in that park in its entirety. However, there was only so much money available to proceed with the improvements. So there is a phase two identified in the 10-year program, which includes a multi-use court or some paved trails. Perhaps that is what you're referring to, but in terms of the playground infrastructure itself, we prioritize that given the funding that was available to us. Just on that note, we do have, I believe, 14 parks, playgrounds to replace over the next 10 years. And so you will see in the forecast there's considerable investment needs within our parks and playgrounds in the coming years. And the challenge of financing that is something Jocelyn and I speak to on a daily basis. But a lot of the parks were built through funding back in the early 2000s, and through the course of 20 years, they're starting to tire and age and need replacement. In fact, some of the parks we don't even have, the playground manufacturer isn't even around anymore, so it's very difficult to get replacement parts for it. But we do have a strategy to not only expand Glendale Park, I call it Glendale Park, but Glen Eaton and Riverdale in the 10-year. And again, that's every year we come back with priorities, and there's always competing priorities. And it was clear during that process that the balance of the efforts at Glendale was going to be subject to budget in the future. So if that answers your question, Your Worship.
Yeah, it does. It answers it very well. And I'm aware of the replacement, but it is the phase two in specific that I think people, I know people are asking about, and that is the multipurpose court specifically for basketball and so on and so forth. So that's something then for future consideration by council. Is that correct? All right, thank you. The last item I have, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Ego, is the staff requirements. And, we often get, I think all of us hear from members of the community that they're not happy with the condition of certain things in the town, ditches, so on and so forth, and that, they may have received a call or a visit from bylaw with respect to property standards and having to cut their grass or something like that, and their immediate reaction is, well, why do I have to cut my grass? The town doesn't cut theirs. And so it brings me back to the staff requirements, and that is You know, I think what folks have to understand is that we have been a very lean municipality for far, far too long. We have not built that staff requirement on an annual basis as we should have. And so now we're faced with having to pay the piper or pay the staff member, if you will, so as that we do have adequate staff to do so. So, you know, for members of the public, when you look at this budget and you see requests for more staff, it isn't because we're trying to build this fiefdom in this large municipality with 300-400 staff. It's because we've got about 100 and I'm looking to Denise on this, 150 to 160 staff, and we probably should have closer to 200 in order to accomplish what should be accomplished on a regular basis. So we're not going to do that overnight, but this council is forward-thinking, and we're certainly working at trying to improve and make that so is that the minimum service standards that people require or expect are being met on a regular basis. So important to talk about staff all the time, and the staff we do have, however, do a phenomenal job. So, Councillor Ego.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Yes, just back to the parks for just a quick reference here. I have to admit, you just get used to seeing things, and there's a corner I drive through many, many times, and it's just been overgrown for years. Like, just, you get used to it. Now it's being cleared out for a park, for a playground, and all of a sudden you notice the beautiful trees that are there. They stand out, so that's a positive. And then calls from residents are very happy because the chatter was going on. I think that maybe a big condo might have been going on that corner, whatever. And they are delighted to hear what's happening, that there will be, you know, a park, a playground in the area, and you just see the beauty instantly. And I'm with Deputy Mayor Tanya Snell on sponsorships. You see many parks that are through families, and I think that's a really viable option or possibility in this town. That I think there are many people that are engaged and want to see the town, you know, improve upon, and I do believe we could be looking at that. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Kevin?
Just if I may, Your Worship, through you, thank you, Councillor Ego. What we typically see to date, and certainly your comments are well taken in terms of sponsorship, typically we will see residents donate or through sponsorship a bench, a memorial bench or tree plantings within the park block. So there is some cost being offset through those donations, but we have not pursued a full park or amenities within a park, but there is some level of donation underway currently.
Thank you, Kevin. No other questions or comments. This section is finished. I think we'll take a break here for lunch. Madam Clerk, 30 minutes. So let's say we'll be back at 1:15. All right, this meeting is adjourned until 1:15.
And we're live, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. We'll now carry on with the rest of the meeting and we'll open the floor to Mr. Roos.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor Smith, members of council. I'll start my presentation of the Draft 1 2024 budget for the Recreation and Facilities Department. As per the summary slide in front of you, our department is broken into a number of areas. Administration is made up of myself and the three supervisors, our customer service coordinator, our facilities manager, and our recreation supervisor. Beyond that, we have the recreation programs, a breakdown of all of the individual registered programs, as well as an overarching program that, or a budget section that more or less encompasses the majority of the drop-in programming that happens through the recreation staff. Then we go on to the new Twin Pad Arena. We have a East End foreman and 7 full-time staff there, as well as part-timers in the 2024 budget. Then the Recplex, a second facility foreman with 4 full-time staff. And then into the programming areas specific, we have a youth programmer with youth assistants. We have a seniors active living program, and that's a one-person show. Judith, our seniors active living programmer, also looks after the volunteer program. A lot of older adults do their programming for themselves. And last but not least, I'll give the highlights of the capital expenditures in the final slide of my presentation. So a few specific highlights that we're looking forward to in 2024. Obviously, the Twin Pad Arena will provide a new level of customer service. We're breaking up our administration to 2 locations, and actually an enhanced level. Council has likely heard me say before that we intend to run a customer service desk at the new building from 8 in the morning till 8 at night, 7 days a week. But that is a big step for our booking currently at our front desk, which is also with myself and the Recplex. That's where we've taken care of all of the ice, the room bookings, and the field bookings for the community, different facilities. But now we'll have 2 areas, and it'll also serve to help the participants. We expect a much larger volume in that lobby at the new building. Second, I think it goes without saying that drop-in and registered programming will increase as a result of that new facility, and you'll see some enhancements in the recreation area. I think we can all rest assured that our new fancy building will draw lots of eyeballs and participants otherwise. And I think some of the key areas that we're looking towards, I have a specific bullet about public skating, certainly an area that we expect growth, but basketball programming outside. We're going to come up with a number of different ways to create accessible recreation, and the walking track is another really big feature that we're expecting. It's passive, and there's not really beyond cleaning much of a staffing requirement there, but we intend to try and enhance it and invite different groups and age groups, et cetera. Pickleball. We do great pickleball programming at the Recplex in the winter months, and that we learned how to program to cohorts. There's a large community in our town that enjoy indoor pickleball, and the cohort program is no longer a cohort that we learned officially during the COVID years, but we have a growing number of hours, and we're filling with 12 to 14 participants on the 3 courts. They play 4 at a time, 2 against 2, and that program is consistently increasing. We're into the evenings and potentially weekends yet too. We do expect with the Sunnydale Trails new elementary school, the pickleball will even take another level. Moving on, day camp, it's another one of our programs that's been very successful, and we're projecting a 50% increase in 2024. I think that we've had nothing but success running half out of the youth center, and then we move over to the Recplex in the afternoon, and the numbers are proving. We've run close to 100% in all the weeks that we offered in 2023, and therefore we're going to expand. Public skating, generally, we expect that we can offer roughly 14 hours of accessible skating at the new arena in the coming year, and we are also coming up with models to generate revenue on this. We do think sponsorship may become a part of public skating too, and definitely shinny and adult hockey. There's lots of groups that or individuals who may not be part of a proper league, and the town wants to try and encourage people to find a way to take advantage of these different times. So parent-taught adult skates during the day, and then obviously our Sunday afternoon public skate is the big one. Last but not least, there will be operational costs for the new Sunnydale facility. We have a tentative opening date of September 2024, but we have a small line in our budget to start to pay for the heat and utilities and cleaning at the new Sunnydale Elementary School. So further highlights, we do have a placeholder for canteen services. We have always operated the canteen at the Wasaga Stars Arena as well as at the sports park. We are intending to continue to service the sports park and are finalizing considerations for the Twin Pad Library at this time. There is a, the Wasaga Stars Arena. We've kept this section in the budget, but if you look carefully, you'll see almost every line item there has been zeroed. The only items that we're keeping in the Wasaga Stars for the short term are insurance and utilities, just to ensure that the buildings are maintained. Twin Pad revenues, they are projected today at $700,000. This includes room rentals as well as a small bit of advertising, and obviously the big number is the ice rentals. This is a significant increase from what we've been able to recoup from the Wasaga Stars Arena, but we think it's still a conservative estimate for 2024 until we understand exactly what the uptake will be with 2 ice pads. Second, that obviously mirrors some of this cost recovery is utilities insurance, a big number, but it's worth mentioning that we are projecting $682,000 to cover the insurance and the utilities on that building, and time will tell. It's a difficult one to estimate, but it's certainly a number that's significant in the 2024 budget. Recreation programming. This is a great cost recovery example, in my opinion, of how many municipalities run their programming. We certainly facilitate to many outside groups, and we can't claim all of the success in all of our other small groups, but the programs that the town runs for itself are roughly 80% covered by the participation numbers, and I think that this $252,000 revenue that we report is a sign of quality that the town is actually providing programs that our participants are interested in, otherwise they wouldn't be coming back. And we're seeing these revenue numbers go up on an annual basis, and I think that's a sign of the quality of the programming that we're offering. Next, a small bullet, but an improvement over years past. This is a credit to the taxation numbers, but our medical office expenses are offset by $12,000 in 2024. Council will remember a new lease that we set up with the hospital. Reductions in advertising costs across the department. There was an expansion in our staffing. It was an 11-hour upgrade to one of our 24-hour part-time staff, and we definitely have seen the benefits of this trial, and we will continue for the full 2024 with doing the majority of our graphics and artwork in-house. Last but not least, Salk programming revenues. I think we're trending beyond the 2023 budget now, and this is another great example of the proof is in the pudding. So in our seniors active living programs, often we are typically at about 5-6 years into the program now, it's been a lot of drop-in, and we don't charge significant fees. But I think sometimes the fees actually draw people in and make the program better, and we are seeing uptake on registered programs, and that is something that obviously helps to offset the programs we offer for the older adult group. So moving on, generally, there is significant fee recovery, although the costs of our recreation programs as a whole, certainly as it relates to the buildings, et cetera, are roughly 2/3 tax supported as per this slide. And last but not least, I'll highlight the capital projects that we do have in the budget for 2024. The most notable, and I've made a snapshot here, I don't know if anyone's had the chance to drive up into the new Sunnydale Trails subdivision, Union Boulevard. It's actually a through road, so you can go past the school and then back out the next intersection on Sunnydale Road. But you can see the school coming out of the ground now. It started in roughly July, and I took this picture probably 10 days ago. So you can see that they're starting to put the walls, the floor is poured, and you can see all the storm works are set up into the parking lot, moving towards the town park area at the roundabout. We also have a small asset management plan around the Recplex. The largest portion of the building was built in 2006, and then the bulk of the community rooms that we run on the municipal side were constructed in 2003. And we have endeavored to begin outfitting. We put a new roof on the 2003 section that wasn't steel, so all the flat roofs were replaced about 4 years ago now. And we are planning that the YMCA portion will need an upgrade as well. We did a big maintenance project on that roof currently this year, and we're setting aside money for not only the roof on the YMCA, but the air handling units across the entire building. I think there are about 14 in total, and we're setting aside a little bit of money, and ideally over the next decade there'll be less tax impact if we have money set aside in advance. Recplex maintenance projects, 2 small exterior projects we're working on, just upgrades to some areas that are deteriorating because of road salt, and a second accessible sidewalk to just create more comfortable connectivity between the Primetime Club and our overhanging sidewalks, or our sidewalks that have overhangs protecting them from the weather. There is a Recplex office renovation. We do have 5 staff who are working out of our admin group. We only have 4 workspaces so far. One of those individuals is working at the former fire hall on 2nd Street, and we hope to house them within our group soon. So there's just more or less an expansion of the hallway where we'll keep our photocopying and files, and that file room will become an office if we can make this renovation a reality in 2024. Twin Pad Arena and Library EV charging stations. So we are set up there for 5 EV charging stations, and we've set aside $40,000. There are grant programs, so I can't say that we will be able to do all of these 5 stations. Each station will take care of 4 cars, but the plan is to at least have 4 cars available for charging with a level 2 station in 2024. There is one addition to the fleet for our West End foreman, a new light-duty pickup truck. It will be small, like the minivan that you see us driving around. The foremans use light-duty vehicles. And last but not least, there is a 3rd phase. Many of you who have visited the youth center have seen the upgrades we've done. We've done 2 phases over the past few years, and there is a 3rd phase to the west end of the building. All the old ceilings, the popcorn and the roof or the truss caps that you can see from the old doctor's office spaces will be removed with proper lighting and an accessible washroom revised, and access so that we can operate 2 different programs at the same time. There will be a dividing wall that we can open and shut so that one group can work on the kitchen end and the other larger room will be a separate space so that they don't interrupt each other. At any rate, those are the highlights of the Recreation and Facilities Department in 2024.
Thank you very much, Chris. Questions or comments from Councilor DeLeo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chris, for that wonderful presentation. I'm excited to have this arena open. I'm a big fan of the indoor track, So, Mike, 2 questions. The indoor track, it's also available for runners. We can jog on it, correct?
Yes, absolutely. There are 3 lanes, and we say slow in the inside, so you can stand at the railing and watch the hockey or figure skating, but if you're running, you pass on the outside.
Thank you. Second question. At one point, you had mentioned that you were considering bringing Peloton bikes. Is that still in the works?
There is a discussion about adding more passive recreation. We don't have that built into the 2024 budget yet, but certainly fitness options. We know that if you're going to go on a running track, you may well escalate to bigger and better fitness options, and parents watching the kids down below on this walking track. There's large corners, and there is viability to add fitness options, but at this point, we have not budgeted for the additional equipment at this stage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Chris. Just on the Wasaga Stars Arena budget, you've zeroed everything out, but does that mean those cabins and everything's non-functional there?
Certainly, through you to Councillor White, I guess in general, the facilities department helps with the town's some odd 60 buildings, and obviously those cabin buildings do have value, and they haven't been officially shuttered at this stage. So our facility group at the east end of town will be across the street, and we do have money for utilities and insurance, so it is yet to be decided, and I think those decisions will come to council, that are we intending to continue to use the camp cabins for overnight stays? One of them is used by the Woodworking Club, and there's a few other specific purposes that these buildings are used for. So no, they won't be taken offline, but there's no further programming requirements, so staff will just service them from outside of that property.
Another question, if you don't mind. Where would the revenues for the sports park with regards to boat launch, the ATV club, and the skydive folks, where would that show up in the budget? I'm not sure if it's a question for you or for our CFO, but they're not in here specifically under yours.
Through your worship, I'm going to have to just get back to you. I'm not sure which budget those are in. I thought they were in the parks budget.
If I look at parks specifically or whatever, like under the sports park, there is revenue there from like rentals of the fields and whatnot, but I'm just not seeing the other ones, and I just didn't know where they were captured.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know the specific account, but definitely the revenues come through for the leased lands for the golf course, the driving range, as well as skydive is through the park's revenue stream. And there are no revenues associated with the boat launch per se. It's actually on provincial property down at the sports park. So the only 2 revenue sources, as I recall, and Cindy's usually has all the information, but really the 2 lease land contracts we have are with Skydive and Big Shots, that does come through the park's revenue stream.
Point of clarity, the boat launch I'm referring to is the canoe launch at the sports park. There's a box, that's provincial? Not that, I'm sure there's nothing that goes in there, but.
The actual property where that canoe launch is, that is all provincial property. So it is not municipally owned. Now, I should know this, but if it's similar to the launch at 2nd Street, there is a donations box, which is managed by the COATV Club, and they accept donations for launching, and then they contribute that money through to the food bank every year as a donation. So I believe it is the same setup at that site, but it's not revenue per se coming to the town, but rather a collection done by that association, which is in turn donated back into the community through typically the food bank.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, Chris, I would like to thank you on behalf of council for sharpening your pencil and removing the harness, the skating harness. That was a big ticket, so I don't see it on there, so I have to assume it's off the budget.
Certainly, there was a line item in the TPL, that the Twin Pad Library FF&E budget, and we are now moving forward with the purchase of the harness at this time.
Thank you. Another question? Thank you. On the charging stations, just curious, does Tesla up money for any of these? I mean, they have their names all over them. Has that been looked at? Do they sponsor some, or how does that work?
I certainly have not been involved in the deliberations on the current charging stations that the town does own. What I can tell you, though, is those are level 2 stations that Tesla operates, and our power availability at the Twin Pad Library those are level 1 stations, and we are prepared to install level 2 stations. So these are considered top-up. I think technically, if you left your car on the stations that you see around town, all but the ones at the Oakview Outdoor Rink Park, you need 8 hours to get a full charge, or 350 kilometers. So it truly is for someone who comes to the arena from Barrie, they spend a couple hours, they'll certainly have enough power to get back. But these level 2 stations, I don't think would be equivalent to what you're getting at those Tesla stations, where they're designed to do rapid charging to give the full capacity back to batteries. That would be something like 350 kilometers per charge.
Thanks. Not an expert, but do you think we should be looking at those to be able to have that level? I just look at the bank of the ones in Collingwood. They're on 26 at Cranberry Mews. I see them other places and they're well used. So, and it is a hot selling vehicle. So just wondering if we would want to accommodate or have ways to do that without killing a budget.
I certainly know that we explored electric vehicle charging stations when we did build the Twin Pad Library, and what we were told was level 1 charging stations 100% would not run on our distribution transformer. In fact, they need an independent, separate transformer. So those are significant investments, and the town did not build capacity for that at the Twin Pad site. But certainly wherever these stations would be invested in, I think there would have to be a full cost analysis, and maybe I would look to the Director of Public Works. I know that he dealt with the installations that we recently had around town. I don't know if there's exploration beyond the one large transformer that we had at the outdoor rink.
I can attempt. So the level 2 stations we have throughout the community are versatile for all types of vehicles. So I believe Tesla also has an adapter to retrofit to the J1772 connections that we do have. So what I see more so around the community is multiple, and as we tend to move forward with kind of the evolution of the EV market, there's going to be far more other types of vehicles rather than Teslas throughout the community. But right now, the level 2s that we have throughout the community are adaptable for all EVs. And then the level 3 charger, the fast charger we have at Oakview Woods is one of those 1 to 2 hour chargers from 0 to full charge. So we didn't pursue a specific Tesla charging station, and certainly when they first deployed those different models that, I know there were some in Barrie and the Cranberry Mews and Collingwood, I think they approached the select properties to put them in themselves. When we went through the program a couple of years ago for the town's EV chargers, we leveraged the provincial and federal funding. So through the the ZVIP funding program, as well as there was another funding program through EPCOR, and RTO7 actually was another one. So ours were fully, for the most part, fully covered through grants already. But to make a long story longer, I guess, we didn't pursue Tesla specific because these chargers are versatile for all types and models.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. And a question tweaked by Councillor Eagle's train of thought. Is there revenue stream from the charging stations?
There is. It's nominal, and actually the fleet manager is right now preparing a report based on all of the charges and what that revenue stream is, and I will share that with council. It's not significant by any means, but we're going to bring forward, whether it's year-end results in terms of how many charges, the duration of charge, and the revenues I guess, experience from those. We'll have a report for council for information, but again, it's not significant, and perhaps we haven't promoted them as much as we should. There were issues with the level 3 charger at Oakview Woods where it was not functioning and it was deficient until just recently, so that we have very little usage at that station, but I think again, we do need to do a better job at promoting where these chargers are and hopefully drive individuals to those stations. But we will make sure we have an information report for council before year end.
Thank you. And my question was, with regards to Wasaga Stars Arena, we have such a shortage of venue function rooms in town. Will the upstairs be still available for rental?
Thank you, Councillor, through the chair. We are intending to bring a transition plan report to council shortly. I will highlight that our plot is to shutter that building on January 1. I think there's a little bit of tentative opening date for the new arena, so we don't certainly know that we're 100% closing the arena on January 1, but our anticipation is the day that the Wasaga Stars Arena closes, we will also close those 2 multi-purpose rooms upstairs, the hall in the main arena, and there's also a second smaller hall at the rec, we call it the rec hall in the camp building's main hall. But those 2 rooms will be made up for with the multi-purpose rooms that are available at the Twin Pad Library. And until we see an overusage of those rooms, I think that the staff's initial recommendation is to stop servicing those. It also comes with a staffing requirement. If we're going to have a group of 50 or 100 using a room for a night, we also need a staff person there manning the building, and those costs are not accounted for in the 2024 budget.
Thank you. Just a follow-up, just personal opinion, I just think that so many groups and individuals are starved to find places to hold functions and events. And I was kind of hoping that we were adding to, not just switching out rooms. So was there any thought given to how that rental has been performing?
We certainly have had some preliminary looks at the revenues. They aren't significant. If you look into the prior year on the Wasaga Stars Arena in your budget packages, you'll see that it's in the 5 digits, certainly not 6 digits for room rentals over at the Wasaga Stars property. I think a full analysis would be warranted to try and understand, are we running at 40% or 90% in all of the other rooms that the town has to offer before we took on significant costs like staffing, et cetera. I can generalize that the new 2-hour rental opportunity that we've just brought on in the past 12 months or so has made our rooms affordable, and people have found us, but we haven't booked beyond capacity with that. I think in some cases, we've actually opened up the rental opportunities to have 2 or 3 groups, where in the past a 1-day rental was all the town offered, and this was corrected recently. So it will be interesting to know how close we are to the threshold or capacity levels before we consider the value of having additional.
Thank you, Chris. Fair enough.
If I could also add there, I was just chatting with the treasurer. One of the things we're also keeping in mind is the cost of insurance for that building. So currently we're about $85,000 to keep that building operational. So we're cognizant and we're sensitive to the fact that we're trying to minimize costs. So I believe we're currently trying to understand what the cost would be for various levels of service for the Stars Arena, what it would cost to keep that room open versus shuttering the whole building. So there's more than just the staff cost as well.
All right, Councillor Belanger.
Thank you, through the mayor. My questions were around the Stars Arena too, and I certainly hear some of the costs, but that is a significant capital asset to the town, and both in land and building. If I'm reading the budget correctly, we have no allocation for anything that we may decide to do at any point through 2024. I'm not sure the status of the survey. I think the survey was the utilization of all of our recreational facilities, but it was to explore options for the Stars Arena. That was approved some time ago. I'm not sure when that report's coming back to council. But if 6 months from now, this budget is basically saying we're shuttering for a full year. And it is, a significant asset. So, and I'm very aware that, pouring a concrete floor is probably $500,000, but certainly I've been approached, and I don't know about other councilors, but there's a lot of resident interest in the utilization of that building, everything from arts and culture to indigenous to indoor multi-sports complex, so I was a little surprised that we're basically tying our hands for a year.
Anyone want to respond to that?
I certainly think that the challenges going into the budget were to minimize all costs in order to try and keep our rate down. The study is not complete. The study, you called it a survey, Councillor Blanger, but we have approved terms of references from council in order to study a number of factors relating to the new arena use as well as the old arena, but it has not been started. We have not hired the consultant yet. So certainly that will probably inform some of these decisions, but it's been a stressful time for staff working on the new TPL arena, and I think that the study and the recommendations are certainly far enough out in the future that we had decided not to plot for it in 2024. I can't speak to costs surrounding a capital plan versus the options that will be illuminated by the study.
I think it's also important to note that should something come up and we require that building, or there's a massive demand all of a sudden for that building, I mean, we do have reserve funds that we could use if need be to unshutter or keep that building going and build it into the budget for next year then. Does that make sense to you, Madam CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would have some concern there because we are drawing on our reserves considerably right now for other commitments that we have already made, and there is a $3 million investment required to maintain the use of the Wasaga Stars Arena just within the next 2 to 5 years. So it's a significant investment in a building that's already completed its life cycle. So before we would invest in there, we really should complete the study and make sure that's the right place to invest that large amount of funds. And then our capital replacement reserve has had a lot of pressure on it. And because, again, the new Sunnydale Gymnasium School, that $2 million is coming out of that reserve. We have our vehicles coming out of that reserve. We have some of the monies for the TPEL coming out. So we have a lot of pressure on a $12 million reserve that we don't want to let go completely down to, we need to maintain it for just ongoing regular capital asset replacements. So I would have some concerns if we were going to take that approach.
Okay. The $3 million, the building at the end of its life cycle, my understanding from the study that was done a few years back now was that it was at the end of its life cycle as an arena, but certainly not as a structure or as a building for other uses. Correct me if I'm wrong there, or what is it exactly at the end of the life cycle for? Is it completely done and it's dead, or was it, as I thought, for an arena?
That's a good question, Mayor Smith. We are only working from an old list of values. So there was an evaluation of that facility I believe the year was 2014, and it has been cited here in council a number of times. And since then, there was a condition assessment, although only in draft format. We certainly have had a discussion, and a number of the costs related to maintaining that building were to upgrade these 45, 50-year-old refrigeration elements of the facility. So there has not been a fulsome review of what it would take to turn it into a concrete floor or to maintain the building functionally moving forward beyond this condition assessment that has been loosely discussed in council.
Madam CFO? Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have the figures here where out of that $3 million, it comes down to 2.1 million that's still required that is not related to the refrigeration type of infrastructure. So there still is a significant investment just to maintain the building itself.
Okay. All right, Councillor Belanger, you want to carry on? Do you have more?
Well, to your point is, I haven't seen the true numbers, but my understanding there was a considerable investment in upgrading that structure at some point over the last 10 or 15 years because there was some concern about the concrete base of the trusses. So, and I think that was a considerable investment. And I keep hearing this end of life, and from the previous council, it was referred to quite often, and I challenge that quite often because my understanding is when you consider the square footage of the building, what it would cost to replace that building, and the cost to potentially repurpose it into some of the suggestions that have been made, it's a very worthwhile investment. Like to replace a building that size, I think we know we're into $25 or $30 million. So I would like to have a clear understanding, given all the dialogue. I'm surprised that we haven't come up with some sort of an assessment by now to say, like, either we're selling it for the land, or we're tearing it down, or we're going to get on with repurposing it. But I just, to have it sit idle or empty for a year. Now, when we put maintenance at zero, is the property itself, like cutting the lawn and maintaining some of the gardens and rockery across one of our main thoroughfares, is that in another account in parks? Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think it's important to note that, it's not like we're going to just shut this building and forget about it. But we need to know what those costs are going to be. We need to know what that usage requirement is going to be. And I'm confident staff will figure that out and figure it out quickly. What is the land value? You make a very good point, Councillor Belanger, that, $3 million or $2.1 million today versus rebuilding that building is significant dollars, but what are the other uses for that land, so on and so forth. So I think it's important to give staff a little breathing room, not too much. We'll give you a snorkel, not an air tank. So as that, they can figure that out and get back to us. If it's going to, I will say this, if the cost to run that building is $100,000 or $125,000 a year, which is the numbers I'm hearing here today with, utilities and insurance and so on and so forth, staff to maintain it and be there when it's rented, I'm sure we're not going to get anywhere near that in revenue from a rental standpoint. So it is a parks and recreation type thing, so it is a loss leader, we know that. But I think we need to have a really good look at it and make that decision in due time, but not too much time. All right, next is Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation. You as well have a huge portfolio. I'm really excited to hear about the pickleball and looking for opportunities, especially when it's generating $25K a year. Obviously, that's a well-loved sport in our community. The Youth Leadership Development Program, what is that one? I haven't heard of that one before, please.
Certainly. So you'll find youth leadership sort of at the end of the recreation section. And this is traditionally named the new programs section. But we are developing a program that will come with some registration revenue and then also program expenses. So if it works out well, we're going to run with a 4K profit. But the idea is to have a structured group for teens or tweens. I think typically we get to the young end of the teens, but we'd like to offer a structured program. And I can't speak to the exact specifics of what is plotted, but I think a registered program for kids who are a bit older than just the traditional gymnastics or karate type of programs that we either offer or facilitate. And it will have an element of recreation, then an element of sort of social responsibility type of format that gives kids something that maybe they can put on a resume before they get their first job type of idea.
Fantastic. I'm very excited to hear that, because I think anything that we can do intentionally as a community to develop those types of leadership skills in our young people is fantastic. One other question that I had in regards to the insurance for the Stars Arena at $84,000 annually, can that not be reduced, given that if our plan is not to occupy, I would imagine the liability would be significantly reduced? Is there any chance that number might come down?
Through your worship, yes, it will come down, we expect somewhat. We're waiting to hear that from the insurance company as to what, after we repurpose, and what the buildings, whether it's just accessible but not being programmed, that would make a difference in the insurance level as well. So if we put programming in there, the $85,000 would come down, but not fully as much as it would if it was just basically shuttered. So we're working with the insurance company once we have more information about how that building's going to be used and the new TPAL comes online.
Thank you. Thank you. In regards to the Twin Pad, you have an allotment of advertising a revenue of $10,000. So that works out to be about $833 a month. Is that just for the arena boards, or is that additional revenue on top of that? Or what are you thinking in terms of the advertising opportunities? Because I'm thinking we're kind of undershooting there for that amount.
Thank you. Through the chair, Deputy Mayor Snell. This is a conservative estimate. The revenues that are currently plotted, we did build out rates and fees in the 2023 budget. So there are arena boards. We've actually, after closer analysis and lots of good questions from interested parties, we canceled the or we retroactively billed our current arena boards that were just 4x8 sheets of Corplast on the walls of the old arena most have seen. That program was not a great revenue generator. The price was $250 a year. Our new rink boards, we're selling the first batch. We have a capacity for 62 vinyl 4x8 sections. They're actually 3x7 in order to just make it civilized that the vinyl doesn't overhang the plastic on the dasher boards. Those 62 can be sold at $400 for one or $700 for two. That's how we set our rates and fees in council last year. We also now are going to offer an upgrade. We have 24 glass-covered panels as well. That was built into our dasher boards, and we kind of thought we'd give it a start and see what kind of interest. We haven't actually rolled this out officially yet. We kind of bill based on the number of months, and we want to be 100% sure once we start collecting fees. But those glass ones are going to sell at $500 a piece. We also have a random, I think it's 10 or 15 small 2x2 sections that we'll also sell for $200 a piece. And then last but not least, we have rates and fees already established for the 11 by 17 frames. Many of you have seen them in restaurants, and we do intend to offer, I think it's about 40 locations throughout the building that they can put them in toilet stalls and urinals, so that just random spots throughout the building that people may be interested in. And then last but not least, I must mention, we've successfully wrapped our first ice resurfacer, and we're expecting a new ice resurfacer. It's an electric unit that should be delivered in time for the opening of the building. And we did that with a call to the community. Our donor group got first right of refusals, and there was no uptake. And we put a call for bids out, and it worked successfully. And we intend to do that for the second ice resurfacer, so that would be a revenue on that same line. And we are also plotting a cost for in-ice advertising. We're not going to do that until we open, though. We've got town logos on order, just like we have the logo in the surface between the two at the south end of each arena. You can see it from the lobby out in the ice surface. So ice surface logos is one additional area that we intend to put in the rates and fees for 2024. And then last but not least, there is an illuminated panel on our score clock in the large arena, and that one we also intend to put out for a call for proposals. So I think we can likely gain maybe $5,000 from those two call for proposal items, so it is somewhat conservative at this point, but first time is always tricky to hang our hat on maybe revenue.
Awesome. That's great to hear, and thank you for your team being so creative and looking at every opportunity that we can help to offset some of that expense. Let me just see here. The youth center, is there any plan to return to dances? Now that we're totally post-COVID, and like not only socially is it a great opportunity for kids, but I know as a former youth worker with the City of Vancouver, that was like usually half my budget was constructed from the revenue that we generated both from the candy sales and ticket sales. Is your team thought about going back to dances?
Certainly, I would never pull out my phone in council, but I feel like I've seen it in Instagram that there is an upcoming dance, and I forget what the theme was, but it's something to do with fall. Maybe it was Halloween. At any rate, I know that we're working on it, and it did fizzle a little towards the end. We can't only blame that on COVID. I think in the Star Scott days, many of you remember, it was wall-to-wall people at the Recplex, and the kids loved this. And it wasn't as cool as maybe when we were kids anymore, but we are striving for a program like that, and I'm not sure what the theme is, but I'm sure it's coming up before the end of this year. But that type of programming happens out of the youth program lines, regardless of where the budget sits. They do have a variety of different drop-in type programs. It's like the field trips many of you have maybe heard of in Instagram as well. But if you search the Wasaga Beach Youth Center, I'm sure you can see where this upcoming program is available this fall.
Thank you. That's good to hear. And there is a lot of dynamic programming that's coming from the youth center, and I think it was a fantastic idea to bridge that space with an adult active space during the day while the kids are obviously in school. So I think that's great utilization of that building and that facility. You mentioned about the roof repair at the Recplex. Is the YMCA contributing to that at all, or is that fully our responsibility as part of that partnership? And then I just have one final question, sorry.
Certainly, I can speak specifically to capital repairs with the YMCA. The roofing repairs that we are undergoing are under $10,000, and we have budgeted that out of the building maintenance from the town's pot. But in the year 2023, we have a large capital requirement that has impact on the YMCA. Both the sound system does impact, it shares the two sides, and that's in the town's capital budget. And we also have the two gymnasium rooftop units in our budget. Some of you may remember from spring when we were finalizing the 2023. At any rate, we used that number, $180,000, and we negotiated with the YMCA, and they have put forward $90,000 towards improvements in the building for this year in 2023. And the majority of that was invested in the Dectron. We have a very special air handling unit that looks after the pool area. There was a $20,000 replacement there, so they contributed to that. We also, for those of you who are members at the Y, you may have seen the new epoxy floors. They're gorgeous after sort of 15-year-old carpet and the old vinyl was lifting. So there are new epoxy floors in all of the change rooms. That was looked after by the YMCA. And a big grout project. We've done about 4 or 5 different grout projects. There's obviously a lot of tile in that building. And the balance of that 90,000 will go into the town's rooftop replacement project. So this year's investment through the Y was 1/3 the Y, 2/3 the town, roughly.
Thank you. I'm happy to hear that they are contributing. Obviously, they're a vital partner in providing these essential services to the community. And I know that they struggled as an organization too with COVID. You know, they really took a beating financially, and, you know, obviously they had to sell a bunch of assets as well. So we're grateful to have them as a partner. Just one final question. In terms of the renovations at the Recplex to accommodate the extra staff person and get them out of that off-site building, could they not be accommodated in the TPAL some space? Like, it's such a big, beautiful space. Would that kind of make sense, perhaps, and instead to save that significant investment in the Recplex?
Thank you for your question, Deputy Mayor Snell, through the chair. I think that I do have a plot for our staff offices. I personally sit at the Recplex, and we only have 3 supervisors in my department, and I think it works best to have those supervisors with me. I've always been disjointed since I came here, that we had events in one room, and the facilities foreman always worked out of the Wasaga Stars Arena. We're lucky now that we have a manager and 2 foremans. I actually don't have a second foreman office yet, but there is a long-term plan to try and keep that foreman with the crew of 4 at the Recplex and the second foreman at the Twin Pad Library. In the short term, we actually are going to put the facility foreman at the Twin Pad Library, and if funds weren't available, we could leave them there. But I do think that the dynamic of working closer to the director, the supervisor, the managers together is a helpful setup, and that's what this first office renovation will accomplish. We're just going to fit the foreman in somewhere in the Recplex, so they're near their crew so far, but I don't want to have staff who work together in separate buildings if at all possible, and that was the focus on keeping the admin offices at the Recplex, where we're sort of 75% established already.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, it's quick. Thank you, Chris. Just on the opening, so this is kind of a different topic, and I could be out in left field. I have no idea what these big parties cost, but I see the opening celebrations are $300,000. Is that? I don't want you to have to give anyone any surprises or anything. I just want to make sure that's within a ballpark for opening ceremonies.
So we have a tentative budget so far, and we have conferred with the Twin Pad Library Construction Steering Group, and staff are working to finalize this budget, but as an operational expense, I believe it's been put into the budget. There's a series of activities that we intend to build out in February of 2024, and the total spend at this point, as the plans are unfolding, is to be maximized at 300, although there may be some revenues that will offset that. I think that it's intended to be a grand opening period of roughly 10 days, Councillor Eagle, and this is a number that is preliminary at this point, but it will be first vetted through the construction steering group and then perhaps brought to council if need be.
Deputy CAO.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Eagle. So the plan right now is about a 10-day plan starting on February 10th and then going right through to Family Day weekend. And so each day had an event planned, and each of those events come with a cost. And so the 300,000 less what we bring in from sponsorships and revenues probably end up about 150 if we did everything. But what we'll go to the CSG group is for their input is each event will have a page, a cost, and the revenues anticipated. And then our CSG can say we want to do everything, or we want to cut back, and when we cut back, we know what we're taking out of the week and how much money we'd reduce our costs by. So the 300,000 is all in, and then it remains to be seen whether we go all in or not, or whether we just do 2 things instead of 5 things sort of approach.
Thank you very much for that. It explains it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? All right, I have a few. I just want to get back to the youth dances. My wife and I had the honor and privilege to chaperone or help chaperone several of those dances before I became mayor and after I became mayor. And I will tell you, the amazing thing about it was we'd see 100-plus kids out there. It was a typical youth dance, so 50 to 60% stood around the outside of the room and didn't know how to dance or never danced, and then 10% was always dancing, and the last 2 songs everybody was dancing and having a good time. And so it was so typical of high school and public school, to your point, Chris, when we were in school. But and it was much cooler then, I have to tell you that. I mean, I remember we'd always have a group of about 10 kids outside the Recplex who would be, basically taunting the other kids when they come out, because, you're at a dance, you got to be a nerd, and it was typical kids. But it was a fun time by all, and I can tell you that when I became mayor, what was interesting to me is how many of these kids, when I get there, would actually approach me with really good questions and thoughts about the community. So if these dances come to be again, I encourage council to get out there and talk to the youth, because you really do hear some pretty crazy stuff, but you do hear some good things and some good questions, and so I'd like to see them back as well. As we go through the discussion, I've got to ask the question. I don't want to put you on the spot, Chris, but it's my understanding now that, we've got a $60 million building here. This is the most significant investment this community ever has and may ever make for many years to come. We want to make sure that that building is being monitored and that everything is working, and we're learning from that. And I'm hearing that your office isn't going to be in that building. Is that correct?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. So I have some concerns there, and I think that we need to regroup and look at that. I think that, and I hear you loud and clear about separating your team. I couldn't agree with you more. That is very important. But I think we've got to really have some major eyeballs on this building, at least for the next year or two, and certainly while we're in the warranty stage. So is that when something, and I'm not saying if, I'm saying when, because it will happen. Something will not work well. And, I think of the ice plants alone. If that isn't working right, we need to be fully aware and ensure that that gets looked after and covered. And the cost just to build ice, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but to build that ice is somewhere around, just in power, $2,500 or something. These are significant dollars. Whether it's temporary or not, I'd really like to be able to get back and have some discussion and see that you are in that building for at least the first year, Chris. I think I don't know what anyone else here thinks, but I think that's vitally important. This is a major investment for certain, and a lot of moving parts, no doubt. And I'm assuming Pam's office will be there, so that'll be covered. So what I guess my point is, I don't see offices, as I've toured that building, I don't see offices for recreation. So am I missing it? Is it not there? Do we need to look at sharing offices, perhaps in the library? What do we recommend there? And I know I'm opening a can of worms here, and Pam's going to come across the table at me probably, but.
I think that early on in the planning process, we certainly ran into many discussions. Change rooms is another one. We'd love to have an extra 6 feet wide in every single change room if we could. But at the end of the day, everything was scrutinized. Solar panels on the roof was an idea. And Throughout the process, or somewhere along the way, the recreation offices were removed. I did definitely have a plot in my mind that underneath the grandstands on one edge of the building, I would have my supervisors, myself, in a boardroom and a photocopy filing area, but it was extra square footage that was coming at a very dear cost in a large project, and it was taken out of the program. So at this stage, I do actually frequent the building, and I think that your comments have merit. The logistics about moving the entire department for a period in order to keep us together, it needs to be considered, and I guess maybe I could request that we take that away if we're going to consider it thoroughly, and then to abandon the recplex as well, which is another layer of, or not to abandon, but not to have as much supervision there.
Yeah, I'd really like to see us to look at that. I don't know how about everyone else thinks, but I'd like to see something come back on that from staff. I think it's vitally important, and it's really disappointing that, you know, we've got a $60 million building, and now in order to get costs down to make it more palatable by the public, we've now taken out some very vital and important areas, such as areas for staff to work and to make good things happen, and removing the solar panels. So it is what it is, but I think I've made my point there. Maybe if staff could look at that, Mr. CAO, and come back to council with something on that. Thank you. The charging stations, level 1, level 2, level 3. I have to ask this question. So I'm understanding that if you need a full charge, it's 8 hours. On these charging stations, and the revenue is minimal. I guess I don't care if we're making money on these charging stations, but what I do care about is that, you know, the majority of taxpayers aren't subsidizing a few, so as that they can fuel their car. So is the ability to recoup at least the cost of running these, the power, the cost of the charger, so on and so forth? Is that there, or is this a loss leader and it is what it is? Anybody? Kevin, you look meaner than anyone else right now, so you...
We've been fortunate that the capital investments have been fully funded, so the ROI is negligible to date. We'll continue to pursue funding opportunities for these future quad chargers at the TPAL. As I indicated earlier, I will have, and I apologize, I should have some numbers at the tip of my tongue here, but we will have a report in terms of what we are seeing currently. We do have some information from our neighboring communities as well in terms of what their revenues are, but it's not significant, and you know, the level 3 chargers, I think, were 50,000. There's a significant hydro upgrade that is required, yes. And so the level 2 chargers, which are kind of the 8-hour charge, the level 1 are the ones you just plug into the house, and you hope for the best in the morning that you've got half your vehicle charged. But the level 2 chargers that we have throughout the community, and they serve a purpose, and it's really, we only had sufficient capacity in our hydro service to accommodate them, which is why we went with the level 2s. Those are, I believe, probably $20,000 to $25,000 per unit, and again, fully funded. So, but when you have to fully invest in this infrastructure without grants or subsidies, yeah, that ROI, I suspect, is quite a bit down the way, and it's more of a green initiative. And again, when we get into this green fleet strategy, all of this will come before council as well, because there's significant hydro investments that are needed before you can just start to flip the switch into a green fleet. We've done some nominal upgrades because we're a little bit behind, but you need to have a bigger picture, a greater strategy around what the hydro investments need to be before you start just rolling these out. But we'll try and provide as much information with that next report as we can.
All right, thank you very much. And then on that same topic then to the chief, you know, when I was in hospital, I can tell you they had some significant damage in the South Lake Hospital, almost a whole wing, because there was a Tesla car fire in the parking garage, and the amount of water that's needed to extinguish one car was so significant that it actually, permeated into the hospital, and they had to shut a whole wing down because it was flooded. It's probably millions of dollars in damage. And so where are we in Wasaga Beach from the fire department standpoint being able to deal with that should we have a fire here or at one of these charging stations? And it's not that it will affect the budget should we have to do that. There's no doubt moving forward. So.
All right, thank you, Your Worship. I think I don't know if that's my mic or not. Is that okay? Okay. I think a couple of meetings ago I mentioned lithium-ion batteries and some of the challenges that were associated with them. Car fires and specifically are a serious challenge at the best of times, and when you add on these battery packs on the bottom, they're very difficult to put out. So even if you have access to a fire hydrant, there's reports that sometimes you can sit 4 and 5 hours on a car pouring water on it once it's into a thermal runaway, and you still can't put it out. So there's certainly discussions on the best way to fight these fires, and as of right now, we're sort of limited. We did purchase this year a special nozzle that's used to slide underneath a car that has the battery pack, so it can be cooled from the bottom of the car and hopefully slow down that thermal runaway once it starts. But even with good tools in place, we would be spending more time on scene, and the exposures that could result as damage would be very serious. So it's going to be a challenge, but the other piece of it is just the toxicity of these fires as well. There's serious health concerns if you're exposed to some of this smoke.
So in the case of a car battery fire, is it safe to assume that our first responders are wearing Scott packs to those calls when they might not to a regular fire vehicle call?
Absolutely, yeah. Which would be our standard protocol with any car fire anyways. Okay. But our staff are as protected as they can be, but I think what we will see is probably much greater on-scene times trying to put these fires out and control them than a standard car.
And if this car then is in the garage of a house, it's safe to say the house is, chances are pretty slim you're going to save anything.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for me. If there's nothing else from anyone else, we'll move along. Oh, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Sorry, Mayor Smith, just your line of questioning there in regards to the chargers just prompted a thought. If and maybe this is to Danny, if this is a trending concern in terms of charging systems, do we require from a building department's perspective or whatnot that if there is a EV charging system being put into a garage of a residential property, that it's mandated to have hardwired smokes in there or additional smokes or something to indicate, or even to have a lit up one, please?
Through your worship to Deputy Mayor, nothing currently. There actually was a mandated requirement in the code very briefly back in 27 to actually have pre-wire for charging stations in houses. That was taken out by the Ford government. But if somebody were to come to us, houses now, the level of fire protection in residential housing is much better than it was even 5 years ago in terms of not only the how the alarms sound in terms of being audible and visual. Like if you're hearing impaired or if you're visually impaired, you're likely going to know that there's a fire, and they're required in more areas of a house than they were years ago. But if somebody were to include in their plans, and I can tell you at my own home, I have a level 2 station, and there is no extra level of fire protection required as a result of having that in-house.
Thank you, Danny. Chief?
If I may, through your worship to the Deputy Mayor, I just don't want anybody to leave this meeting and think that electric vehicles are bad and they're dangerous, because the reality is there's thousands of them that come through our community on a weekly basis, and we don't have issues with them. It's just that we need to be aware of the extra hazards, that if they are to be damaged in an accident, catch fire, that there's additional things for our first responders to be aware of, and we will manage them the best that we can.
Yeah, it's a very good point. It's why I raised the question, because we're in budget here. So everything that we can point out, and this is one of those things that people can understand why budgets are what they are and where they are. The fact that this is one of those things that we should be promoting, but there's a cost to it, and that builds into the budget and is part of that. Mr. Chief Building Official?
Thanks, Your Worship, and maybe just a little bit more perspective around that. I mean, the wiring involved in hooking up a level 2 charger in your house is very comparable to the wiring that you would use to run your electric dryer. And I would say that the threat posed by electric dryers in houses is far greater than having your level 2 charging station there.
All right, nothing else? Moving along. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Deputy Mayor Snell, and members of council, as well as residents of Wasaga Beach. When developing the Draft 1 library budget, the Wasaga Beach Public Library Board and staff were striving to find the right balance between setting up a new, larger library for success, yet containing costs to mitigate the library's financial impact on local taxpayers. And we believe that the library's Draft 1 budget showcases our fiscal responsibility. In operational functions, Wasaga Beach Public Library Board members and staff were pretty excited about our pending opening of our new facility at 544 River Road West. With the additional space and additional resources, we believe that we will be able to do even more for our community. Right now, the Wasaga Beach Public Library provides essential community services like access to information, computers, computer assistance, and business services. With our new space in 2024, what we will be able to bring on board for service are those additional spaces where people can meet, work, study, learn, and play. Another of the library's key roles is developing community partnerships to support local groups, organizations, and social services. Our collaborations are already supporting residents experiencing homelessness, food insecurity, bereavement, and health issues like Alzheimer's and diabetes. In 2024, we will continue to expand our ways to help residents in need, so we're open to new partnerships. Wasaga Beach Public Library is also dedicated to offering lifelong learning to people of all ages, with a special focus on early literacy. The programming spaces in our new building will enable our library to address new topics and reach larger audiences. We have never had the ability to program to more than 30 people at a time without being outside, so this gives us great ways to reach more in the community and get more involvement. Providing residents with arts and cultural opportunities is important to Wasaga Beach Public Library. In 2024, we will be addressing ways to expand our exposure, experiences, and creative programming in the new year. When it comes to capital expenditures for 2024, we have requested an additional $6,000 to our collection budget of both physical and digital materials. It is important for us to meet our industry's best practices for access to collection and meeting collection size in order to provide ample access to that information and potentially life-changing reading materials. As the mayor pointed out, there are many situations going on in the world today. We provide the education and the access to more information so that people can develop empathy, understanding, and better relate to what is going on for all of us. The total budget for our collection in 2024 is set at $71,000 thus far. In 2024, the Draft 1 budget has $31,000 allocated for equipment and furnishings to provide the community residents with equal access to online services they need and to maintain an ample number of up-to-date computer systems for the public. We have $14,000 built in for equipment so that we can update the items that have met their lifespan. Also in this budget is $17,000 for additional furnishings to ensure that the library has what it needs. You will notice through the library's operating statement that it is getting these funds through reserves, which are coming from the TPAL funding. So this is not taxation based. In draft one budget, the library has also requested $16,000 to be moved into reserves, and this is in order to cover upcoming future expenditures for equipment. Our equipment, especially our self-checkout stations and the systems, are highly expensive, so we are trying to smooth the taxation rate when we will need to replace those items in 2028 after their lifespan. Total operating budget for the library is approximately $1.6 million. The library's mandate is to provide equitable access to services and programs, making options for revenue generation highly limited. We want to make sure that we are available for the vulnerable, for the economically challenged, and everything else. So we cannot generate high revenue. However, we are forecasting a 30% increase in our operational revenue. This will come through the renting of our small rooms that we have available. Also looking to rent out our gallery wall space for those who would like to showcase art, as well as some small advertising opportunities. Library staff will be pursuing grant funding in order to support the programs. We are carrying over approximately $7,000 in grant funding from 23 into 24, and we have another grant proposal in for the federal government's New Horizons for Seniors grant, approximately $23,000 to augment programming as well. So we will continue looking for those opportunities. Our operational expense increase for 2024 is actually only $235,000. The majority of that is coming through the annualization of the additional staffing that we are bringing on board in 2023 to be able to safely operate the new building. We want to ensure that we have good lines of sight and are well aware of what is going on in that 17,000 square foot building. We want to ensure that those visiting the building have access to proper service. If you've wandered around Home Depot and couldn't find help, you don't want to experience that in our wonderful new library. People are not going to know where to find anything, so this is going to be an uphill battle of us to get them informed. With our new staffing brought in 2023, not 2024, residents can watch for some new programming as well. We will be bringing in new makerspace creative programs in our digital lab and our learning lab, some real skills development. A focus on being environmentally friendly is our key. We're going to be upcycling, recycling, and learning how to utilize what is considered cast-offs to create some real gems. In 2024, we also plan to bring on board our lifelong learning lecture series. This is part of the Third Age Network's learning type opportunities for seniors. We tried to launch it in 2020 and had to cancel due to COVID, so we're bringing that back on track. These are great opportunities to really support seniors with some new learning, education, some higher level speakers. We'll also be looking at bringing in cultural opportunities like live music. While the events team does a wonderful job of bringing in big bands, we like to bring in some more fringe type music, whether it's, we've had harpists, classical, barbershop, those sorts of opportunities, so that especially in the shoulder seasons and through winter, seniors and those who are feeling isolated have ways that they can engage. We're looking at bringing in more edutainment, as we like to call it, for young people. So whether that is in January, we're planning to bring in a planetarium so that people can learn more about astronomy, animal shows for young people, that's in our works. In order to support some of this programming, we have requested an additional $1,300 in our program budget for 2024. As well, in 2024, we're requesting an additional $1,900 to support advertising improvements. We find that we offer so many wonderful things between services and programs that we need to ensure that the community is well aware of what is available at the library and how we are there to help In 2024, small budget increases will allow the library's physical and digital collections to continue growing to better serve the community. Included in that are increased number of print periodicals. We are probably the only place in town where you'll be able to come to read a daily newspaper. If anybody subscribes, you understand why that's not common anymore, highly expensive. So come enjoy the walking track and then visit the library to read the daily paper. Behind the scenes, Wasaga Beach Public Library is working with the Simcoe Digital Library Service and the cooperating Simcoe County Library Systems to expand our online resources. We are still finalizing the budget through Simcoe County for these online resources. In particular, we're looking at how we can bring online streaming services through our library into our community so that those who cannot afford Netflix or one of the other online systems can access movies and the like through our library system. So we will be seeing if we can make that happen for 24. With our new program spaces, we are opening our arms to additional community partners. For anybody providing free services that will benefit the community, we're ready and we're willing to build important community connections. This wonderful graph shows the distribution of the library's operating budget. As you can see, staffing accounts for 83% of the library's operating budget, and the new staffing hours that have been annualized are responsible for approximately $250,000. The administration, a number of projects from 2023 were achieved, whether it was our policy consultation, our website development. Due to those completion of those projects, we were actually able to trim the administration budget for 2024 by approximately 29%, which is a nice savings right there. Building overhead, the cost associated with running the larger library, we put an approximate 10% increase to cover those costs. As well, approximately $39,000 was included in our budget to maintain the 120 Gledwin property until another faction takes it over. In programming is just 3% of our operating budget, and we asked for an increase of $1,300 just to augment all of the new things that we would like to bring on board. So in summation, the Wasaga Beach Public Library Board and staff believe that the 2024 Draft 1 budget for the library successfully addresses our organization's needs, ensuring that the library is able to expand its services and programs to better serve our community in our dynamic new library space. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Questions or comments? Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Pam. Great presentation. Thank you so much. I just have a question. Many moons ago, I recall somewhere around $100,000 being accrued into or being donated for a library build fund. Whatever became of those funds, and are you planning on using them in your build out of your facility?
Through your worship, I think I'm to answer this one. So those funds were used towards the building. They were kept in a reserve. So I think there was, pardon me? Yeah, 89,000. And they were in a separate reserve until they were used. I'm pretty sure I drew on them in the 22 year, or else they're being drawn in 23. But yes, they've gone towards the cost of the building.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Eagle.
Thank you, through your worship. Thank you, Pam, for that presentation. As you may know, I'm a fan of the bookmobile. So I'm just looking at the notes here, and the budget for 23 was $4,000, about 25 was used in 2022. And then this year, the actual was just $635. Got that all right?
I believe it's 2,000 this year. We've discovered, through your worship, we've discovered that the maintenance of the vehicle, which is a separate budget line, is the higher cost for us at this time because it's older, so we always have something that we're fixing on it. However, what we need to operate it inside, we've replaced some of the furniture, chairs and such, but we do not predict that we're going to need the full 4,000, so we just brought that budget down. I believe it's 2.
Oh, so that's what it's for, okay.
Yeah.
So it was still well-used, I gather.
It is well used. It's a wonderful promotional tool for us, especially when we roll it into the schools or the market or out to Klondike Park. It's also been terrific for us for visiting the vulnerable. We take it to the Ministerial Food Bank, the St. Noel Chabanel Food Bank, as well as the geared to income housing developments at Zoo Park and 7th Lane. So it really helps us have a presence out in the community and people are aware that we're out there to provide them with the supports that they need.
It's great, thanks. I'm glad it's in good repair then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Other questions or comments? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. And first, a comment, really. I have the privilege of being on the library board, and it's a fantastic board, and I've learned so much about the library and the services we provide. I'm very proud to be sitting in that chair. One of the things that I think is in the works, but I'd just like to kind of reinforce the importance, is as the library moves into this new building, into a new relationship, we need to have a memorandum of understanding, specifically because this is a complicated change of how service has been delivered to the library, everything from who's plowing to who's vacuuming and that sort of thing. So I believe that is in the works, and I don't know if the treasurer, CFO, would like to speak to that. And if I could just make a second comment before, I'm very happy to see the money that's in the advertising and marketing line items, because I feel that we have a very loyal following of library users, but with the new space, we have to get the word out far more of all these wonderful programs that are available to the people of Wasaga Beach and basically free of charge. So it's all inclusive and everybody is welcome. So a bit of a question? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, through Mayor Smith to Councillor Timms. So I've been chatting with the CFO, and my understanding is Jocelyn and Pam have been working diligently on a draft of the MOU. I'm hoping to have that shortly, within the next couple of weeks, I expect, and then we'll be getting together, the three of us, in addition to with the chair and the vice chair of the library board, and we'll go line by line through the MOU, make sure everyone's comfortable with it, and then it'll come forward to council shortly thereafter. But the goal is to get that done well in advance of end of the year.
As a follow-up, Your Worship, and perhaps too complicated to answer here, but will the acquisition or sale of that property have an implication on this budget in 2024?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe so. Yeah, essentially there would be a transfer of the building to the municipality. So we'll work through all those details over the coming weeks. There's actually 3 items. There's the MOU, there's the space allocation agreement within the actual TPAL, and then there's the actual transfer of the library to the municipality. So those 3 items will be before you shortly.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Whether it be the new facility or we had talked earlier about the cabins, but I know last year we sort of had to move quickly to an out of the cold program, but when we talk cooling centers or out of the cold, I don't know what we incurred cost-wise on that, but is there been any planning related to what facilities or rooms might be utilized for that going forward?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Belanger. As far as the costs incurred last year, it was a very, very small amount. We do have a small amount of money in the emergency management budget that was able to cover the cost of just the food that was provided. The staff time was absorbed into our existing budget. I think we have some meetings coming up in the next little bit to strategize on what the plan will be for this year, specific to extreme cold shelter type of scenario. So we'll report back to council if that's okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for the presentation, Pam. I've got a couple of questions and then some just comments. The building maintenance of $16,000, what is that for? Is that for TPAL or is that for the older existing library?
All of the budget lines for building maintenance are for TPAL, and then there was a new budget line created of about $39,000 for the old library.
Thank you. Yeah, I did see the old library one. So what are we anticipating, given that it's a brand new building, that there would be maintenance? Like I would assume that most of it would be covered under warranty or under, building warranties. If you could just sort of clarify.
You want to tackle that one, Chris, or?
So, Deputy Mayor Snell, through the chair, definitely we do have building maintenance lines in a number of our larger buildings, and the Twin Pad Library has it in my budget as well as in the library budgets. I heard now that Pam spoke about $16,000. So to give some scope, I think there's $58,000 in the recreation half, or two-thirds of that budget as well. The Recplex has a standing line of about 50, and I believe our older Wasaga Stars Arena also had a number of about 50. So even though the building is new, sometimes that is complicated as well. There are, for example, in a large building like that, if we had missed our engineering step on one three-way valve, there could be easily $10,000, if not $20,000 replacement if something significant went wrong. I think that it's wise to always have a little bit there. There could be something that wasn't covered under warranty, and these numbers are always subject to what comes up. We don't always plan for breakdowns, et cetera. And if it's specific to the breakdowns of the library, it's a big space, and there could be significant issues from time to time. So that number is on par with the size of the building. It's literally 4 to 5 times the size of the Wasaga Stars Arena that's been carrying 50 a year.
Thank you. And that makes sense, just from a forecasting perspective to have some sort of, formula of square footage or whatever to just sort of put in a maintenance plan. But so that I'm understanding that $16K is sort of a bit of a contingency and potentially, is just there as a backup, but not necessarily allocated to anything in particular.
Well, I would say that typically outside service is 2/3 to 3/4 of that on an annual basis. We're bringing in mechanical contractors, electricians, and plumbers on the regular for most of our buildings, whether it's an upgrade or just a repair. And it is possible that an aggravated user breaks a toilet. That's going to be $2,500. That would come out of a line like that, and these types of things will happen, and that would be an example where it wouldn't be covered by warranty.
Please tell me it doesn't cost us $2,500 to fix a toilet.
I cannot be 100% on that, but it's not always simple. We have wall-mounted units in these buildings. I can't give you the exact number, but story of my life, Mayor Smith. We literally see these invoices multiple times a day at times. So.
Okay, well, that's kind of scary. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a couple more. I noticed that the legal is set for $5K. Looking at the previous years, it's significantly higher. Is there any reason why you're projecting that?
Through your worship, we just included the legal fee in case we have to have a legal opinion on the MOU, the space use agreement, that sort of thing. Of course, we're close neighbors and friends here, but if one needs to be involved, even with the transfer of the property, then we built those funds in.
Thank you, that makes sense. The edutainment that you mentioned, has your board considered attaching a small fee that could obviously be waived should someone not be able to afford it? But I think, like especially like your foam party, bringing in the live entertainment, bringing in your buskers and doing these outdoor parties, these types of events, I'm sure many residents would have no issue in paying $5. And also, too, I think because of the scale of this facility and the quality of your programming, I think we're going to end up attracting residents from outside the area. So we definitely want to make sure that there's some fee, I would assume, being attached to a resident of Springwater or Clearview. Not that we don't love our neighbors, of course, but they're not paying for this facility. So has your board thought about that at all?
Through your worship, when the board talked about the rates and fees, we wanted to ensure that they were accessible above all for all people in the community. So when it comes to children, there was really a pushback about charging. However, what we will do and what we do even with our book sale is a pay what you can. So there will be people happily to give us $20, and those who can't give do not need to give. So rather than charging a fee, we're keeping it open and hoping to generate some money through donations. That's for children's programs. For adult programs, we're hoping that the lecture series, as it is with many other communities, whether it's Collingwood, Beaver Valley, that becomes a revenue generator. So that is one that we will charge for attendance because the costs of bringing in higher level speakers are there. However, most of the organizations that run these do make a profit, so we will be aiming to hopefully achieve a profit with that. But for children especially, it will be a pay what you can, if you can.
Okay, that's great to hear, and I can totally appreciate that. Just to sort of circle back to my question in regards to non-residents of Wasaga Beach, when you're doing programming, or even if you're coming into the library, is it mandated that they have to show a library card? And because obviously if you're out of community, you wouldn't be able to qualify for a card, or if I lived in Springwater, can I buy a card at a significantly higher rate than the local residents, just to ensure that we're not giving services away free to other communities?
Through your worship, we're looking at our policies and we're making some adjustments. We do have a non-resident card that those who cannot show proof of address in Wasaga Beach do have to pay for the privilege of joining the library, $65. However, we do have a reciprocal partnership with some of our Simcoe County libraries. Let's say, for example, Springwater, if you belong to Simcoe Library and you can show that you're in good standing, then you can join the Wasaga Beach Library with some caveats on what you can or cannot borrow. We won't lend out our higher ticket items to people from outside of town in that way. As far as programming, it puts a bit of a sticky wicket because we do have, of course, the cottagers who are in for the summer who may partake in it. We don't tend to have that many outside of towners coming in other than the seasonal who tend to be back every summer. But we can start if we find that too many out-of-towners are enjoying our good stuff and it's infringing on the ability for our community to join it, then we can look at putting in, you must be a library member to partake.
Thank you, and I appreciate you considering that, because I think your staff are probably going to find we're going to have a big shiny coin here, and a lot of folks are going to be very interested, and especially again with the dynamic programming that you do. And I strongly feel personally that if you're not a resident, and the seasonal residents, they're taxpayers as well, because they pay their taxes year-round here, so they should be able to access our services. But I think if you don't pay taxes here, then there should be a charge to that. And whether they're infringing or taking up space from residents or not, it's a huge space. But if they're getting the services at no charge, I think we really should be looking at attaching some sort of fee to try to recoup, rather than our taxpayers paying for their benefit. And just one final question. On the last page around equipment and furniture and equipment, computer and office equipment, those two line items are, roughly $30,000. Are those above and beyond what's already in the furniture and fixtures for the TPAL budget?
Through your worship, no, that will be coming through the current TPAL budget. So we determined that those were some costs that were kind of cross-wired with former IT, that what was ordered or not ordered. So there were still some items that we do need to update just to their lifespan. In the past, the library has been super frugal and used refurbished units from Simcoe County. Simcoe County no longer provides that opportunity, so we have a number of outdated systems that we just need to address, and that will be addressed through the current TPAL's equipment budget.
Any other questions or comments? All right, I do have a few. It appears to me that the library, and I understand most libraries are probably doing this, are really, they're outreaching. So we hear about libraries offering services to people with diabetes and so on and so forth. And I just want to be clear, so for every one of those different programs we may run, do we need a specific programmer then to look after that?
What we provide is the space for them to do their meetings. So we do not facilitate those programs. We partner with them so that, once again, there was discussion about cost of some of the rooms, and these are services as we view it to our community members. So whether it's a bereavement group or Alzheimer's, so we partner with CHC and some of the other social service providers to offer them a space where it's safe and welcoming for people to come in to take part. So we do not have to facilitate the leadership or instruction.
All right, great, thank you, Pam. And so back to Deputy Mayor Snell's last question, $17K for furnitures and fixtures. So this, I just want to be clear, that is included in the new TPAL budget, or it is not?
Yes.
It is, all right, thank you. If we can just go back one slide. Thank you. So I'm looking at building overhead, an increase of $5,000, basically, give or take a few dollars. I look at this and say we're going from 4,500 square feet to almost 18,000 square feet. And we only think that it's going to be about $5,000 extra in building overhead. So I need to understand what is included then in building overhead. I think we could easily spend $5,000 more just for vacuuming.
Your Worship, this budget, this is a comparison to 2023, and in 2023, the treasurer had already built in funds for TPAL, which was supposed to open slightly earlier this year. So what it is just a minor increase for the full year. I think it was based on numbers provided by comparables. So once again, we're shooting in the dark a little bit here. We don't know exactly what we're looking at, but these funds were built in order to try and cover any contingencies that we may encounter. But the increase is not based on the former library, it's based on the 2023 budget, which did have some of TPAL built in already.
So then to that point, Madam CFO, if we already built in a portion of this to 2023, we haven't had to use that. I'm assuming that will be transferred to reserves and we'll be able to use it next year in 24?
Your Worship, yes, any surplus in the library budget is always transferred to the library reserve and could be pulled out if needed. However, I'm just wanting clarification. Are you looking at the slide and the difference between the orange bar and the blue bar?
Yes.
Because the blue bar represents the total expenses. The orange bar represents what's tax supported. So of the 118,000, 114,000 is tax supported. It's not a year over year.
Right, so the balance is 5,000 that is not tax supported, correct?
Right.
And my question is, what does $5,000 cover in the overhead of the building for a 20,000 or an 18,000 square foot library? I'm trying to understand these numbers and the impact that they have with respect to the size of the square footage of what we're looking to deal with here.
So what this is saying is of a total expense of $119,000. There's some other revenues generated in the library that is going to cover $5,000 worth of those expenses, and the remaining portion of that total expense is covered through taxation.
So the revenue then is about 3.5% that's being generated, give or take.
Give or take, yes. It's a small amount of the total expense line.
And so it's at 3.5%, let's say 4% to be generous, that's the revenue that we're gathering.
From our programming and other.
Books and whatever.
Our grants and other things, so that portion of that particular expense line is got some other revenues helping to support it.
Okay. Thank you. I've asked this question, I think, on 3 other occasions, and I'm going to ask it again because I think it's important. Again, we're looking at a $60 million building here that is being used as a library and an arena and some other programs within that facility. As I say, I've asked this question several times and I still haven't received it, and I'd like to see it. I'd like to know a real number, not of people who come several times a day, but the total amount of people, the population of the town of Wasaga Beach that are using these facilities. I think it's important. Council needs to understand what that cost is per person for the library and for the arena. So I know I've asked it before on at least 3 occasions. I haven't seen that. I'd really like to see that as soon as possible. How you're going to garner that number, I don't know, but I'm sure that we know what the membership is or how many kids are playing hockey and figure skating and whatever. I don't care if they come 20 times. I just want to know how many people are registered to use that building. I think that's an important number. So if we could please work on that, I would appreciate it. And then the last one, last 2 items that are a little concerning as I'm listening here. One is the sale of the existing library and then legal fees. So I need to understand again what these legal fees are going to be used for. And I need to understand, when we talk about the sale of the existing library, what we're talking about there. I understand that the existing library is technically owned by the library and the library board, yet the taxpayer of Wasaga Beach pays 100% for that facility. And I understand when the facility was built 25 years ago, or whatever it was, that there was a donation of some sort to pay for the land or the building. But I look at this now and say the taxpayer of Wasaga Beach is putting out, for a rough number, let's say $20 million for a new library. And we have an existing library that perhaps the library board wants to sell to the town or put a value on. I'm struggling to understand that. In my mind, the taxpayer pays for this, the new or the old, 100%. And so, quite frankly, who cares what the value is? It should be transferred to the taxpayer so the taxpayer can recoup some of the costs, first of all, in the new library. So I need to understand that better, and then I need to understand the legal fees. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. Maybe, I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to speak to what you're saying, but that is why we need an MOU. Because when you look at this budget, there's nothing in it for rent to be in that building. And how is the cost of that building going to be shared going forward? And yes, I believe that is owned by the library board with a history of land swapping, et cetera. And a lot of the relationship between the library and the town is grandfathered in, and it's handshake agreements and courtesies. So the sooner that a memorandum of understanding is created, the better off the library board will be, the council board will, the council will be, staff will be, have that document to refer to. So I'm sure that regardless of what happens, there will be some legal fees to transfer property at the very least. Without even talking about legal opinions, there'll be some legal costs in land transfer. You know, if the library's on the deed, I don't know what that looks like. So just my 2 cents from what I've kind of learned from being on the board and on the council. It's complicated.
Or maybe it's too simplified, one or the other. Pam, go ahead.
Your Worship, the land that the library sits on was donated through the town on, once again, a property swap with the Wasaga Beach Public Library Board at the time. And at the time, it was the library board who'd raised the funds independently to build that new building through donations, fundraising, and falling out of the sky of all things. So the library board is wanting recognition for their stewardship of that property over the past 30-ish years that it's been operable. And that's the only thing. It's not talking about sale. That's not what they're planning to do. They just want the recognition of they are donating this property back to the town and recognizing that it does come with some value attached to it now that is significant versus what it even was at the time. We recognize that, of course, the municipality and the taxpayers have supported library operations and the support of that building over the past 30 years. But at the same time, the deed to the property is in the library's name, and it does need to be transferred back to the town. So there are some steps that need to be taken in order to make sure that that is done correctly, and that the board is also acknowledged for what it's giving back.
Okay, so I don't think this is the time or place for us to get into this particularly then, but I think, and I understand where you're coming from, and I respect the value, and I absolutely respect the library boards over the years who have done a phenomenal job and continue to do a phenomenal job. Where I'm struggling is, I mean, the taxpayers of the town of Wasaga Beach, to the tune of, let's say on average, $500,000 to $800,000 a year for 25 years, have kept this library running. We pay for snow plowing, we pay, I don't think the library doesn't pay us any rent, we pay, you know, we pay all the bills, we look after the cost of staffing it, the whole 9 yards. And so whatever the value of that land and building is, I can promise you today even is far less than what the taxpayer has already paid for that over the years. And I understand there's a cost to legal fees to make a transfer of land, but I mean, it should be a fairly simple transfer. It should be very minimal. And so I think we need to have some discussion perhaps between staff and the board to understand this, because I really struggle with the taxpayer who pays 100% of all the costs of the library, which is, it's no different here in Wasaga Beach than it is anywhere else throughout the province. I understand that. But the value, in my opinion, of the current library should be a moot point. We're going to be turning over the rights of use for a brand-new, beautiful library at 18,000 square feet. I absolutely agree with you, Councillor Timms, that we do need to have no more goodwill handshake type deals in this day and age. That just shouldn't be anymore for any liability's sake. But we absolutely need to have a memorandum of understanding. And as I sit here and listen and absorb this, I think that it's important, in my opinion, that that MOU must be in place and signed by both parties before we even start the operation of this library. If for nothing else, to protect the library board and the taxpayers of Wasaga Beach. So those are my thoughts. We can discuss this later offline, or I'll leave it actually to staff and the library board to sort it out and come back to council. But that's it for me. Having said all that, I am excited to see it open and get going. So who's next? Oh, boy. Yeah, I love listening to the building department because they just pay for themselves.
Yes, it's a nice position to be in. Thank you, Your Worship. So it's my pleasure to kick off the budget presentation for Development Services Business Unit. Our business unit is comprised of building services, municipal law enforcement and licensing, as well as community planning and development, and oversight of committees, the Committee of Adjustment, the Healthy Community Network Committee, as well as the Climate Advisory Committee. We'll start off with the building department budget, and when I wrap the building department budget presentations up, which won't take long, I'll pass it over to Trevor for planning, and then on to Rachel for municipal law. So operational highlights for the building department is the administration of the Building Code Act and the Ontario Building Code, as well as all associated regulations with those two pieces of legislation. We work to support the realization of council priorities, and we work to uphold provincial policy direction. Some of the highlights for this coming fiscal year is the continued modernization of our services, the continued digitization of our records, and resolving our legacy files, the several thousand open permits that we have, and onlining and transitioning to the new 2024 Ontario Building Code, which is probably going to be outside of just our day-to-day operations and the issuance of permits and inspections, one of the largest things on our plate for this year. We're told we're going to have the new code in our hands sometime late in 23, and that the transition will happen throughout the year in 2024. Our revenues, we're projecting $710,000 in revenue for next year. That leaves us with a deficit in terms of our operations, which will draw from our operational reserve. What I'd like to point out there is permit life cycles don't align well with fiscal cycles. So whereas, we budget January 1 to December 31st, we may issue a permit in November of any given year, or hundreds of permits in November of any given year, and the vast majority of the work done associated with those permits is done in the following calendar year. However, the revenue from that permit that we issued the year before goes into the reserve at the end of the year, and then we have to draw on that to pay for our services in the next year. In terms of our capital program, we have a couple of carryovers. It appears that the vehicles that we ordered this year, and council will recall approving probably in June, I believe, the purchase of two electric vehicles for our department. It appears that we won't see delivery of those until next year. So this $265,000 is a carryover to next year, because that's when we anticipate the cost will occur. I guess this is the slide that I get to brag about. We are 100% self-sustaining. We do not rely on the levy for any of our operations. In fact, I'll use this opportunity to maybe just point out a little bit about how our revenues are constructed. One of the things we get to do when we're calculating our fees is to anticipate what our direct operational costs are, as well as what our indirect operational costs are. So our direct operational costs are our building inspectors, our space within the building, everybody that actually does the physical work associated with administering both the act and the regulation. That comes with an acknowledgement that there are a lot of people that provide support to us within the corporation, from HR to treasury to clerks to the CAO's office. So we are allowed to transfer some money back, and you see that I believe it's $85,000 goes back into general administration. And that concludes the slides for the building department.
Well, if you're done bragging, Danny, we'll move to Trevor. Tough act to follow, Trevor.
Thank you, Council. Sorry about that. That is humbling and embarrassing.
Which button is it that we use here? The right one? This one? That one? Okay. Okay. So, Your Worship and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to present our budget for 2024 for the planning department. Operationally, the planning department facilitates the enactment or the consideration of enactment of various bylaws and regulations for you as council. Typically, that would be your zoning bylaws and official plan amendments, things of that nature. We also do recommendations to you for plans of subdivision and matters of that nature. We also provide guidance to applicants and the public at large in terms of how we want to see our municipality grow and maintain its beauty. And as part of that, we do community, it's all part of the public interest and the community interest and the objectives. So just before I go on to the next slide, just a brief mention of our capital expenditures. It's approximately $11,000, of which it's split between some office equipment, about $3,000 of which, and about $7,800 of computer software and hardware and things of that nature. So operationally, we have a few major projects. The first thing before we get into that is the general administration, and that is our day-to-day operations. And for the most part, that's dealing with applications that are coming in for processing under the Planning Act. We also provide services for the public at large in terms of compliance letters and review of building permits and things of that nature. That we undertake. For our major projects, we have 3 of them underway. The first one is the official plan update, the second being the zoning bylaw update, and the third being the West End secondary plan. These are major projects that we actually budgeted for and are a continuation of projects that we had started in most cases last year. I don't think it's any shocker that of those 3 projects, the one that is most forefront in our mind is getting the official plan update done, which was started, I believe, in around 2016 or 2017. Unfortunately, that project has stalled out for various reasons, which I won't get into, but we're very interested in getting that project out and done for the 2024 budget. The West Secondary Plan is a close second to that. It has been started. It too was dragged down a little bit with our COVID and staffing challenges that our department suffered through in the last couple of years, but we're actively pursuing that one. And the zoning bylaw, which is currently up to speed and is on schedule. So what we're hoping to do, council, is have all 3 of those to you by this time next year, knock on wood. Other projects that we're working on is departmental modernization. So we're not proposing to you as council any major new studies, being cognizant of the fact that we were asked to try to come into council with a trim budget, and also trying to get what I would call our house in order. Again, we've had a struggle in the department with staffing and with COVID. It was an exceptionally busy time for the staff. What I would like to do as the director is to try to focus on getting our day-to-day operations squared away, which we have not, I don't think, as a municipality done probably in the last 5 or 6 years. A couple of those things would be, as you're probably aware, we're now taking ownership of the natural heritage peer reviews because of Bill 23. Our sister entity, the conservation authorities, we're taking a lot of that responsibility away through changes to the legislation. When I say we are looking after the peer reviews, it's not my staff. We are the instruments to make sure that the peer reviews that the EISs that come to council for consideration for supportive development applications are correctly peer reviewed. So that's a new thing for us, and we're just starting to get into that as we speak. The other big challenge for us right now is Bill 109, which is the potential return of fees, which is the chart that you see at the bottom of the slide. As of July 1, we are now mandated for certain applications, which are zoning bylaws, official plan amendments, and site plan approvals, to have council render decisions on those applications within a specified time period. If we fail to do that, we are mandated by law to start reimbursing our fees, your fees, which is our revenue stream for the department. So because it's July 1st of this year, we're just now starting to see applications coming in where we have to be cognizant of that. So that's one of the reasons we want to modernize our department, is so that we can keep our workflows going smoothly and efficiently, so that we don't run into a snag for returning of fees. And lastly, there's a lot of policy updates that I think our department hasn't really taken a good look at. A site plan control bylaw, parkland dedication fees, telecommunication protocols, a lot of the non-sexy things that keep civilization continuing. We need to address those things because we haven't had an opportunity to do that. In terms of the operating budget, we're approximately 1.6 million, of which it's tax supported by about 1.1 million. As you can see on the graph, as of a lot of other departments, it's mostly in the staffing that our revenue or our operating budget comes out of. Just a couple of things to note. You will see there the West Secondary Plan, the official plan, and the comprehensive zoning bylaw. Again, those are projects that were budgeted for and are continuing on for the new year. The West Wasaga Beach Servicing Study is a new study that we're proposing. I don't think it's been sorted out if it's coming out of this department budget or engineering or a joint, but that is a result of the fact that the West Secondary Plan, once completed next year, that area has a lot of currently undevelopable properties that will probably come on stream in the very near future. And as a result of that, we're anticipating that there's going to be some major applications in the West End coming off of Beechwood Road. And we have to be prepared for that eventuality and have a servicing study so that if and when that does happen, we have sufficient sewer and water capacity for those projects. And that in sum is my proposal. Thank you. Thank you very much, Trevor. Questions or comments for Trevor? Councillor Belanger?
Thank you, through your worship. I have a few questions. One is the line Affordable Housing Action Plan and Summit, where there was a $70,000 budget with zero expenditure and zero budget for next year. We certainly know that affordable housing is a crisis, and we are going to implement an affordable housing task force. And I certainly believe we have enough on our plate without it. But I guess that's one thing is, what occurred there, what are our plans for the future. And where I get a little bit confused on the official plan, the updating of bylaws and the West End Secondary Plan is through the course of the 7 years I've been on council, a fair bit of that work was going to be done outsourced by consultants. And the consultants, you would think, wouldn't have had the same impact of what we've had our staffing levels over the last number of years. So at what percentage of completion are we on some of these things? Are we relatively confident that we have a reasonable end date? And I haven't heard a lot about consultants working on this. So I'm just a little confused as to where we are on these initiatives.
Certainly, through your worship, I'll deal with the second question first. So my staff and I meet every Tuesday for an hour to 2 hours specifically to deal with the official plan, the West Secondary Plan, and the new zoning bylaw. Of those three projects, the ones that we're focusing our majority of our time right now is on the official plan. My staff are currently reviewing a very, very rough draft of the entire official plan to provide comments back to our planning consultant. So it is my desire and hope that if not by the end of this year, that very beginning of next year, we'll be able to provide the public and council a draft of the official plan text and the schedules and schedule it for open houses with the idea that we're going to bring it to completion by spring, early summer of next year. The West Secondary Plan is a close second to that. We are also, right now, the consultant is waiting for us to get back to them on holding a charrette on that project, and that's on us, and quite honestly, our focus has been the OP. The zoning bylaw, the consultant is on task, and they are actually just completing the last technical papers. And when those technical papers have been reviewed by my staff and are available, they'll be posted on our website. And then we'll actually get into the fun, if you want to call it that, of actually drafting the zoning bylaw, which is what the consultant is going to be doing. Again, I don't wish to throw any past staff under the bus on the official plan, but the reality is that to be fair, it was dropped. Regarding the first question, which was the Affordable Housing Task Force and the Summit, Jocelyn will have to just bear with me here. I believe that was a carryover from reserves from many past budgets to the tune of I think it was $40,000 originally, and then an additional $30,000. So there was $70,000 in reserves. When we met with the general managers, when we were preparing budget number 1, that amongst other potential studies was on the floor and asked whether or not, even though it is a priority of council, is that $70,000 in the absence of having our Affordable Housing Task Force stood up, should that be done this year or should it be done in the following 2025? So I think what we decided upon, subject to council, is that we would take that $70,000 and park it back into reserves and maybe consider doing that in a 2025 project once we had an affordable housing project or task force stood up. I stand to be corrected if that's not correct. You see our CFO is nodding, that is correct. All right,
Yeah,
Councillor Belanger?
Just in follow-up, thank you for that, and it seems like we're getting closer, and I would agree with the latter. Like, I mean, the priorities that you outlined that really need to be done first are, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? All right, just have a couple. When we look at Bill 23 and Bill 109, I think it was, Trevor, you mentioned, and the fact that if we do not meet the timelines, we'll start returning fees. So if we look at a typical subdivision, 300 homes, let's say, what are we looking, if we don't meet the timelines, are we returning the fees for all of that subdivision? And is that including development charges, or is that just our fees for the work we're doing? And what do you anticipate that value could very well be on an average subdivision?
Through to your worship, the good news, your worship, is plans of subdivision are not part of the Bill 109. So if council would just refer to the slide that I have there at the bottom, the chart, it's those three applications, zoning bylaw amendments, official plan, and zoning bylaw amendments, or site plan approvals, and those are the three that we have to be sensitive about. I cannot tell you, your worship, what the potential impacts might or might not be. I think staff have a workaround for the site plan part. We can do what's called a conditional site plan approval, not unlike a committee of adjustment consent, where we'll give you a conditional permit or approval subject to you meeting certain criteria, and that will stop the clock. That is the 60 days for a site plan approval. I have never worked in a municipality that I can recall that could push one of those out in 60 days. The official plan and the zoning bylaws, that's going to be a little bit more of a challenge. I think for the zoning bylaws, we can probably turn it around in 90 days, but council, you may be seeing bylaws coming to you with a lot more holding symbols and holding zones that are also, we can't do conditional zonings yet, but what we can do is we can say in principle, council is good with the zoning, but if we're not, we condition it with a holding zone, and those things have to be satisfied before the H removal comes back to council. I don't have a solution for OPAs. I'm hoping that that only means that the council has to make the decision, because council can approve or adopt an OPA, but it's the county of Simcoe who's the approval authority, and that adds another potentially another 2 or 3 months to that process. So suffice to say, if we can improve our internal systems, perhaps this will not be as critical as what we're fearful of, but I think it would be remiss of us not to point it out to council. It's a huge issue for us.
So completing our official plan is vitally important in this case.
Apologize, Your Worship. Sorry?
Completing our official plan, the update, and having that done is vitally important that we get that done ASAP.
Yes, Your Worship. So having a modern official plan a modern official plan and zoning bylaw is a very good first step, where you don't have to deal with OPAs and zoning bylaw amendments anymore. Not to say that it won't happen, because it will, but perhaps not at the frequency that council has been used to the last few years.
All right. Thank you, Trevor. And then the West End secondary plan, the undevelopable lands that you believe will become developable, what kind of, what numbers are we talking here, and when do you think we'll see that come on board, and why the change?
Through Your Worship, so in the last year and a bit since I've been here, we've had a multitude of pre-consultations for those lands that are currently vacant on what I would call the southwest side of Beechwood, all the way basically from the roundabout out to our boundary of Collingwood. And most of those development applications are residential. We have seen some pre-cons for 4 to 6 story buildings, and potentially, and I don't have the numbers in the top of my head, but it could be hundreds of units potentially.
All right, thank you. Did I see your hand, Councilor Belanger? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, through you, Your Worship, and subsequent to the question you had for Trevor is related to the natural heritage, and as it applies to these particular items on your list. How many would involve the NVCA approval? Because as you know, we have some time challenges related to that.
Well, it's no surprise that there's large portions of our municipality that is in the regulatory area of the Conservation Authority. And I do understand that the MVCA has a budget coming up soon, and I think they are trying to get some staffing up. But it is a problem, and it is going to be a concern. The way that we would deal with that is, unfortunately, through the use of a holding zone. So we can make a recommendation potentially to council that you can approve it in principle, but unfortunately, because we haven't got a final sign-off from the Conservation Authority, we use the holding symbol, the clock stops, you have approval in principle, but you can't build until you come back to us with that approval from the NVCA, and we remove the holding zone. So I'm not a proponent of the holding zone, but I think based on our new reality, I think we're going to have to start using it more and more often.
Just in follow-up, like, that's kind of a creative end around, but we're going to have a developer or resident or whatever that at some point in time, they're going to say, hey, to the province is, you know, is 90 days 90 days, is 60 days 60 days, or are you accepting this creative end around to give us whatever time we need, which really defeats the purpose of why the legislation was created in the first place?
Through your worship, the councillor is correct. I don't have all the answers. I guess we haven't seen enough appeals or challenges in front of the courts or the Ontario Land Tribunal, because this really only technically kicked into effect in July 1st, and I haven't seen any court decisions yet, so we'll keep our eyes posted, but it's going to be a challenge for all the municipalities in Ontario.
Just to add to that, Trevor, so the municipality, we do our part, and now we're waiting on the NVCA. I want to be clear, that does not have an effect then on us having to return funds, does it?
So, through your worship, I'm not here to throw the NVCA under the bus. It's not
They're already there, Trevor.
It's not just them. There's other agencies that we circulate to as well. But if the Conservation Authority is circulated and it's within their mandate or their regulatory area to provide us comments, as planners, it's difficult for us to come to you as council with recommendations without having all the information, particularly if it's something to deal with, for an example, natural hazards, because we rely on the NVCA's expertise in that particular instance to tell you as council whether or not you ought to consider an application or not. So if we're waiting for that, or whomever the agency might be, it's going to be a challenge for us to meet these deadlines. The only creative way to get around that, and it's not that we're trying to get around it, is to approve things in principle subject to a holding zone, and then that forces we hope stops the clock, and it puts the onus back on the developer or the applicant to get us the clearance letters that we need, and then come back to you as council saying, okay, we're good now, you can now take the H off.
So I think what I'm hearing is that there has to be a collective, and perhaps this is a conversation for county, I'm looking to the deputy mayor here, there has to be a collective message from all municipalities, 444 of us in the province of Ontario, to the province to say, we understand why this is in place. It makes total sense because we do need to speed up the process. I mean, it is broken. So the province is dead on when they put this in place. Save and except, you shouldn't be holding municipalities responsible or liable to lose funding because we're waiting on outside agencies of which we have no... It's like saying, you know, we're going to make you responsible as an individual for what everyone else on your street does. So I think collectively there needs to be a message sent to the province, which I'm sure they'll understand, because they are all about development and they are about, more homes faster. But municipalities should not be held responsible if we're waiting on an outside source that we have no control over. So it's a good point. Councillor Belanger, and then we're going to move on.
Okay, just related to the same point is we also are in the process of having a memorandum of understanding with the NVCA, and it's our opportunity to build some assurances or some guidelines into this. Whether or not they agree to them, I don't know. But when I go through the list of the levy related to the NVCA, although we're a smaller population, we're a significant amount of that levy because of how many of our properties do fall under their jurisdiction. So I think for that reason, we have incentive to negotiate pretty hard on that MOU to ensure that our applications are being reviewed and decisions made in a timely manner. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, moving on. Is there anyone else? Rachel, it's all yours.
Alrighty, so good afternoon, Mayor Smith, members of council, and residents that are still strong throughout this whole meeting. I'm the last one, so the shining light over here. So the municipal law enforcement budget includes both the parking and the bylaw division for operations and capital. Some main functions that the bylaw department does includes business licensing, property standards enforcement, the parking enforcement division, and general bylaw services. Without getting into too much detail about all of them, there are combined objectives within each one of these categories, along with multiple bylaws here to ensure that the community's appearance is maintained and that there is a reasonable state of good order through proactive and reactive enforcement. Under our capital expenditures, we do have 2 vehicle replacements, which is sitting at $145,000, maintenance of parking meters at $20,000, as well as equipment, which includes servicing existing radios and other communication devices, which is at $26,000. A majority of these are being covered by reserves, so I believe it's only about $8,000 that is going towards taxation. The highlights in the parking division include substantial increases to the parking operation, and we are expected to generate $890,000 in revenue. There are 3 parking-related items in particular that have generated higher revenues, and that includes municipal parking tickets, Playland parking lot, and First Street lot. There are a few other lots that did generate more than expected, which is great to see, but Playland parking lot and First Street were definitely the highest by far. The parking operation budget is at $499,000 in expenses, so we are expected to have about $391,000 surplus, and this surplus will fund a portion of the bylaw deficit, and it will significantly reduce any taxation impact, which also includes staffing wages. As you can see from the graph there, it's all covered through revenue, and it is one of the highest portions. And then under our bylaw operation highlights, so as mentioned in the previous slide, the parking budget resulted in a surplus of $390,000, and that will be transferred to the bylaw budget. So the total program cost for this is $745,000, which with, I think it's I wish it was $6,028 going towards staffing. So this means that the total taxation supported required for a bylaw budget is going to be $273,000. And then lastly, something notable that I wanted to highlight is our business licensing. So that provided $50,000 in revenues for this year, and that's basically just generated through licensing the businesses that we have in Wasaga Beach and providing different types of inspections. And other than that, that concludes my presentation, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Rachel. Questions or comments? Councillor Belanger.
Thank you. Through your worship, I won't go into the detail. I had dialogue with both the treasurer and our head of bylaw related to some of the actual trends this year to forecast budget. Looked like we were coming in late, but they were able to answer all my questions, so I won't go into detail on that. But I had at a couple of meetings asked how we're doing related to our parking revenue. This report gave us some pretty good answers. So as near as I can tell right now, we did not collect $92,000 in parking passes this year because we offered our residents free parking. And my understanding is we gave out a huge amount of more free passes than what we had paid passes the previous year. So obviously, depending on the utilization of those residents on our beachfront, trying to understand the impact. But as of right now, it would appear that we're almost dead even, that we have collected the same amount of parking revenue as prior year. A couple of things that were very interesting for me is when I first was going down the list, I was sort of saying, oh no, but Honk Parking, which is your smartphone app, accounted for $257,000 of all of our parking revenue, which kind of surprised me, but it's a pretty good story, I think. We are ahead of last year, and this could be a double-edged sword. In '22, we had $132,600 in municipal parking tickets, and to the end of August 31st of this year, we were already at $205,000. So I talked to our general manager of planning and building and bylaw, and he feels it's an indication of that maybe we don't have adequate parking at peak times. created that. But the plus side of it is, I think this whole story tells us that we attracted a whole lot more people to Wasaga Beach this year than we had in prior year. And I think that's an exciting story. So I bring this up publicly because we do have a public meeting on Monday night related to the budget. And hopefully we'll hear from our residents of what they feel the strategy should be related to parking going forward. I for one, have heard a lot of positive comments about the free parking passes. Given the information we have here, obviously, I think we should repeat it last year, even though, we are giving up some potential revenue, but I think it was one of the things this council did that was really greatly appreciated by our residents. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor White?
Thank you, through your worship, to Rachel. So just with the Honk Mobile, budgeted 37,000, 294,000 actual, and then budgeted again 70,000. Do you think that the 294 was an anomaly, or do you think that, well, obviously you do because you put it at 70. I just wonder how you pick 70.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. It actually was a change that I made this year, so although I adore our parking machines, they are a lot to maintain. We recently, in the past couple of years, got rid of Coin. A lot of people are using things like Honk Mobile and other apps. So new this year, we've spent a very low cost to get more signs throughout all of our parking lots with a QR code saying use Honk Mobile, which we never had before. Sometimes we had stickers on machines, but it wasn't something that was maintained. So I think honestly, just putting those through it, if we got calls saying parking machines weren't working, we made sure that anyone answering those phone calls or anything like that explained the process for Honk, and it worked out nicely. So I think long-term plan, slowly kind of always have machines there, but maybe not as many, and start promoting Honk Mobile a lot more to get revenue through that way. So when I did the budget last year, that wasn't a plan in my head, but then coming into this year and just seeing all the issues with some of the parking machines that we didn't want to put more money towards, then I got the signs made and kind of went from there.
Brilliant. Councillor Timms?
Thank you, Your Worship, to Rachel. So I'm not understanding why you aren't budgeting higher than 70,000.
Thank you, and again, through you, Your Worship. So it probably will be changed for draft 2, but at the time when I did draft 1, that number wasn't there. It significantly increased in August, so I think that's going to definitely be a reflection for draft 2.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Sorry, Your Worship, just a very quick comment. Obviously, parking is a great revenue generator for this town. It's a commodity. So I think we need to be, continuing to be as creative as you have been this year in looking at opportunities, not only add parking to our side streets where it's safe and appropriate and not impactful to our residents, but we have a very desirable community, clearly, and people are willing to travel to come. And I think this council's decision to increase the parking daily rate was a smart one. And again, should perhaps be looked at another little increase next year, perhaps, especially for that main street, like the Playland parking lot and the First Street parking lot. Those are highly desirable, being so close to the beach for convenience.
Thank you, and I was just going to make another comment on that too, because over the winter months when we have a little time to look at it, we'll be amending the parking bylaw, and that will include going to the province to increase our actual parking violation fees. So it will kind of go hand in hand, and we'll have an increase in revenue that way as well. So that's something that definitely will be notable next year.
Councillor Timms?
Your Worship, to Rachel. My question is around the property standards expense. 18,000 was budgeted and nothing was spent, and 18,000 is budgeted again. Could you explain what would be in that line item?
Yes, of course, and through you, Your Worship. So for property standards, it's just a placeholder. So basically, when we don't gain compliance, say for cutting someone's grass or something like that, it will be, put in through that GL code, and then once we get it back, then you won't see anything. So basically, by the end of the year, you shouldn't see anything under there, but it's just to make sure that we don't have to go to council every time we have to do a work order and maybe spend, $5,000 to $10,000.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? I just want to be clear, please, Council, never apologize for asking questions. I got to tell you, I think this is my fifth budget process, and by far, I think my most productive. But it's always good, I think, that Council is asking good, bad, tough, soft questions, and we get that information out, not only to ourselves, but to the public, and I think everybody learns from that. So never apologize for that, although there has been a lot of them today, Deputy Mayor. I'm just kidding. Okay, I want to speak briefly as we move forward, because I think about parking a lot, and the amount of resources it takes versus the amount of revenue we make. And I think there's an opportunity here, and I think there has been for some time, and I spoke about this in my last term, in raising more funds through parking. And how many part-time officers do we bring in the summer to deal predominantly with parking? 10, 12? That's a significant cost, and I'm wondering if we shouldn't have a report coming back to council looking at entrance processes. So you see this in the U.S. a lot, where you don't get into the parking lot because there's a spike there until you pay. And so you pay, the gate goes up and it lets you in. We've now collected revenue from every single person. We don't need to worry about whether they paid or they haven't paid. We could run that through Honk Mobile or wherever we see fit. And I also think it reduces the amount of maintenance and repair, to your point, Rachel, and I've heard this from Doug Vincent in the past. I mean, the amount of work and downtime on these machines is crazy. And they always seem to go down in the busiest times. And we only heard not long ago, I think the city of Midland, or the town of Midland, has lost significant revenue, again, because these machines aren't working right. And I would say even if we had to put an attendant at those parking lots, that's probably still less than half of what we have to employ now. And I'm looking at this because, I think we save a lot of resources, time, and effort, and gain 100% of our parking revenue that we're due, because even on the best day, there are people who don't pay and we don't catch. But I think it also gives us an opportunity to have still some part-time officers in that season that can really work on some other very important things, such as property standards, or maybe we end up with another full-time officer on staff that deals with property standards on a regular basis. And I don't want to scare everyone out there that we're going to be, a bunch of meanies on property standards, but it's clear as you drive through our community that we need to work on some property standards. Wasaga Beach has had a reputation for some time of being the beach town where kind of everything goes. And I'm very proud of this community, but as I drive from one end to the other, I can tell you, I can point out several issues with property standards that we need to be dealing with, because it does reflect on our community as a whole, and it reflects on the quality of our community, and we have a very high quality community. And so we need to work on that. So I'd like to see something come back on the costs of those types of opportunities for parking. Mr. CAO?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to quickly mention, I think that is probably an easy solution for some of the lots. Playland parking lot, which is one of the main revenue generators, has some issues we would have to work out. There's a couple private owners that require access, so we would have to figure out how that could work. But we can certainly look into that and come back with some recommendations.
Certainly. I think maybe we just talk to those owners and we look after it for them and give them their revenue. I mean, But I think there's a solution there, and I agree. We've just got to find it, but thank you, Mr. CEO. Rachel, do you have any comments?
Thank you. I was just going to add as well, too, like, you know, just to recognize how much the summer officers do, along with obviously my full-time staff. But they don't just do parking. A huge other portion of their job is to do those proactive occurrences. So I think a report would be great, because then I could get those numbers for you to see how much they're going to properties doing those proactive property standards, which includes, you know, litter, road occupation bylaw, seeing fridges, couches, all that stuff out there, signs, clean yard concerns as well. So they're really great at kind of playing both roles, doing all that proactive and reactive stuff within our community, but then also helping down at the parking lots to make sure we're getting those tickets out there and getting that revenue. So, yeah.
Absolutely, I look forward to that. All right, I think, does that include everything, Madam CFO? It's now all up to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one item before we finish, and I'd like to circle back to Councillor White's question about the 22 beachfront development expenditures. There was about $80,000 in demolishing, and the remainder of that cost was legal fees associated with the communications back and forth for the sale of the beachfront properties under the last developer. So that is the bulk of the expenditure in 2022. So with that, this concludes our presentations. I'd like to thank everyone who participated and pulled this together for the discussion. And we look forward to seeing everyone on October 16th at our public meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Jocelyn. Yes, just to point out to the public, October 16th, 7 to 9, I believe, at Directplex. Please make sure, if you have any concerns about the budget, that you come out and you voice those concerns. It's very important, and council and staff need to hear what it is that you're concerned about and what you have to say. All right, we'll now move on. Before we go further, I think we're looking for a couple of reports here out of this. Madam Clerk, did you want to speak to that, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. We can actually return to that under item 13 of the agenda, and we will propose the two reports at that time, and we'll seek a mover and a seconder for those requests.
Thank you very much. All right, so moving on in the agenda, item number 7, presentations. We have the draft report, which we've done, and item number 8, deputations. We have no deputations today. It's a good thing.
My apologies. Can we just get a mover and seconder for the report motion under 7.1?
Absolutely. My error. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a recommendation that the report titled 2024 Budget Draft 1 and the budget presentations to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting of October 12, 2023 be received. Questions or comments? Mover and a seconder, Councillor Timms and Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Under item number 9, consent list staff reports. I'm going to pass this over now to Councillor Timms. We have nothing, before I do that, we have nothing in community services or development services, so we're going on to 9.3, Public Works, and Councillor Timms, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will now review the Public Works Business section of the Committee of the Whole and advise that no items have been pulled from the agenda to be voted on separately. But before I read the recommendation to approve the consent list items, Councillor Ego has asked to comment on 9.3.1, the cost of various sidewalk material options. Councillor Ego?
Thank you, and through you, the Chair. Yes, I want to thank staff very much for the report on the various options and costs for sidewalks. And I can see through the report that permeable pavement was not a good choice for the sidewalks at this time. However, I do believe that this is going to become a more viable option for applications such as parking lots and driveways. Certainly, I'm looking at the builders here. I'm not an expert on this, but I've been reading and researching, and it's an interesting topic. And just this past week, I happened to catch a snippet on a report, I believe it was out of Montreal, speaking to the fact that we cannot continue to hard pave over the Earth's surface. I know there's a huge cost to this, or there has been, but that as we are concerned for the environment the costs that are incurred, they will lessen when you look at the water that gets saved and many other factors. That it's also that the permeable pavements are using asphalt for it now, and so they're showing to have the many benefits, which in the long run, as I said, do become cost-effective, such as lessening salt, which I didn't realize, and the divergence of waters. So I'm just happy that we've had the conversation, that it's open, and I'm looking forward to the future and what it will hold, because I do think, as we look at the environment and going green, that this may be down the road, something just to keep on our radar. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ego. Are there any other comments? So, beg your pardon, CAO.
Through the mayor to Councillor Eagle, I would actually suggest it's not that far down the road. GTA, for most of my career, most of the projects I've worked on have all included permeable pavers as part of low-impact development. So it's not foreign to the development community to use permeable pavers. As part of green development standards, we can actually make that a requirement of future development in Wasaga Beach. So not foreign at all, very realistic to be requiring that kind of thing as part of development.
Thank you very much.
Are there any further comments? Seeing none, I will read the motion and ask for a mover and a seconder. Resolved that the Public Works section of the Committee of the Whole hereby receive the October 12, 2023 consent list item 9.3 and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Approved. As this concludes the Public Works section of the Committee of the Whole, normally I would pass it along to Councillor Belanger for Development Services. Do we have something in Development Services? Yeah, but Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to 9.4, General Government. I'm aware that item 9.4.1 has been pulled by Councillor DeLeo, as well as item number 9.4.4, which has been pulled by Councillor Belanger. So before moving on to that and the consent agenda, are there any comments at all on the other items? Okay, seeing none, I'll read the motion. That the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council receives the following correspondence. Resolved that the General Government section of Committee of the Whole hereby receives the October 12th, 2023 consent list item 9.4 and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder. Councillor White, Councillor Timms, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Moving on to 9.4.1, which has been pulled by Councillor DeLeo. This is in regards to communication from the town of Aurora. Go ahead, Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So in support to the letter sent by Town of Aurora to the Honourable Doug Ford, I agree that strong mayor powers undermine the democratic processes and creates a loss of decision-making power by the elected councillors. The increased power can have a chilling effect on the voices of the residents and areas which rely on representatives to give them a voice to council and other authorities. Therefore, I would like to put a motion forward for a letter to be also sent to the Honourable Doug Ford and the Honourable Paul Calandra, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, indicating that the Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach is in opposition of the strong mayor powers. This council works together for the better of our residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Are there any comments or questions before, or do we want to put the motion, get a mover and a seconder?
So Councillor DeLeo has
moved it.
If you could
Okay, thank you. And would anyone like to second the motion, please, to get it on the floor? Councillor Belanger?
I was going to second it.
Okay. Councillor Belanger seconded it? Okay, so it's on the floor now. Are there any comments or questions? Yes, Councillor White.
I haven't had enough time to read over the strong mayor's powers as they're written, because Wasaga Beach is excluded from this. I haven't really read up on it enough to give like an educated opinion and a vote. I would like to show you a lot of support into this, or not, I'm not too sure. But I feel awkward being put on the spot to say that we would either oppose or support strong mayor powers when I don't know if anybody of us have really a full understanding, as you've obviously done the research, but we haven't.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor DeLeo, I'll have you respond, and then Councillor Belanger.
Right. Sorry. Thank you. I'm only responding to this because it's on our agenda. So if we have nothing to say about it, or it doesn't involve us, why is it on our agenda?
Councillor White, is there a response?
Well, I think that these letters go around and looking for them to be received and understood. I'm not necessarily, I don't, it's not that I don't understand why they're on the agenda, but I just feel like you're putting a motion forward for us to commit to us supporting strong mayor powers as they're described by the province. I don't know how we can do that when we're not in that type of situation as a municipality. To have a strong mayor designated, like Aurora does in Toronto and Ottawa, whatever, but not with Saga Beach yet.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor DeLeo just to respond to that, and then Councillor Belanger, then Councillor Timms.
Councillor White, if that is the case, then I withdraw the motion. But if we are part of it, if they're sending the letters to all the municipalities, then I strongly suggest that, we all, because we work as a team. That's my biggest thing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Refer to our CAO, please, for some clarification.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, we are not included in the strong mayor powers. Strong mayor powers were given as part of municipalities signing on to the housing pledge with the current provincial government. So when you sign the pledge, then there was some potential funding that came with it. We were not included in all of that. My recommendation to council would be to simply receive the correspondence for information.
Thank you, CAO. Councillor Belanger, did you have any other comment that you'd like to say?
Thank you, through the chair. I just think in principle, and I won't say I've read everything on that, but I certainly understand some of the pros and cons. But when you look at the democratic process, to say that, in our case, 7 people are elected to make decisions on behalf of their municipality, but one mayor can override that decision. I think we see it everywhere. It's like at the end of the day, if you're on a ward system and people are proprietary about, I want this over here, so I'm not supporting this or whatever, it talks about leadership and negotiation skills. I think that it's directly opposed to the democratic process to say that your elected officials have to have a quorum to make a decision. And if you allow one person to dictate that quorum no longer has the right to make the decision, I oppose that personally.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Councillor Timms? Or Councillor Eco?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I had just read the correspondence. I underlined it was for information only, so I did no more with it than just digest that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eco. I'll go to Councillor Timms and then Mayor Smith. No, you're good?
I was going to say perhaps the CAO should speak to it, but it's done that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. And much of what I was just going to say has been said. So I don't know enough about the small mayor's process because we haven't been part of that. I understand there were a lot of incentives offered at AMO to the 50 more municipalities that were added to it. I do believe that it weakens the democratic process for us. Some of the pieces make perfect sense, and some of them do give the mayor a lot of power. I think also we have to remember that we're independent voices at council, as well as working as a team to move the town forward and reach our priorities. But I'm not prepared to vote on that motion at this time because I don't have enough information.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. So what I understand then, Councillor DeLeo, okay.
Well, if we're not part of that, then I withdraw the motion. So.
we're good.
Sorry. Thank you. As per Section 7.01A of the procedural bylaw, the Committee of Whole at any time may consent to the withdrawal of that motion. We don't need a vote, but if I see that we are in agreement that that motion can be withdrew. Thank you.
Yes, that's what I'm seeing from the table. Thank you. Okay, so given that there's no other conversation or questions, I'll read the motion. Resolved that the general government, oops, sorry.
My apologies. So at this time, would you like to move a motion just to receive the correspondence? Just to receive it. Yes. So if you'd like to seek a seconder.
Sorry, so I'll read that motion to receive it.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, my internet's down right now, so I'm using Councillor White's computer. That the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council received the following correspondence for information. September 28th, 2023, Town of Aurora, regarding the Town of Aurora Council Resolution of September 26, 2023, Motion 10.4, Councillor Weiss, regarding Aurora Council opposition to strong mayor powers in Aurora. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Councillor DeLeo and Councillor Ego, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Thank you. So I'll now move on to 9.4.4, which was brought forward by Councillor Boulanger in regards to the municipal accommodation tax update. Please go ahead, Councillor Boulanger.
Through the chair, I agree with the report in that I think we need to do additional research, but there were a few other things, is that this affects the competitive nature of accommodators in our community. I'm not positive today that we're effectively can identify all of the what we would call unlicensed accommodators in our community. I also have concerns as a community as to what we currently are offering to augment accommodation, like that. Like, I think we're on the path that in a year or two that we will be providing more of a draw beyond our natural assets to have people here. But I think the most important thing that I would suggest is we're currently embarking upon a short-term rental strategy and bylaws and licensing, and that will come at a cost to an accommodator, and I would like to see us do these both together, so that if we're going to apply new licensing fees and new rules to Airbnb or other types of accommodation, that those new costs, along with MAT, could be implemented simultaneously, so that we're not changing the rules, like, a year apart or 2 years apart. But those are my comments. But
Thank you, Councillor Boulanger. I'll turn it to our CEO, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Councillor Boulanger. I had a long chat with Caitlin this morning about the applicability of a municipal accommodation tax in Wasaga Beach. I think staff recommend that at some point in the near future, this will make sense. Currently, it's very difficult to actually implement, and that's the challenge. If we were a community that had 12 Holiday Inns or Comfort Inns, then it's a very easy thing to do. And those hotels simply apply the 4% MAT to all their guests. They email over to the treasurer their monthly hauls, and then the community has that as revenue to use to fund tourism initiatives. Currently in Wasaga Beach, to implement a tax like that will be challenging with a lot of our accommodation sector. Applying it to Airbnb sector is extremely challenging, much harder than it is to a lot of the cabin courts. So I think we want to get there, but the challenge is how do we implement this in a way that we can actually collect it, and that the program doesn't become so overly burdensome that the fee we collect is actually dwarfed by the cost of administering the program. So that's part of what we're going to be looking at over the next little while, and making some recommendations to council as to whether or not we think it's the right time for a MAT, or when we might think we could be ready for it. So there's a lot of that analysis that's taking place right now. Hopefully that helps a little bit.
Thank you, Andrew. Mayor Smith?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I tend to disagree. I don't think we should do it today, but I think we need to do it in as quickly as possible. As I've said earlier today even, we need to find ways to generate revenue outside of tax dollars to our residents. And we spend a lot of money on an annual basis on tourism, as we should. But we need to mitigate that. We are no doubt at a point, and we have been for quite some time, where the taxpayer just can't afford to continue to fund a lot of these programs and so on. So I get that it's going to be difficult. I think a couple of things have to happen, and I look forward to the report coming back from staff, because I'm sure it will be in-depth and fulsome. But there needs to be heavy fines in place for those people who aren't signed up that should be. Airbnbs, we can't let them skate under the radar, and when we catch them, you kind of slap them on the wrist. If they aren't going to sign up and they're not going to play fair and pay, or it's not even them paying their fair share, they're simply passing these dollars through, then there needs to be significant fines and/or penalties in place that deters them from wanting to do that. I don't think it's ever going to be easy now that Airbnbs are a thing to track that. I mean, that's just going to be, there's always going to be some who are going to try, and some will get caught and some won't. But I'm sure that may be very well the same with some, everyday businesses that are here or will be here in future. But if we continue to wait, because we talked about this 8 years ago, 7 years ago, and it wasn't the time then. If we continue to wait, the only one who pays the price here is the ratepayers in Wasaga Beach. And we need to find solutions for that. So I think we need to get that report back, and council needs to look hard at that and make some decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Timms?
Deputy Mayor Snell, I have a couple of things. First, I didn't know that Caitlin would be there, but I have something to ask you about your report. It says that 50% of the eligible money collected goes into tourism entities, example, marketing, and that the other 50% is retained by the municipality for its own purposes. Correct me if I'm wrong, but those own purposes are supposed to be for tourism, revitalization and support. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Caitlin.
Thank you. So through you, chairs, to my understanding that 50% that the municipality keeps, the municipality can do with whatever, they can do whatever they see fit with those funds. So there's no regulation on the 50% that the municipality retains. It's the other 50% that has to go to an eligible entity, and it must be used for marketing.
Thank you for qualifying that. I think that's something that has changed since I was involved in learning a little bit about MAT. And I feel that if we create a policy, that we should be looking at what those purposes could be, so that they would support economic development, basically. My second point is a comment to Councillor Belanger. I think that, as our CAO said, the MAT is quite complicated, where the short-term rental plan has to come forward as quickly as it can, and not to hold it up for MAT, because I know that's something that our community, whether they're residents who are highly impacted by short-term rentals on their street, or there are accommodators who are highly impacted because they're losing business to them, would like to see that short-term rental policy come through quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Councillor Belanger for follow-up.
Yeah, just a follow-up, I think I was misunderstood, is the short-term rental, I think, should be done simultaneously, and if that can be done as quickly as possible, that's great. And I agree with Mayor Smith that, if someone is caught, that they're continuing trying to do business without a license, there should be a fine, and I think that was done in a number of other municipalities related to their short-term rental strategy. So, hopefully it is. Now, to Councillor Tim's concern, though, is that, we just went through the budget, so it would be very easy to apply those to our town events budget, and then have that additional money be freed up somewhere else. So if you wanted the perception to be that it's absolutely going to tourism, that's not hard to do. It's just moving money around.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. If there's no further comments or questions, okay, I'll read the motion. That the report titled Municipal Accommodation Tax Update to the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council, meeting of October 12th, 2023, be received for information. Mover and a seconder. Mayor Smith, Councillor DeLeo, all those in favor? And that carries unanimously. That now completes my section of general government, and I'll hand the chair back to your worship.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Snell. So we're at this point in the meeting. We'll need to waive the rules. I'll look to you, Madam Clerk, to read that motion. We're running a long length here, so does anyone need a break? I don't think so. We can get through this. Yeah, let's just call the question, then grab your water. Sure. Okay. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. So we'll replace the motion in 10.1 with the following: that the Joint Committee of the Whole and Council waive Section 4.04B of the procedural bylaw, and that the Committee of Whole session immediately moves into Council to receive a report on the proceedings of the Committee of Whole. If you can get a mover and seconder.
Mover and seconder does Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we're now moving on to item number 11. The Council Session 11.1, consideration of adoption of Committee of the Whole recommendations. Recommendation resolved that the recommendations of the Committee of the Whole session of the meeting of October 12th, 2023 be adopted as a resolution of Council. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Ego and Councillor Belanger, all in favor? Motion carries unanimously. And now moving on to item number 12, consent list. Minutes of council, we do have a recommendation, a motion there, resolved at the council session of the Joint Committee of the Whole and council hereby receive the October 12th, 2023 consent list from item 12, and that all the recommendations contained therein be adopted, excluding agenda items pulled from the motion and voted on separately. Mover and a seconder, Councillor White and Deputy Mayor Snell, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. And now moving on to item 12. We just covered that. Item number 13, the councillor requested staff reports. Are there any questions or comments on that? Councillor Belanger? I did use October 12th, Madam Clerk.
Yes, it's the motions that were made today in Committee of the Whole.
Yeah, well, council, I don't believe he said council meeting held September 28th for 12.1.1. I could be wrong.
My apologies, that would reference September 28th, yes.
This is 12.1. I said October 12th, 2023. Oh, okay, I'm just reading the motion from the paper.
Yes.
Okay, so shall I do it again?
No, we'll make that edit to reference the September 28th. My apologies.
Okay, so we're all aware it's September 28th. Okay. All right. And you called me Your Honor, so you're guilty. All right. We're on 13, council requested staff reports. We do have 2 reports, I think, from today. Madam Clerk, do you have anything to add to that, or we can get those on the list?
Thank you, Your Worship. So based on the discussions during the budget presentation, I heard a request for 2 staff reports, one with regards to municipal parking, and the other with regards to the Planning Act and the implications of Bill 109 on the municipality and the third-party agency approvers on planning applications.
That's correct. Any questions or comments? All right. Do you have a motion for that? Okay, go ahead.
That the staff reports be brought back on the implications of Bill 109 on the municipality and the municipal parking lots options.
All right, you've heard the motion. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Belanger and Councillor Timms, all in favor? That motion carries unanimously. All right, moving on to item 14, notices of motion. Any notices of motion there? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think in light of the conversation that came up during the budget time, especially as it relates to the MVCA, I feel that our municipality should be writing a letter to the other municipalities, the 444 in Ontario, requesting that the MVCA be held accountable or something. We can work on some narrative around that in regards to potentially, because of their internal dysfunctions and delays, for lack of a better word, holding back permits for our developers, for our residents that are trying to build on our waterways, given especially our unique location with a river that runs through our entire community, as well as being on the shores of Georgian Bay. I would like to see a motion come forward to request that this council, through our worship, write a letter to the MVCA, or to the other municipalities requesting that support.
Okay, I think that probably ties to the report we're looking for, and I think that we don't need, perhaps, and forgive me if I'm misunderstanding you, Deputy Mayor Snell, but I don't think we need to necessarily point just to the NVCA. I think we need to look at, this should be all municipalities writing to the province, asking them to not hold municipalities individually responsible for outside agencies not doing, their part, and us paying the price because they don't get back to us.
Thank you, Your Worship. If council is agreeable and the mover and seconder on the council staff requested report, we can ensure that that is brought into the staff report that comes back at a future meeting of council with that consideration.
I'm good with that, yep. We're good? Are we good, Madam Clerk? Carry on? All right, thank you. All right, item number 15 is closed session. We'll move into closed session. I do have a motion resolved that pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the next portion of the October 12, 2023 Joint Committee of the Whole and Council meeting will move into closed session to consider the following matters. 13.1.1, a personal matter about an unidentifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and a position, plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board, Section 239, 2B and K, TPL donation agreement. And then we also have an education session agenda software pursuant to Section 239, 3.1, and Joint Committee of the Whole Council meeting minutes of September 28th, 2023. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this motion to go in camera? Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor White, all in favor? Carries unanimously. We'll now go in camera. All right, good afternoon, everybody. We're back, short-term inside in closed session, and I'll now look to our clerk for a rise and report on the closed session. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Council entered closed session on October 12th at 4:33 p.m. to hear the following matters: 13.1.1, TPAL donation and naming rights, the closed session minutes of September 28, 2023, and an overview of the new eScribe software. As a result of these discussions, staff direction was provided in accordance with the Municipal Act.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and I do have a motion here, item number 17, bylaws. Recommended motion resolved that the following bylaws be received and be deemed to have been read a first, second, and third time, passed and numbered as follows. 2023-102, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Wasaga Beach at its regular meeting held October 12th, 2023. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Belanger and Councillor Timms. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. You owe me 7 minutes, Councillor.